Just a courtesy announcement that we are now live on the internet.
Good morning, Dr. Miller.
Good morning. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm fine.
Good. Have a great meeting. Good morning.
Thank you so much.
Good morning, Rhonda. How are you?
Good. Have a great day.
You too. Thank you.
Good morning, Rachel. You are muted.
All right, how's that?
Much better. You have a good meeting today.
Great, thank you.
Good morning, Wendy. Wesley, I'm sorry. How are you, Wes? Oh, let me, I asked you to unmute.
Oh, fine. How are you? Thank you very much for allowing me to attend this session.
Of course. You have a great meeting. Nice to see you again.
Okay. Thank you. Hi, Barbara. Rhonda, I have a short speech to make after Barbara, if you have a time.
Okay. Yeah, you're here for one of the adjournments in memoriam, correct?
Right.
All right. Thank you. We've let the supervisor know.
Okay, thank you.
Morning, Martha.
Morning, Rhonda. How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good, thank you.
It was nice to see your shiny face for a minute.
Thanks.
Good morning, Jean.
Good morning. Thank you.
Have a great meeting.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, Rosario.
Good morning.
Have a great meeting. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. You too.
Morning, Heather.
Good morning.
Morning, Glenn.
Good morning. Checking to make sure my mic works.
It works wonderfully. Thank you. Have a great meeting.
Thank you.
Good morning, Vice President Ellenberg.
Good morning, Rhonda. How are you this morning?
Best day ever.
That's what I thought.
Have a great day.
You as well.
I'd ask you, but I know it's always the best day ever for you. So
Always.
good morning, James.
Good morning.
Have a great meeting.
Rhonda? Hello, Rhonda?
Yes, sir.
I was wondering, what's the timeline for this, honoring Wanda Alexander? And how much time do we have? Because I know Supervisor Lee will be talking about her too, so.
So the timeline, I can't give you an exact timeline, but the meeting will start at 9:30. They'll do opening, Pledge of Allegiance, and then I believe they go pretty quickly into the adjournments. So
Okay. Thank you very much.
you're welcome. Good morning, Supervisor Chavez.
Good morning.
Have a great meeting.
Thank you, Rhonda.
Good morning, Pastor McShane.
Good morning. Good morning. Thanks for having me here with you.
Thank you so much for joining us. Good morning, Jackie.
Morning.
Have a great meeting. Good morning, Consuelo and Miguel.
Good morning.
Good morning, President Wasserman. I see you smiling, but I can't hear you because you're muted.
There we go. Good morning, Rhonda Shrug.
Thank you. Have a great meeting.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, Paul.
Good morning. Thank you, Rhonda.
Thank you. Have a great meeting. Good morning, Megan.
Good morning, Rhonda.
Have a great meeting.
Thank you.
Good morning, Supervisor Semidian.
Good morning, Rhonda.
Have a great meeting.
Thank you.
Certainly hard to be heard when you've muted yourself. Rhonda, I don't see Supervisor Lee, and it's 9:30. Do we have him here?
That is correct, sir. I do not see him as well either yet.
All right, board members, if you don't mind, let's give him another minute. And
Supervisor Lee has just joined the room.
Supervisor Lee is in the building. All right.
In the building.
Let's call this Board of Supervisors meeting of February 23rd to order with a roll call, please.
Good morning, Supervisor Lee.
Good morning. And I'm present.
Thank you. Supervisor Chavez.
Here.
Supervisor Semidian.
Here.
Vice President Ellenberg.
I'm here.
And President Wasserman.
Here as well. Thank you very much.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. I'd like to do the Pledge of Allegiance now, and all those that can stand, please do so. I pledge allegiance
Allegiance
to the
to the flag
of the
of the United States of America and to the republic
for which
for
it
which it
stands,
stands,
one nation,
one nation, under God, indivisible,
with
with liberty and justice for all.
Words still ring true centuries later. Now we move on to the invocation by Pastor Kathy McShane of Los Altos United Methodist Church, brought to us by Supervisor Simidian. Supervisor, please take it away.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and colleagues. I'm very pleased to be able to welcome Pastor Kathy McShane, who is the senior pastor at Los Altos United Methodist Church, as Supervisor Wasserman just referenced. Pastor McShane came to her work by an interesting path. She was
Supervisor Simidian, we're getting about every other word.
all right. Thank you. Forgive me. I was just saying. Hope that's.
No, we're losing you again.
Dispense with the video and see if that helps.
That did help so far. Yes.
Thank you very much. Then let me just say again how much it pleases me to be able to welcome Pastor Kathy McShane from the United Methodist Church in Los Altos. She has come to her work through a somewhat interesting path, really. She was born in Oakland and was raised in the Armenian Orthodox Church that had been the spiritual home for both her parents and her grandparents, who arrived in the United States as immigrants early in the 20th century. She went on to get a bachelor's at UC Davis in public service and political science, and went to law school at UC Berkeley, became a lawyer, and then found that her faith called her and ended up serving in a number of leadership roles, everything after getting a divinity degree from Pacific School of Religion in Berkeley, everything from vice president at the Pacific School of Religion for 8 years, working with the United Methodist Church in Alamo and Sacramento and Campbell. And I think the one thing I should add before I turn to Pastor McShane is she and her congregants and her church have been remarkable partners in good works at their Mountain View church, which is now, as my colleagues will know, not just a faith institution first and foremost, but a shelter for the homeless, a resource center, a job training site, a place where the good works make manifest the faith that Pastor McShane and her congregants hold. It's been a joy to work with her over these past couple of years, and let me now turn the podium over, the virtual podium over to Pastor Kathy McShane, and thank her again for being with us this morning.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Simidian. As Joe just said, we have worked very closely together over the last few years, and I'm really grateful for his partnership and for your good work, and I'm grateful to be here this morning. You know, historically, religious communities were the dispensers of good in society, the organizations that redistributed good from one set of people who came by it by either hard work or privilege and shared it with those who needed it. And that's not so much where we put our reliance anymore as a society. Now we leave it to you. It is government that we expect to do the work that for hundreds and maybe even thousands of years, it was religious communities that were responsible for. So I often think that we are in the same work. Your work is very similar to the way, at least I see the work of the church in our communities today. So I thought I would share with you this morning, we have a new vision statement at this church, which as Supervisor Simidian just said, it is in Los Altos and Mountain View. And this is what we say. We said, we believe that God has this great hope for the world, communities where life flourishes for everyone. And together we are building that kind of community in this place with sustained connections with one another and with God, with our neighbors, with our families, with ourselves, in actions that stretch us toward a wider compassion and encourage to take meaningful risks. So connection and compassion and courage so that all may flourish. And I do think that is your work too. So I want to share with you and pray for you this prayer that we open many of our meetings with here. What we choose changes us. Who we love transforms us. How we live reshapes us. So in all our choosing, O God, make us wise. In all our loving, make us bold. In all our creating, give us courage. In all our living, may we become whole. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pastor McShane. Thank you very much, Supervisor Simidian.
Thank you, Supervisor Wasserman, and my thanks as well personally to Pastor McShane. Been a pleasure.
Thank you. Before we move on to items, item number 4 and 5, announcement, adjournments, and more memoriam, and commendations and proclamations, I'd like to ask anyone who wishes to speak on item number 6, which is public comment about anything not on today's agenda, to go ahead and raise your hand electronically so we can get an idea of how many speakers we have today under public comment. Again, public comment is reserved for items not on today's agenda. Thank you. With that, Supervisor Lee, we're going to turn to you for announcements of adjournments and memoriam. You done? Mute? There you go.
Thank you, Supervisor Wasserman. I apologize. I'm having some technical difficulty this morning. That's why I was having a hard time getting on this morning, and some of my notes regarding that also on there. I actually am going to ask if it's possible to give me 1 minute to get my paperwork ready here, and I'll be ready to do the adjournment. Good morning. Thank you.
Yep. And supervisors, while Supervisor Lee is getting that together, item number 5 is commendations and proclamations, which is actually item number 64, which is under consent. So if there is no objection, we'll handle that under consent, unless there's anyone that wishes to pull anything or add anything to item number 5. Not seeing any hands or voices. So
Okay.
again,
All right,
thank
good.
you.
I think I am now ready.
All right, Supervisor Lee.
Thank you for indulging me on my technical difficulties. As we are now living in a world of Zoom, we all have to live with all those difficulties. Today, I'm honored to have the opportunity to adjourn our meeting in honor of a couple of really special people. First is in memory of Wanda Alexander. Wanda Irene Alexander Brody, more, of course, to most of us who know her all these years as Wanda Alexander, was born on September 11, 1921, on 9/11, and she actually passed away on November 17, 2020, at the age of 99 years old. Wanda founded the Fireside Friendship Club and is also director of All Cooperating Together, ACT for Mental Health, since 1973. And was finally retired in 2018 at the young age of 97 years old. She was considered the social worker of Santa Clara County by so many. This Fireside Friendship Club at the VSO, which is an old military building, is a therapeutic community located in downtown San Jose back in 1966. She loved the Fireside Friendship Club and made it open to everybody, especially for members who connect through the struggles in mental illness and stay for the camaraderie of through peer help and counseling. The Fireside Friendship Club had plans its own activities with support from ACT staff, and participants enjoy outings to many venues, including local museums, concerts and events, and they take part in community service activities. Wanda always accepted everybody, everyone, and always found a place where they could be useful in using the talents. Wanda's desire was to promote the services among all people in the community, as well as implementing additional community programs. In the early 70s, when Wanda became the director of ACT, she started mobile crisis intervention and short-term counseling with interdisciplinary staff, including Dr. Barbara Ahrens, for whom the Barbara Ahrens Pavilion, BAP, at the Valley Medical Center is named after. She was always dedicated to creating a counseling center as a haven place for the mentally ill. She has been remembered by many, including Dominic Cortese, former county supervisors, and of course my predecessor's dad, also Norm Mineta, former mayor of San Jose. Wanda loved adventure and travel. As one of her nieces said, Wanda had a childlike joy in new experiences. In 1974, Wanda discovered her next passion, her nature in the wild, which stayed with her until she passed away. She visited the Galapagos Islands on a nature excursion, seeing ancient species in their natural habitat. Photographing them and seeing a rare part of the planet greatly untouched by human destruction led her to many, many more adventures. Wanda's also visited South America, Mexico, Africa, Europe, Russia, Asia, Antarctica, and more. She always sought out the animal habitat areas. Appreciation for the natural world grew each year, and she steadily became deeply committed to preserving habitat for animals. She was a generous donor to countless wildlife organizations and helped to create several nature preserves. Today, we adjourn in the memory of Wanda Alexander, and Barbara Bennett, Wanda's niece, and Wesley Mukoyama will also have a few words.
Otto, do you have somebody speaking now? Is it Barbara?
Yes, I believe I see the picture of Wes here. Wes, can you unmute your
I see Wes too. Unmute. There you go.
I'm waiting for Barbara to speak.
Oh, okay.
Barbara, speak.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you from the bottom of my.
Oh, we can't hear you, Barbara.
Pardon?
We can't
now
hear
we
you
hear you.
when you look down.
Oh, all right. Thank you. Thank you. Can you hear me all right now?
Yes, we can.
All right. You are so kind. And I know that Otto Lee and Wesley in particular have made this honoring of my aunt possible. Many of my family and many of Wanda's dear friends are tuning in as we speak, and I know it's greatly appreciated. Wanda was a true, unique, brilliant, force of nature woman. She was fearless. She loved adventure. She had great confidence in her abilities, which translated into being able to create work situations that were out of bounds. Wanda grew up in a home where laughter was greatly honored. She just loved the excitement of friends and being with people. That was a huge part of her life. If you're wondering how in the world you can live to be 99, I think laughter is probably at the top of the list. She also loved wine. She loved parties. During the last several months of COVID, one of her constant subjects of conversation had to do with all the people like you who she would invite to her home after she was able to get the COVID shot and be safe again. And she planned the menu. She wasn't much of a cook. So she thought that ordering in pizza and having lots of bottles of champagne would be the best way to celebrate her friendships. So I thank you for being part of her world and for recognizing what she did in your world.
Thank you, Robin.
Okay. Honorable President Mike Wasserman and supervisors, honorable supervisors of Santa Clara County. My name is Wes Mukoyama, and I'm a retired social worker who has lived in Santa Clara County for 51 years. And I have known Wanda Alexander ever since I came to California in 1973. After working for the county social services for 2 months, she convinced me to work for ACT at a lower wage, I might say, to work for ACT, all cooperating together for mental health, and Fireside Friendship Club in downtown San Jose on Market Street, across the street from the St. Clair Hotel and the Fairmont Hotel, where there's now a Cobra statue, as I recall. And that's where, they hold the Christmas dioramas. And it was the old VSO building. And that was a landmark and the beginning of many fireside friendship clubs throughout the Bay Area. I believe there's one still in Redwood City. We also worked as a team to do crisis intervention in the community. And I worked there for almost 2 years where my basic social work skills were learned. She was a great teacher and the experiences were critical in my career, and I continue to communicate with her throughout the years. We did advocacy in downtown hotels where the residents held their rent payments in order to improve services. And they organized marches to City Hall where Norman Etta was, and Mrs. Hayes was there, and we also went to the county board where Dominic Cortese was to get more funding for mental health programs. Indeed, she was a teacher and a pure social worker who hired legends such as Dr. Lowe, where Lowe Pavilion is, and Dr. Barbara Aarons, who tutored me and took me around to all the places that she went and taught me about severe mental illness. She continued to be director for ACT until she was, as Supervisor Lee said, 97 years old and finally retired in 2018. I will always remember what she preached to me. Santa Clara County is a growing metropolis, but will always have a small town feeling and attitude. I think in many ways that's true. I held her hand the night she passed away, and she said, smiling, "I don't feel like I'm dying." She passed away very peacefully that evening. Thank you for allowing me to speak about her. She is Miss Social Worker of Santa Clara County, I believe.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Lee.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Barbara, and thank you, Wes, for the kind stories you're able to share with us today. And I certainly have known Wanda for 20 years myself, and really, truly blessed to have the opportunity to know her. And my daughters too. Actually, we last visited about 9 months ago, and they gave us presents when I was visiting her. So truly amazing person. The second adjournment I would like to also offer today is in honor and memory of Judith Oppenheimer. Judith Oppenheimer was born in Berkeley, May 25th, 1940, and passed away on January 4th, 2021. Judy spent most of her childhood in the desert southwest of Pagosa Springs in Colorado and Los Alamos in New Mexico. After attending medical school as one of the first female students, Judy returned to the Bay Area and settled in Santa Clara County as a young pediatrician. She served the East San Jose community in private practice and as the managing pediatrician at Santa Clara Valley Medical Center East Valley Clinic before retiring. She served as the chief of medical staff at Alexian Brothers Hospital, now the RMC Regional Medical Center, becoming the first female chief of staff at any Bay Area hospital. She adopted her son, who followed in his mother's healthcare path and worked as a pediatric critical care nurse. She was an avid scuba diver, photographer, and member of the Peerless Poets writing group. She is survived by her son Neil, brother Michael, and her nieces and nephews. Her son Neil Oppenheimer is joining us in observing today's adjournment.
And is Neil speaking, Supervisor Lee?
He was, I believe he's scheduled to, but I don't see him on the screen right now. Neil, are you there? If you are, speak up now. Yeah, I don't.
excuse me, sir, he is in the room and I have asked him to unmute, so
Oh,
he should
thank
be able to speak now.
Great. Neil, go ahead. Yeah, we still can hear you.
Neil, I've sent you an unmute request. If you can accept that, you should be able to speak.
Hello, I just wanted to thank you very much for the chance to.
Neil, you're fading in and out.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Neil, I've sent
You can get a
an
little
unmute
closer to your
request.
speaker,
If
maybe.
you can accept that, you should be able to speak.
I did. Hello, can you hear me?
Hello, yes, we can.
Thank you very much for the chance to.
Neil, you're fading. Neil, we've lost you again. And you're muted.
I just want to thank you very much for the chance to memorialize my mother. Thank you.
Thank you, and sorry for your loss. Supervisor Lee.
And that's the two adjournment honor that I have today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, we talked about number 5 already, commendations and proclamations, which is handled in item number 64, which I assume we'll handle in consent in just a few minutes. But meanwhile, we'll go to item number 6, which is public comment. Again, for anybody wishing to speak about anything not on today's agenda, each speaker will have 1 minute, and we'll start now. Rhonda?
President Wasserman, 1 moment. Our first speaker is Robert Aguirre. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak, and the timer will start when you begin speaking.
Robert Aguirre here. I had to unmute 3 times. I don't know why. But anyway, I'd like to talk about the situation again that's going on out on Spring Street. The city of San Jose is continuing to spray the area with where people are. They're spraying them with Roundup, and it's a known carcinogen here in California. It's been recognized by many other counties as being something that they have a moratorium. They don't want anyone spraying that on people anymore, or using it actually anymore. And yet we are still experiencing this problem where they are coming out and spraying with full protective gear and spraying the people that are living out there without any kind of warning other than maybe a 1 hour notice prior to the spraying. And it's a carcinogen and it's putting people at risk.
Our next speaker is Paul Soto. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good morning, Paul Soto, proud son of Campesinos de Sal Si Puedes. I'd like to thank Supervisor Chavez for your press conference yesterday. In the future, if you could be mindful of the microphone. I couldn't hear you. I was straining to listen to you because this is a very important, critical piece of the overall comprehensive attempts in order to alleviate the homeless issues and the gentrification associated with it. So in the future, I literally hang on every single syllable and what you say, because it's critically important for the work that I do. So thank you again for that. With regard to what Robert Aguirre just said, we have a precedent for that. You know, pesticides have been sprayed on Chicanos and Mexicanos, my ancestors, as a matter of fact, which 15 are buried in Oak Hill Cemetery. So there's a precedent for the city's callousness and the county's complete indifference to spraying pesticides on human beings. So don't think that this is just immoral. We've done it before and profited from it.
The next speaker is Iohana Tapia. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Yes, hi, my name is Joanna Tapia. I am here, I'm in an LMFT with Santa Clara County. I am here today to express one of many concerns from the juvenile staff and myself at the juvenile hall. As you may know, due to 2 separate laws, the juvenile hall is now detaining adults up to the age of 25. And starting July, we'll be housing the DJJ population, which will change the entire work conditions for the staff and the conditions for the already detained. The staff has not been offered the proper training or been offered negotiations to the changes in work conditions. And let's not forget the shortage in staff, which makes it very concerning when increasing the population at the juvenile hall. I am here today to ask for a line staff to be allowed a seat in the table of the coalition that makes these decisions, ask for negotiations to begin with our union, and consideration of getting some coats back to meet the needs of the increasing population. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Rob Page. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Yes, hi, I'm Rob Peach, and I'm the father of 2 teenage daughters that play volleyball. And I want to thank you all for the change announced yesterday to allow outdoor sports to be played with COVID protocols. I don't want to appear ungrateful for the progress made, but as a dad of 2 daughters, I do feel I need to speak up about the fact that there will now be 89,000 boys playing football in California and 46,000 girls not playing volleyball. Those are CIF numbers. Football is the #1 boys sport and volleyball is the #1 girls sport, both fall sports. And my daughters have asked me several times in the last 24 hours, how come the boys get to play and not the girls? So I understand the outdoor versus indoor argument, but there's plenty of data that shows volleyball playing indoors with masks is the same transmission as outdoors. Lastly, girls in California are playing volleyball. I can attest to this. They're wearing masks, they're doing it safely. But I think high schools can do it safer. So my ask of all of you is that if the state allows us to play, we can do that.
Our next speaker is Chris Roble. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good morning, Chris Robel, Palo Alto resident, and I wanted to talk about Larry Stone's budget. I think it's important that you all level set on this. He has a $45 million budget and 269 employees. If you benchmark that against the 2 closest counties in terms of population in the state, Alameda and San Bernardino, that's off by magnitudes of over 50%. So Alameda's budget is for their assessor is 29 million and 173 employees. And San Bernardino has a budget of 32 million. So more than 50% higher budget and head count of 55% greater. And I don't think that when you look at, I'm talking to lots and lots of residents in Palo Alto, the assessments are clearly in many cases inflated, and there's the process is not collaborative. It's obviously there's a clear design to maximize the property taxes, and this just isn't right. So I hope that you will look at the budget and adjust accordingly when you go through that in May. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Brent Turner. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good morning, President Wasserman, board. My name is Brent Turner, and I'm here to speak about the recent solar winds hack that's been claiming the headlines. I represent a group of open source software advocates that deal with election system security, and we've been imploring the County of Santa Clara for over a decade to move toward better election systems that would not suffer this sort of solar winds attack. This is a migration away from the Microsoft-based proprietary code machines that we use currently, and many of you are familiar with this. Supervisors Simidian and others, the need for open source software rather than the black box systems. So we reiterate our hope that your county moves toward pooling resources with others toward this effort. Our national security depends on it. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tracy Pickering. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, thank you for your time. My name is Tracy Pickering, and I was elated to hear the county's announcement yesterday that outdoor youth sports can resume. However, as a parent of a senior that plays ice hockey for a local public high school in San Jose, I was deflated to see that indoor sports were not included. I was thinking about what to say last night as I was watching the Sharks play indoors at SAP, and also wondering why our kids can't play. My senior has missed his entire senior year, feasibly his last year playing a competitive sport. He'll be at college trying out, possibly for hockey, against kids in neighboring states who have been allowed to play indoor hockey without substantial spread of COVID-19. He's stressed out enough and feels that he will now also be at a further disadvantage. I just want to put the plea out there to let them play, return inside, and get our kids back to playing these sports and have them something to look forward to. Thanks for your time.
Our next speaker is B. Beekman. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, this is Blair Beekman here. I'm a person trying to learn, trying to be a harbinger to good open public policy ideas and how it can be a part of all boats can rise approach, with issues of equity, reimagine. There's a number of issues that can rebuild ourselves and sustain ourselves that are really important and can help all parts of the community and all sides. It's really interesting work, and that's our good future. With 30 seconds left, I simply wanted to remind some nice words were just spoken about the need of new ballot cybersecurity measures. There's cybersecurity measures coming up in San Jose today. For all of that work that is needed, there has to be the ideas of open public policy ideas with cybersecurity. These are ideas of peace, not war. We can work toward these good ideals to help build our better future. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Christine DeMuro. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, thank you. I echo the sentiments of thank you for listening to us about outdoor sports, but we're still leaving out the indoor sports and activities kids. I'm a mom of 3 teenage boys. They all play volleyball. College teams in our states are playing indoor volleyball. Club teams in Orange County are playing indoor competitions, but our youth are being left out. Let's work together to figure out a way to get indoor sports and activities back now for our kids and remove the multiple cohort rule. There's a very large group of determined and passionate parents here that want our kids to be able to pursue their passions. Let's work together to figure out a way to get this going. If you need more data, let us know. I guarantee you'll have more than you need for the support. Our kids deserve this. They need this. So I'm urging you to please consider allowing indoor sports and removing the multiple cohort rule. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Daniel Brooks. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Daniel, if you could unmute, that would be great.
Okay, bye. Hi, hello. This is Daniel. The reason I want to talk with you today is the county is going through a incentive program for retirement, which means that we are losing a lot of skilled and talented workers at this time. I would like to see more cross-training throughout all county departments, so skill, knowledge, and expertise is not lost. Further, I would like to avoid any more layoffs throughout the county. The loss of employees is detrimental to morale and detrimental to the skill and knowledge to serve the public. Further, there's issues at environmental services at the hospital, including COVID-19 screening and use of third-party contractors, and I asked the board to look into that issue as well. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you. This is Rebecca Eisenberg from Palo Alto. I call to ask for assistance with a matter of urgent notice. In Palo Alto, we are the city with the most billionaires per capita in the world, the city with the biggest division between the rich and poor, this only city that does not tax large businesses. In a couple weeks, the Palo Alto City Council will give $1 billion windfall to a private school called Castellea, which is supported by the biggest donors to the election campaigns of 6 out of 7 Palo Alto City Council members. This private school, Castellea, through its affiliated organizations, Palo Altans for Sensible Zoning and the Embarcadero Institute, seeks to double the size of its campus and 150% of its enrollment. Its campus currently occupies 60 residential lots on 7 acres of residential land in Palo Alto through a CUP of which has always been in violation. Please send help. This is corruption.
Our next speaker is Scott Largent. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good morning, everyone. Sorry if I kind of sound a little off this morning. They've still been spraying down at Spring Street, where I've been staying in my van and RV. I'm sick as a dog right now. This stuff, it says on these little flyers that they're supposed to be applying it at 7 a.m. It dries within a half an hour. They're applying it at like 8:15, 8:30, and they're just gassing everybody out there. I've already puked twice this morning. I mean, these things this is just cruel. Where do we go? I want to know where I go. Okay. I'm 5 years sober. There's no safe parking programs. They'll take vehicles that are as old as mine and everybody out there. These are mothers, children's, fathers, grandparents. These are people from our community. And this is the most inhumane thing in the world. I'll just tell you that. Spraying Roundup on the homeless. You really are gassing these people.
Our next speaker is Connie Picasso. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Connie?
Maybe we'll come back to Connie.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Adam Almanza. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, good morning. Recently, due to budget cuts, we've had to downsize the staffing, resulting in loss of positions and more work with less people. I work with Momentum for Health. In the past, inadequate budgeting set aside has resulted in high turnover of staff, low staff retention, as well as low morale overall. Already struggling to keep up with housing prices. The budget cuts are currently squeezing the programs and how do you say, squeezing the individuals that are trying to provide services. You know, at this point, what are struggling families to tell their loved ones when a single parent can only afford a single bedroom shared housing unit with 3 children, or an individual who's trying to be independent with a 4-year degree, and all they can do is rent a room while they're working in mental health. What will we do with a seat at the table? And how will you get an insightful perspective from people who are doing the work? Thanks for hearing me out.
Our next speaker is Doug. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Oh, hi, thank you. This is Doug, and I want to talk today about trade-offs and results and best practices, and specifically with respect to schools. Schools they need to be reopened, and adding single days and miscellaneous sports, outdoor sports is good, but if you look at the results over the last 11 months of them being closed, it's been terrible. Students have fallen behind in reading, writing, and math, but also social interaction skills. This has been compounded in different ages and income levels. The results of closing schools for minorities and low-income students creates an even wider gap in academic and life skills, and it's terrible. Look at the results. This is the disease. The cure is worse than the disease in this COVID shutdown. Sports and drama passions have been smothered for high school students. let's look at best practices and adjust this as soon as possible. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is username Armis. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Armis, go ahead. You're unmuted.
Members of the Board of Supervisors, this is Armas speaking. I'm a medical assistant in the Valley Specialty Center and a chapter chief shop steward with our SCIU 521. Today, you will all be voting on the deletion of hundreds of positions within our health and hospital system proposed by high health and hospital executives. As you know, our clinics and social services are working and have been working on skeleton crews even before the pandemic hit. The county needs to uphold their pledge of better health for all and focus on providing excellent patient care and services by meeting adequate staffing levels all across the board. Staffing levels are extremely low as it is. Deleting our jobs will create a higher burden not only on us, the workers, but especially on the people we provide services for. Patient care has been delayed, putting their health at risk. Community services to which our community relies on haven't been rendered timely or not offered at all.
Our next speaker is Jose Valle. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you're speaking. Jose, if you could unmute.
Unmute. Hey, how you doing? Good morning. This is Jose Valle. I'm with Silicon Valley Debug in the city of San Jose. I'm speaking on behalf of item number 12. We believe community input, including our loved ones who are incarcerated, should be on the foundation of every step moving forward, and that we keep care first, jail last as a decision-making principle throughout the entirety of the process. This means community input should be crafting the initial scope and content of the questions to be asked to frame the needs assessment. We believe we need a more holistic title of the needs assessment so that it's not already framed as a carceral plan. Thank you.
Thank you. And Jill, just a reminder to our speakers, this is public comment. We speak on anything not on the agenda. If you want to speak on an agendized item, we just ask that you wait until that item comes around. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lisa Little. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, this is Lisa Liddell, mom of 2 daughters who play sports outdoor as well as indoor. And I know you're dealing with a lot of inequities throughout the county and hearing all the different issues that are coming up. I do want to speak out on youth sports and the inequity right now that's affecting kids across the county, because I have been to other counties and I see how the kids are playing, and for many who are relying on college recruiting and so forth, they're not getting seen, they're not getting the practice that they need, and they're not getting the mental health. So I'm imploring you to please allow indoor sports. They just had news today that the majority of the transmission of the virus is through the teachers, and the kids are being very good about wearing their masks and playing indoor volleyball in particular, I'm calling about, but hockey or basketball, the kids need to get back to their sport and have a fair chance of continuing on to give them a chance. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Emily Saule. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good morning, council members. I'm echoing our fellow community members regard to youth sports. We were grateful for the announcement yesterday that Santa Clara was finally going to align with the state and the rest of the country. As parents of student athletes, we see mental and physical benefits of sports that provide our kids. This is an outlet for them. But the announcement did leave a lot of kids on the sidelines, especially indoor sports. We hope that we can meet and collaborate with you to show how 40 other states have done this successfully. It's important, again, for their mental health. Es importante para la mente de nuestros niños. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is M.W. Harton. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, Board of Directors of Santa Clara County. This is Mike Wharton, Santa Clara resident. I thank you for allowing me to speak today. I was going to spend my allotted time sharing my feelings that I believe the one cohort mandate is flawed and has no data or science to support, and that there are no CDC guidelines to return to sports that restrict youth to one cohort sport or activities. But instead, I asked my son to put in words what this means to him. I would have asked him to present this himself, but he is attending virtual school at this time. Here are his words. Hello, my name is Ryan. I am 12 years old, and this past Tuesday was my birthday. I made a wish that I could play sports again. I played flag football, and I was an all-star on my Little League team. My team made it to the championship game, but we did not get to play. I have a friend, Charlie, who moved a few months ago to Austin, Texas. He gets to play soccer, swim team, flag football, and just had tryouts. I don't understand why we are not being able to play multiple sports. I don't get it. I have to pick one sport. I don't want to let my teammates, friends, and coaches down. I don't understand it. This stresses me out.
We'll try Connie Picasso one more time. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, can you hear me this time?
Yes.
Yes, perfect. Okay, my name is Connie Picasso. I'm a marriage and family therapist at the Santa Clara County Behavioral Health Call Center. From my end, I've been seeing how the demand for mental health services continues to steadily increase. And part of me says, well, thank goodness, right? People are reaching out for help. But there's also the growing anxiety in me because I know that the current system is not equipped by any means to handle these growing requests for mental health services. Our direct service providers are already drowning under a mountain of caseloads composed of real, living, breathing, hurting people. And it is scary to think that mental health workers and their services are not valued enough to be protected from budget cuts. Yes, budget cuts may be necessary, but taking it out of mental health funding would be like cutting out a sick man's heart in hopes that he will recover from his ailment. I ask in behalf of our community to please reconsider deleting any Santa Clara County mental health codes or.
Our next speaker is Lan Nguyen. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name's Lan and I work at O'Connor Hospital Radiology Department. And when a doctor orders an exam.
Oops, we lost you.
Sorry. When a doctor orders an exam, my job is to call the nursing unit and make arrangements to get the patient down and do their exams. Short staffing really affects my ability to take care of the patients. In the emergency room, it's normal to call multiple times just to get a hold of someone. Sometimes I have to leave my department and walk over there, and most of the time it's like a ghost town. For the inpatient units, one time it took us over 10 hours. That's 2 different shifts just to get a hold of someone. It's a hospital-wide issue. The other issue is just getting the basic supplies to do our job. So if you want to mop a floor, you need a mop, water, and a container to hold the water. We don't have the mop or the water. That's how basic these supplies are to us. And it's not that we don't have the supplies. The Central Supply Department just doesn't have enough staff to stock the supply closet.
That concludes our speakers.
Thank you very much, Jill, and thank you to the 20 speakers that chose to speak to us today about items on their mind. Board members, I just want to make clear for the record that state currently doesn't allow indoor sports. That's certainly something I hope is allowed soon, but currently that's not allowed. And we will be allowing multiple sports outdoors coming soon. Dr. Smith, you've got a couple of comments on some of the public comments we heard.
No, I have no comments unless there's questions for me.
Thank you. Board members, any questions for Dr. Smith? Seeing and hearing none, I will mention to all of you, because we're doing teleconferences, we're now changing the way that we do voting. We will be doing roll call voting for the items that require a vote, and there is no vote needed on any of the received reports needed. So I just wanted to clarify that going forward. With that, we will move from public comment to consent calendar. Consent calendar is currently items 37 to 82. Jill, if you could please read the revised consent calendar that you have currently.
Thank you. We have a request from President Wasserman to add item number 15 to the consent calendar. Item number 15 is to approve referral to County Council to prepare an ordinance code amendment to require disclosure of consultants hired, expenditures made, and lobbying activity involving land use applications for more than 25,000 square feet of development in the unincorporated county. We have a request from County Council to hold item number 20 to date uncertain. Item number 20 is to receive report with options for consideration relating to enabling timely and appropriate sharing of information between Custody Health Services, Behavioral Health Services Department, and the Superior Court while ensuring adherence to the HIPAA and other applicable privacy laws. We have a request from Vice President Ellenberg and Supervisor Chavez to add item number 22 to the consent calendar. Item number 22 is to receive report relating to the continuum of care services. We have a request from administration to hold item number 23 to March 23, 2021. Item number 23 is to receive report relating to recommendations presented at the December 4, 2020 Human Trafficking Commission meeting.
And Jill, I'm going to interrupt for just 1 minute. Anybody listening in that wishes to speak on consent items, please raise your hand electronically so we can recognize you next. Thank you, Jill.
Thank you. We have a request from Vice President Ellenberg to consider item numbers 33 and 34 concurrently. Item number 33 is to receive report relating to the implementation of Senate Bill 823 Juvenile Justice Realignment. Item number 34 is to consider recommendations relating to proposed adoption of Juvenile Justice Coordinating Council bylaws. We have a request from administration to hold item number 35 to March 9, 2021. Item number 35 is to receive report relating to next steps and options for consideration regarding processes for a new custodial treatment facility. We have a request from Supervisor Simidian to remove item number 51 from the consent calendar to be considered concurrently with item numbers 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, and 30. Item number 25 is to receive report relating to the implementation of the 2016 Measure A Affordable Housing Bond. Item numbers 26 through 30 are delegations of authority relating to specific 2016 Measure A Affordable Housing Bond projects. Item number 51 is to consider recommendations relating to intent purchase real property located at 10591 North De Anza Boulevard, Cupertino. And that concludes the consent calendar.
Thank you, Jill. And fellow board members, we will hear 25 to 30 together. And if this motion, if what we have before us approves, we'll have 51 in that group as well for Supervisor Simidian's request. With that said, Jill, we're going to turn to the speakers. They'll get 2 minutes each. Excuse me, I'm going to interrupt myself once again. Supervisors, do any of you wish to add anything else onto consent or delete anything? That way our speakers will know that ahead of time. Yes, Supervisor Lee.
Thank you, President Wasserman. Couple of items to add. I would like to request item 11 to be heard concurrently with item number 10 that corresponds with the Public Health Department COVID-19 report. Item 11 is the referral submitted by Supervisor Chavez and myself relating to the COVID vaccine utilization plan and along with that a paid advertising campaign to get the word out. Okay, and with item number 75, I don't want to pull it off of consent, but just want to make a comment. And I would like to respect the board's action at the last Board of Supervisor meeting and the budget process to allow the visa changes to occur. However, I just want to mention that given the county's rosier budget projection, I think it is possible that some of the eliminated visa positions may be restored through the county budget process in the future due to the federal stimulus package and the ERAF determination. The departments may have elected to include deleted visa positions as part of the budget request for fiscal year 2022. In a few months, when we consider the budget in 2022, the departments will have a full understanding of how the deleted positions will impact the workload, informing the board's decisions on this budget. So in the meantime, I believe we need to work closer with our unions and leaders with our departments so that our labor management meetings to share these feedbacks about the staff impacts. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Ellenberg.
Thank you. I also had fairly similar comments on 75 with a question as well, and I realized that a second reading should be routine, but wanted to just share and echo some of Supervisor Lee's comments. I'm definitely hopeful that the American Rescue Plan Act will pass, be signed by President Biden. We know that the funds are intended to help state and local governments cover increased expenditures and replenish lost revenue, mitigate economic harm from the pandemic. And I want to particularly thank our local SEIU 521 for their persistent and impactful lobbying in which they've engaged on our behalf to ensure that funds from the Rescue Plan Act are allocated directly to county governments. And Supervisor Lee, forgive me if you just asked for this. I didn't think I heard it, but I would be interested in an off-agenda report that would lay out for us really what the likelihood is that we could use dollars from this plan to ensure that we're maintaining adequate levels of service by, obviously investing in our workforce and safety net services rather than deleting unfilled positions from the budget. And I'm particularly concerned about the deletions of unfilled positions in mental health services, since it's a very clear priority to the board to expand services in this level. So that's a piece that I would like the off-agenda report to address. Again, this is new information that we didn't feel as confident about the last time we met. So that's my request, please.
Thank you. Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you. I will echo both of my colleagues' thoughts and concerns, appreciate them, and also appreciate the focus on behavioral health. I also just wanted to let the community know that at the DFCS social, at our Children's Family Seniors Committee on February 23rd, we're going to be taking a dive into the implications for the social work codes and the particular programs that have been raised as a concern. So then the other thing I wanted to add is for item number 20, this is a request from County Council to hold number 20 to a date uncertain. I want to request that this come back to the board on March 23rd instead of a date uncertain. Thank you.
March 23rd for number 20?
That's correct.
Thank you. All right, with that, we'll turn to our speakers and 2 minutes each.
Thank you. We'll set the timer for 2 minutes. Our first speaker is B. Beekman. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
And please identify which item, Blair, that you're speaking.
Item 75.
Thank you.
For this item, I just wanted to, our new president-elect, Joe Biden, he had a formal ceremony yesterday about COVID deaths. I want to very much respect it and respect what he can be working towards in the next few years. I hope that can possibly include how to maybe report COVID death numbers are maybe significantly higher than being reported. And it's that reporting of learning to report with numbers at least 1.2 million that can give a good perspective and comparison to our normal flu deaths of about 300,000 a year. To give more accurate numbers of at least 1.2 million that COVID deaths have been causing can give a real important perspective in what we're dealing with this disease. It's a very harmful disease and we can't treat it casually. I hope we treat our HVAC systems and our new school implementation programs with respect, and we don't rush into the new school systems, but we simply, it's a slow process, and things can be accomplished that way. I had a few words about how can the county government, large corporate grocers and large restaurant chains pool their money and resources together and help pay for, stabilize, and subsidize remaining hazard pay needs for smaller independent grocers and restaurants with item 32. I have to leave later, so I thought I'd mention that now. Can you pool together your resources with large grocery outlets to help subsidize smaller grocery outlets? I think that should be part of the work of the county level to better improve the San Jose ideas.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Paul Soto. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good morning, Supervisors. Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. I'd like to speak, I don't know the numbers, but I'd like to speak to the work that Supervisor Ellenberg is doing with respect to juvenile justice and juvenile halls and just all of that work that you're doing. I reached out to you. I gave you my number. I give you my email. It's critically important that people like me inform the work that you're doing. I spent my entire juvenile years inside of the juvenile hall that you have downtown, B6 and B1. I've spent 38 years total in institutions, in psych wards, in THUs, in recovery houses. So I'm availing myself to my county because we're at a very critical point in our orientation in the way that we relate to our institutions and in the way that we relate to government. And we're trying, at least we're trying to have these conversations that could never be had before. If you look at the medical records of kids that were in juvenile hall in the years where I was in juvenile hall, you'll see broken clavicles, broken wrists, broken bones, broken jaws. Those weren't from the inmates fighting each other. Those were from the guards getting us and dipping us into the ground. Oh, but of course it's illegal. We can't do that. HIPAA laws protect the county from researching those medical records. So I would suggest you use that as a start point to guide. And then the traumas that stemmed from that, what the county did is they criminalized that behavior when it surfaced within the juvenile when he started growing up. That's number one. Number two is that we're changing the definition of what juvenile means. The senora earlier spoke to that. You're gonna have 25-year-olds in the juvenile system. From a societal perspective, that is an adult. But from a legal standpoint, he's a juvenile. So we really need to understand those nuances, and I avail myself to the county to do that. Thank you.
Our next speaker is username TD. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. TD, if you could unmute yourself. We will come back to TD momentarily. Our next speaker is Scott Largent. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's the item that I'm talking about on the consent calendar is item 47 involving the civil grand jury report involving process serving in Santa Clara County. Now, these civil grand jury reports, of course, the supervisors have to respond, the county has to respond. So the public understands you can access these off of our county website and our district attorney's website. These civil grand jury reports are a good eye into what is going on in our system. And there is some fantastic information in there. This is stuff that I do hope that the supervisors actually thoroughly read through and don't just stick it to staff or kick it to the curb. I've dealt with some problems with process serving in Santa Clara County. I've dealt with the stuff being tossed down the road. I've had people that I advocate for that weren't properly served. Even Sumatra Rose, Simple Rose, that homeless gal that I've been advocating for, she was not served properly. And when these cases go in front of Santa Clara County judges, and you are in a situation where you're poor, homeless, mentally ill, they always say service is proper, and they say that you were served, and that's just not right. And in Rose's situation, she was out incarcerated at Elmwood, and nobody did anything about taking her to her court appearance at civil court to fight a restraining order. And that trickled into more charges and just stacked it. It's very sad right there that nobody would do the right thing. And I hope you review these reports. And I'd also like to thank Paul Soto for being open and honest about what's happened in his life. I was also incarcerated in juvenile hall around the same time. And that stuff was absolutely unbelievable what happened to us. And we were just children. It's very sad. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jesus Ibanez. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Jesus Ibanez. I'm with Project Evolve, Caras in South County. I'm speaking on item number 33. I opposed the current plan as it stands because of the lack of community input. The Probation Department didn't seek the community input on with doing its report. Additionally, I oppose any funding for the remodeling of the juvenile hall downtown. As it is a structure built for adults. You can remodel it and put more funds into it. You can even build it out of gold, but still a gilded cage. Additionally, it's a place where individuals could be in prison there for a decade or more. For example, a 12-year-old arrested and sentenced on 707B crime can possibly be incarcerated up until the age of 25. So that's 13 years. That is a prison. So don't fund any more upgrades for the prison downtown, essentially a prison, but house the youth in alternative homes or in centers such as the Bill Wilson Center or the Midtown Family Services, who are willing to house these youth and provide services, even set up re-entry programs. Or in the alternative, bring back the Boys Ranch in South County in Morgan Hill that was got rid of a couple years ago. Or also bring back the Wright Center. The youth need to be rehabilitated, and studies have shown where they are housed in homes instead of these centers that are prisons, they thrive in society. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you so much, County Board of Supervisors, for the ability to speak today. I am speaking with regard to item number 57 about conflict of interest codes. I want to say I fully support the conflict of interest codes and restrictions that are suggested here. But I urge the county, as a matter of county policy, to put in place strong conflict of interest codes countywide, without exception. In particular, conflict of interest codes are extremely important in jurisdictions like Palo Alto that has no limitations on campaign contributions, no campaign contribution limits, very lack term limits that allow elected officials to leave for 2 years and then return again. And a lot of decisions that appear to be, like I mentioned earlier, with regard to Castellea, decisions that create an undeniable perception of conflict of interest. I think that history has shown us that when we rely on elected officials to govern themselves and place limitations on their own powers, that most of the time they fail to do so. That is why we need county leadership in this matter. We need the county to create very clear guidelines for all school districts and all local municipal officials to disclose anything that even creates a conflict, to disclose all financial and familial and other interests, so we can have a non-corrupt government. Thank you so much for considering.
And that concludes our speakers. Mr. President, you are on mute.
Thank you very much, Jill. I'm going to go down our list here of what it is we have before us now. It is to hold item number 20, 23, and 35. And item number 23 is to come back on March 23rd. We are putting on consent items 15 and 22. We are taking number 51 off of consent, and we'll hear with items 25 to 30, which will be heard together. Also heard together will be items 33 and 34. We will hear item 11 with number 10. And we would like an off-agenda report coming back on the likelihood of the federal dollars. They're one-time funds, but the likelihood of those helping us with our projected budget deficit at this time. And I believe that covers everything. Supervisors, anything to add or correct? If not, we will take a roll call vote once I have a motion. Supervisor Lee.
Thank you, Chair Wasserman. I just realized since we're pushing out 30 and 33 and 34, I see that my referral that I put together on item number 12 actually mentions that. So I would like to ask that regarding item 12, regarding the issue of juvenile hall review, I would like to go and delete that off my referral for now in anticipation of work along with 33 and 34 down the road. I think that would make more sense.
Supervisor Lee,
Yes.
we're hearing 33 and 34 together. You're referring to item number 12, which you brought forward. You wish to delete item 12 at this time?
No, I don't want to delete 12. I just want to delete it. Within 12, there's one item relating to the language in reference recommendation to include juvenile hall and James Ranch as part of the master plan. I would just want to remove that part regarding the juvenile hall situation, but 12 is still on the agenda, yes.
Okay, so we're leaving 12 as is and to be discussed in its order.
Correct, yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
That said, do I have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Vice President Ellenberg. Do I have a second? Thank you, Supervisor Chavez. Any further discussion? Otherwise, I will call for the vote. Jill, take it away.
Thank you. Supervisor Lee?
Aye.
Supervisor Chavez?
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian?
Simidian, aye.
Vice President Ellenberg?
Yes.
And President Wasserman?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to come back to 8 and 9. That's to be heard no earlier than 11 o'clock, and it's 10:40. We will pass on 10, and 11's being heard with 10, and that's no sooner than 1 o'clock. So we are going to move forward to item 12. Supervisor Lee.
Thank you very much, President Wasserman. This is a referral regarding the Santa Clara County Correctional Systems Master Plan. As we recall, we had a very, very vigorous discussion a couple of meetings ago regarding the issue of the potential building of a facilities. Initially, it was the facilities to replace Main Jail South, but now I think the evidence is pretty clear that Main Jail North is also a problem, that we might have to build something to replace that, along with the fact that we're talking about the building of mental health and behavioral health facilities that's very much needed in our many of our inmates, and the discussion of talking about potentially building this also in Elmwood. This is such a huge issue that I really think we need to be more mindful of how to proceed, because this is obviously a large change as to what we're planning to do, and obviously the feelings of this is very strong. But more importantly, I really do believe that we need to have a way to take a look, have a census of who's been housed in our carceral facility for the past few years, and try to accommodate for the new changes in the laws, whether we're talking about no bail reform from the releases from COVID, and at the same time also the potential of the effect of some of the inmates being sent from the state prisons back to the county, right? So there's a lot of changes in terms of the sense of how many people we will need to house for these facilities. And then the other thing, of course, is regarding the mental health. We're going to build something like the mental health facilities in let's say in Elmwood. What type of sizing do we need? What type of facilities do we need based on the level of mental health needs? And potentially even the issue of some type of substance abuse program that might be needed along with it too. So I think these are some very big issues that we need to look at. And so I would suggest that we should put these issues together to study it with this master plan, to review it. Another issue that has not been talked about is about the sustainability. We've been saying in our sustainability master plan that we will build sustainably, but being a carbon neutral county, to zero waste and zero emissions. The issue of these type of buildings, of course, is important, and I think we certainly should look into providing the leadership in energy environmental design type of certification on anything that we build. And so I just want to mention that those are things that I think we should look into when it comes to these issues. So I would like to ask the administration to come back with these plans. And the one thing I do want to ask is, I think on our report, we mentioned the date to come back to us was on April 15th, but I'm just trying to see if it's possible to ask the staff if April 6th is actually work better, because based on the calendar, I think that would actually fit better of what we need. So anyways, I just want to get this referral out there and see if my colleague would be amenable, and also staff's amenable. This is something that we could do so that we could finally put together a correction needs assessment and county correctional system master plan before we truly move forward on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. If it's all right with you, supervisors, we'll turn to public comment at this time. Sounds good. And each person will have, what do we have now? So 8.
11.
Each person will have 1 minute.
Thank you very much. We'll set the timer for 1 minute. Our first speaker is Paul Soto. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you for this work, Supervisor Lee. I would refer you to Supervisor Ellenberg. She has all of my information. If you would like to use it, I'm availing myself to you. With respect to the jail, you can design whatever it is that you want. It is the culture that exists within the departments and the officers. The officers are refusing vaccinations. Okay, so they're the ones that are bringing this in. There was photographs of guards having a party with no masks on. So you really have to understand what you're dealing with, and we need to normalize the language. I only have 1 minute to speak, and that's a shame, because I am literally a resource for this kind of work within the context of city and county government. If you have any questions about the sincerity and my dedication to this work, I implore you, ask Councilman Arenas and ask Councilman Perales about what the kind of work that I'm doing in the city level. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Imelda Adams. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Imelda, please unmute yourself. One more time. We'll come back to Imelda. Our next speaker is username Law Foundation. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
This is Allison Brunner, CEO of the Law Foundation of Silicon Valley. We continue to strongly urge the board to remain committed to the values that were born out of the collective demands for racial justice last summer, especially when it comes to actions and processes related to reimagining alternatives to incarceration. Those values include deferring to an external community-centered process, one that involves a deep, holistic analysis that does not presume an end result. The inclusion of other jail facilities in a larger needs assessment does not change this in any way. We must not presume a new jail is our end result. We must not presume a mental health facility as our end result. We urge you to remain true to the original goal of creating a meaningful process and sufficient time to get there. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kevin Ma. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, Supervisors. My name is Kevin Ma, and I'm a member of Showing Up for Racial Justice at Sacred Heart. I live and work in District 5. I'm here to support a needs assessment for community safety that centers the perspectives of the community, especially system-impacted people. For example, instead of starting with the question of how many jail beds and how many mental health beds our county needs, we should ask, how can we keep everyone in their own bed, surrounded by family and community with the resources they could need? What community-based services to improve housing, jobs, mental health support, substance use treatments, pre-trial and re-entry services do we need? Let's especially collaborate with system-impacted county residents to identify, budget for, and implement alternatives to incarceration so we can have true public safety. We must make sure that the system is fair to everyone and make sure that this decision-making process takes in the right information so we can get the right solutions. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sparky Harlan. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, Sparky Harlan, CEO, Bill Wilson Center. I hope as we're reimagining the justice system, we also look at what we're doing with DJJ and juvenile hall. As San Francisco is shutting down their juvenile hall because of fewer young people needing incarceration, we should look at juvenile hall being shut down for youth and repurposed as part of the adult prison system, and really look at youth being sent to the ranch in a more home-like setting or to community alternatives. There are plenty of us who are willing to take on this effort. I think we really need to look at the juvenile system and adult system as a continuum and really reimagine it together. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Leslie Zeiger. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Leslie?
Hello, I'm
Go ahead.
Leslie Zeiger. I'm a member of Showing Up for Racial Justice at Sacred Heart, and I live in Supervisor Simedian's district. I'm here to support a needs assessment for community safety that centers the perspectives of the community, especially system-impacted people. For example, instead of starting with the question of how many jail beds and how many mental health beds our county needs, we should ask, how can we keep everyone in their own bed, surrounded by family and community? What community-based services to improve housing, jobs, mental health support, substance use treatments, pre-trial and re-entry services do we need? Let's especially collaborate with system-impacted county residents to identify, budget for, and implement alternatives to incarceration so we can have true public safety.
Our next speaker is Gordon. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Gordon Freischlad. I'm a member of Showing Up for Racial Justice at Sacred Heart. I live in District 5. I'm here to ask the board to initiate a comprehensive needs assessment for community safety that includes the community from the start of the process and throughout. In a facilitated county community collaboration that centered the voices of impacted people, LA County has moved away from brick and mortar to decentralized services in existing facilities. The scope and questions of Santa Clara County's assessments must center input from system impacted people. the Public Safety and Justice Committee would be an appropriate forum for this community process. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Catherine. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, I'm Catherine Ono. I'm a member of Showing Up for Racial Justice at Sacred Heart, and I live in District 4. I'm here to support a comprehensive needs assessment for community safety that includes the community from the start of the process and throughout. The scope and questions guiding Santa Clara County's assessment must center the impact or the input from system impacted people. In a facilitated county community collaboration that centered the voices of impacted people, LA County has moved away from brick and mortar to decentralized services in existing facilities. We should not restrict ourselves by presupposing a carceral approach to community safety. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Raj Jayadev. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Raj, go ahead.
Hi, within the frame offered in the referral, we want to include important safeguards to ensure community values direct the process and principal commitments already made by this board are explicitly honored. We believe community input, specifically of those detained and their loved ones, should be the foundation of every step moving forward. This means community input should be in the crafting of the initial scope and content of the questions to be asked to frame the needs assessment. This initial stage can occur through the thorough community engagement process, as previously discussed, occurring in the Public Safety and Justice Committee. But while we don't want it to be presumptuous and have a predetermined destination, what we can follow is the guide of decision-making, which allows the Care First Jail Last as a guiding applicable decision-making principle throughout the entirety of the process. And that's even in the title. Instead of calling it the Santa Clara County Correctional Systems Master Plan, we should call it the Santa Clara County Care First Jail Last Systems Master Plan and move from there, boldly allowing our values to dictate what our future would be. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tina Brown. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Tina Brown. I am a system impacted family member with a loved one inside the main jail. I am also here as an advocate and supporter of Silicon Valley Deep Book. We believe community input, including our loved ones who are incarcerated, should be the foundation of every step moving forward, and that we keep Care First, Jails Last as a decision-making principle throughout the entirety of the process. This means community input should be crafting the initial scope and content of the questions to be asked to frame the needs assessment. We believe we need a more holistic title of the needs assessment, so it is not already framed as a carceral plan. We also believe a facilitation body that has experience in navigating counties through a community-centered process that allows for a holistic review. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Lauren Renaud. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Lauren Renaud. I'm a member of Showing Up for Racial Justice at Sacred Heart, and I live in Cindy Chavez's district. I'm here to support a needs assessment for community safety that includes the perspectives of the community. The scope and questions of this assessment must center input from system impacted people. We must not presume that quote unquote correctional facilities will answer the problems, but have a sincere needs assessment that seeks actual community health and safety for everyone and considers the breadth of community-based services that may improve housing, jobs, mental health support, substance use treatment, pretrial and reentry services. We believe community input, specifically those detained and their loved ones, as Tina just mentioned, should be the foundation of every step moving forward, and that we keep Care First, Jail Last as a guiding, applicable decision-making principle throughout this process, a framework that helps us agree on the goals and values of this community as we work together. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Noah Alvarez. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Melissa. I am a system impacted person. My loved one is in the San Jose main jail. We believe county's administration history of taking Board of Supervisors instruction for research and analysis regarding alternatives to incarceration, and yet still moving the process back to building a jail evidences that they are not the right body to direct the needs assessment, as they have a predetermined jail project they aim to build. We believe the care first, jail last as a decision-making principle throughout the entirety of the process and community input from the start to the beginning. It's no secret that more than half of the jail population have mental health needs, and the COs are not trained to deal with those types of issues, and it's not fair for those who are having these issues either. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Nicole Boaz. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Nicole. I'm a member of Showing Up for Racial Justice at Sacred Heart, and I live in District 2. I'm here to ask the board to initiate a comprehensive needs assessment for community safety that includes the community from the start of the process and throughout. In a facilitated county community collaboration that centered the voices of impacted people, LA County has moved away from brick and mortar to decentralized services in existing facilities. The scope and questions of Santa Clara County's assessment must center input from system impacted people. The Public Safety and Justice Committee would be an appropriate forum for this community process. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Scott Largent. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Throughout any bit of this process that we're talking about, we just need family involved. We need the community involved. You have a lot of people that have been damaged from our system. Hearing Paul Soto talk about his experiences in juvenile hall is basically like ripping a stab back to think about how bad everything was. Most of the people that got hemmed up in jail in juvenile hall when I was about 12 years old were for just petty stuff, smoking on campus, a truancy ticket, dumb stuff that started the criminal process, and most of them ended up in state prison by the time they were done with it. My family out of Saratoga spent a lot of money to try to fight that process, hundreds of thousands of dollars, and I still ended up becoming a ward of the state. I can only imagine people that really didn't come from wealth, power, and influence. Very sad. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ralph King. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you. I'm Ralph King. I'm a member of Showing Up for Racial Justice at Sacred Heart, and I'm here to support Supervisor Lee's proposal to initiate a comprehensive needs assessment that incorporates community input. The approach needs to be comprehensive, not piecemeal. We need to slow down the process and build something that makes sense, if we build it all, that is. LA County, for example, has moved away from brick and mortar, as some have stated, towards decentralized services in existing facilities, care villages, as they're called. Now, some may call this shift defund the police, but another way to phrase it is moving funds to where the true need is. I sincerely hope the Public Safety and Justice Committee will initiate its robust community process very soon, as promised, and begin by taking input from the Care First, Jail Last Coalition and system impacted people on the needs assessment that Supervisor Lee proposed. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Arushi. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Arushi Gupta. I'm part of Stanford Students for Workers' Rights and a resident of District 5. I'm here to ask the board to initiate a comprehensive needs assessment for community safety that includes community input from the start of the process and throughout. As previous speakers have emphasized, input from community members who have been detained and their loved ones should be the foundation of every step moving forward. The principles of care first, jail last should guide the entirety of this process. We believe a facilitation body that has experience in navigating counties through a community-centered process that allows for a holistic review around the causes of incarceration, the needs of impacted communities, and can synthesize the dialogue into actionable policies and projects, is the appropriate partner for this process. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lori Catcher. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Lori Catcher. I am a member of Showing Up for Racial Justice at Sacred Heart, and I live in Supervisor Chavez's district. And I'm also here to support a needs assessment for community safety that centers the perspectives of the community. As you've heard before, we are especially asking for system impacted people to be centered in this process. For example, instead of starting with the question of how many jail beds and how many mental health beds our county needs, we should ask, how can we keep everyone in their own bed, surrounded by family and community? What community-based services to improve housing, jobs, mental health support, substance use treatments, pre-trial and re-entry services do we need? Again, let's especially collaborate with system-impacted county residents to identify, budget for, and implement alternatives to incarceration so that we can have true public safety.
Our next speaker is Raimundo Armendariz. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Raimundo Armendariz, and I am a resident of District 1, South County, Supervisor Wasserman's area or region or district. So I would like to voice that I am in full support of Supervisor Lee's request for a review, as well as supporting Silicon Valley Debug's request that community be a part of any process, including an evaluation. So centering community. I also have family members who've been incarcerated, family members who suffer from, unfortunately, from mental health, and believe that any facility or any programs or alternatives to facility also focus on addressing the issues of mental health for folks who are in the justice system. And I'll leave with that. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Michelle Coleman. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Michelle Coleman. I'm a member of Showing Up for Racial Justice at Sacred Heart, and I live in Supervisor Ellenberg's district. I also support a needs assessment for community safety that centers the perspectives of the community, especially system-impacted people. For example, instead of starting with the question of how many jail beds and how many mental health beds our county needs, we should ask, how can we keep everyone in their own bed, surrounded by family and community? What community-based services to improve housing, jobs, mental health support, substance use treatments, pretrial and re-entry services do we need? Let's especially collaborate with and center the voices of system-impacted county residents to identify, budget for, and implement alternatives to incarceration so that we can have true public safety. Thank you.
The next speaker is Molly McLeod. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good morning. My name is Molly McLeod, and I'm a system impacted family member. And one of the things that always will stay with me is the day that I volunteered with Code for San Jose. It was collaborating with Santa Clara County Probation Department on how to better get people food, such a basic human need. And that brings to mind the fact that our systems as they currently are not designed to meet human needs, basic needs of housing, of healthcare, of mental health, and peer supports are actually far more effective. I went to a wonderful training by Project Let's recently, and the People's Hub has wonderful things. There's all these resources out there, and the committees with Debug, with Surge, with so many other organizations and nonprofit partners are looking for solutions. It's super important to be open-minded about all of this in the research process. I urge you to support Otto Lee's proposal with these community improvements.
Our next speaker is Vinay Vijar. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, good morning. My name is Bené Vihar. I'm with Silicon Valley DIBA community organizer. I'm also system impacted. I just want to say we believe in community input, including our loved ones who are incarcerated, should be the foundation of every step moving forward, and that we keep cares first, jails last as a decision-making principle throughout the entirety of the process. This means community input should be crafting the initial scope and content of the questions to be asked to frame the needs assessments. We also believe we need a more holistic title of the needs assessment so it's not already framed as a carceral plan. Thank you.
That concludes our speakers, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Jill. With that, I'll turn to fellow supervisors. Looks like Supervisor Ellenberg has her hand up first.
Thank you, Supervisor Wasserman, and thank you, Supervisor Lee, for bringing this forward today. I'm prepared to support your referral for a Department of Correction needs assessment and county correctional master plan with some friendly amendments if you'd be open to them. First, I agree that the studies are overdue, especially given the recent drastic impacts to our custody system in response to COVID-19, as well as calls by the community to reimagine our public safety systems. But I'm concerned that conducting a needs assessment or launching into creating a master plan before the completion of the process that a majority of our board recently approved for community engagement through public safety and justice with the support of a facilitator would further relegate the community's voice. And I'd like to see us continue in the direction to which we've already agreed. I'd like to request that both the study and the master plan be initiated only after completion of the community engagement process to reimagine public safety, so that both the study and the master plan will be informed by the direction provided by the community. And certainly, as with any master plan process, I'd expect that community engagement would occur during the draft phase. And I believe that this will provide the community a second opportunity to weigh in on whether that master plan is indeed reflective of their vision, as will have been provided by the community engagement process. I heard you mention the need for a census study of the inmate population, and I appreciate that addition. I know that Supervisor Cortese had requested a study of inmates with serious mental illness and their needs back in November. The board hasn't yet seen that work. I'm glad that the request for an expanded review of the entire inmate population and their needs is part of what you're asking for. That's much needed. With respect, Supervisor Lee, I would also ask that you consider withholding your request that the master plan scope of work consider the construction of a licensed non-carceral mental health treatment facility. I believe that the board agreed that we would not predetermine the outcome of the community discussions, and I'm concerned that including the treatment facility in the master plan scope of work could preempt direction that we might receive from the community. And finally, I appreciate and absolutely support your interest in reimagining how we rehabilitate and support justice-involved youth. And I'm thankful that you've chosen not to include the juvenile facilities in this master plan process. Adult and juvenile custody are intentionally kept separate and should remain so. I want to just briefly share some context, Supervisor Lee, that you may not be aware of. Since joining the board in 2019, I've been our board's appointed delegate to the California State Association of Counties, where I've participated in a juvenile hall task force providing recommendations regarding the repurposing of juvenile justice facilities throughout the state. Additionally, I have been and hope to continue to be the appointed supervisor to the Juvenile Justice Coordinating Council. This is also a priority at CSAC through the Administration of Justice Committee, of which I'm the vice chair, and my participation there will ensure that our county receives the resources we need to implement Senate Bill 823, which sets into motion the closure of California's State Division of Juvenile Justice, and establishes a system in which youth will be served in their home counties starting on July 1st, 2021. This measure embraces evidence-based practices that have demonstrated that youth who are involved in the justice system are much more successful in leaving the system when they remain connected to their families and home communities. So as part of CFSC now, and in alignment with what is happening at the state level, where the Office of Youth and Community Rehabilitation will be placed under Health and Human Services, not under the Justice Department, Supervisor Chavez and I have requested that juvenile probation be addressed as a part of the Children, Family, and Seniors Committee rather than PSJC. Because any potential facilities and services should be viewed through the lens of health and human services and rehabilitation, not incarceration. That was a lot. Let me just do a quick summary that will pare down to just the amendments that I'm requesting. First, remove consideration of a mental health facility from the master plan scope of work. Second, wait to conduct the facility needs assessment and master plan until after the community engagement process. Both should be informed by the community's finalized recommendations. Third, include, as you requested, a population study in the facility needs study. And fourth, exclude juvenile facilities from the master plan process. Are those amendments you're if those are amendments that you are open to incorporating, then I would be glad to second any motion that you make.
Sure. Just stating, I think the last one is the easiest one. I think I already took that out for the juvenile hall. I don't think it needs to be amended. It's basically just taken it all together, and we'll do that separately with 30. What were numbers for that was postponed, right? Those two. So I think that's the easy one. I fully agree that we absolutely need the community weigh in on the issues as we heard from, not only from the speaker, but it really is in order to truly reimagine our way of dealing with public safety. So I certainly do support for that. And let's see, we talked about the census studies of the mental health needs. I think that's absolutely true. As far as removing the scope of mental facility, what I would like to ask is, I actually would want to leave it in there. I just don't want to stop the work because I don't want it to be like completely sterilized. It was something that they could kind of map out a possibility. Again, I'm not trying to preclude any option. What I don't want to do is just serialize and make things take forever to do. If there's something that could be done parallel, I'm going to ask staff on that. If they could do this somewhat in parallel to come up with the idea that we have talked about, having something like that at the Elmwood facility. I'm actually interested to hear what type of potential proposal could be on there. So it's a very initial study. It's not predetermining that this will be built, but I certainly would like to see something back from staff on that work. But what I'm really interested in is like you said, as Supervisor Cortese has mentioned before, about the sense of the mental health needs. So those I'm willing to support.
Okay, I feel pretty strongly about the mental health request, so I'm not going to be able to support that piece, pending further conversation by my colleagues, because I really do believe that preempts it preempts and predetermines decisions and takes them away from the community. Since work hasn't begun on it yet, I don't think we're stopping the staff from doing work. And yes, I certainly acknowledge they can do lots of things at the same time. But in this particular case, I think it signals to the community that we are going in a particular direction. And in my view, it undermines the process that I'm hoping to or planning to run through PSJC this year.
Yeah,
so we are aligned on the other pieces though. Thank you.
Thank you. Next was Supervisor Chavez and Simidian.
Thank you. I want to weigh into and just share an experience as it relates to the last two needs assessments that have been done. My experience with those needs assessments have been that the consultants that we hire to assist us in doing them have a very formulaic way of determining the need of the facilities. And what I mean by formulaic is they look at trends, they look at numbers, and then they give us square footage and staffing. The challenge with both of the processes that we've had previously is that two things, I don't think they've had enough feedback from the community. But the second is that because I think we're still in process of determining all of the activities that go in these facilities, there isn't a lot of, my experience, creativity on the staffing. So let me staffing in the square footage. So that's one issue. But the second issue is that we currently have a staffing study out right now that has not yet been presented to the board. And you may recall at the last board meeting, I was asking for the correctional side of the study, which is complete, to be shared with the board. Because in some ways, it acknowledges, Supervisor Lee, the data and information that you're requesting. And I think if that data were able to be shared with the board, the community process went forward, then I think the design of the needs assessment, the scope of that, could be designed by the public after this public process is done. What I fear is going back and asking for the same information without a shared vision from the board that gets us something that I think is relatively formulaic. Now, the staffing study, what I think is interesting about that is it'll be the staffing study absent the physical infrastructure, but rooted on the previous studies that we've had before, that I think, frankly, the board should get a chance to digest, the public should get a chance to discuss, and then the board should have an opportunity to expand the scope. So I think the direction you're heading in is right. I just think it needs to be ordered, that we finish the public process, we add in the needs assessment with a scope that both the board and the public buy into, and that way the needs assessment will be fully informed by the community. My only concern, Supervisor Lee, about the direction is that I think the staff can do more than one thing, but I think we're asking the community to do more than one thing. And that's where I think we're going to be challenged. I think we want all the community to be able to hear each other about what our overall needs are. And then we want all the community to be able to weigh in on what that scope looks like so that we're not bifurcating. And that's my only concern.
No, thank you. That's very helpful.
Thank you. Supervisor Simitian.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I couple of observations, and then I have one request for Supervisor Lee. And forgive me if I missed it. There was a second from.
There's not.
All right. Well, then let me lean in first and second Supervisor Lee's motion, so that we have both a motion and a second on the table. Got a couple of comments. And then a friendly amendment if the supervisor is amenable, and then a request. The comments are, forgive my pause here. We have had this conversation, as many members of the board will recall, over and over and over again. And yet we seem to, in some respects, be, I think, less clear rather than more clear about where we're headed and how we're going to get there. As I said at the last meeting, and forgive me for repeating myself, but I come at this with three sort of givens. The first is that we need a jail of some type with some capacity. The second given is that our existing institutions, certainly in Santa Clara County, do not serve people with mental health issues well. Indeed, I think they don't serve them satisfactorily. So we clearly need to make some progress in that direction. The third is, on any given day, we have 2,000 to 3,000 people in our jail system who are currently being subjected to a facility and a set of programs and services, which I don't think any of us think are exemplary. So the 1, 2, 3 of it is we need a jail, we need better mental health services and facilities, and we need to be mindful of the people who are currently in the jail. I think Supervisor Lee is on the right track with suggesting that yet again, we take stock, we make an assessment. I understand the concerns that were articulated by Supervisor Ellenberg, but I have a slightly different take on this, and I think it's more consistent with where Supervisor Lee is, which is that given the lengthy period of time that we've spent in these conversations and given the conditions that currently exist, we would be well advised to do as much of our work simultaneously in parallel rather than sequentially unnecessarily extending the incarceration of people in the current system under the current circumstances, which is a long-winded way of saying, could we please be as expeditious as possible so people don't have to live in that situation any longer than is absolutely necessary. And I think Supervisor Lee is probably right on this one. I don't think we have to send the message to the community that because we've asked staff for professional expertise around mental health issues, that somehow the community's voice is marginalized. Quite the opposite. I want to hear from the community, but I also want to hear from professionals in the field. And if both of them are doing good work simultaneously, that seems to me to ensure that the process is iterative, that we're listening to each other, and that we get a better result sooner rather than later, which I think is desperately called for, again, given the fact that we've got thousands of folks who are incarcerated in the current system, which is problematic. So that's my take on all this. I support the motion by virtue of my second. Supervisor Lee, I would like to make one very specific request as the maker of the motion, which is that we direct staff to report back on the potential for a mental health facility which is multi-county and or regional in its funding, construction, and service. And I think that's enough for now. The whole point of asking is I'd like to see what's possible. And I want to be sort of very clear about this piece, Mr. Chairman, which is I think it's quite clear that our existing system does not serve folks with mental health issues well. Quite the opposite. We have every reason to believe and to know that that is not the case. And as we struggle with developing better models, whether it is economies of scale, funding, I think we need to look at the possibility for regional partnerships. And I'm happy to work with staff and or Supervisor Lee and my colleagues consistent with the Brown Act to pursue that possibility. But it's going it alone may not be the best bet on this particular one. And finally, Mr. Chairman, once we get to the point where we have finished our conversation here amongst the board and have what we believe is a motion, I'd like to ask that Supervisor Lee try to recast it at the end, as painful as that may be, because I think we're hearing frustration from board members who are not always certain they're getting back what they wanted. And I think we can only get back what we wanted if we're clear about what we want in the direction we give to staff. So before we get to that final moment of a vote, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask that we restate the motion in whatever shape it exists then. But first, let me see if Supervisor Lee is okay with my friendly amendment on the report back on a regional mental health facility for those who are involved in our criminal justice system.
Supervisor Lee.
Thank you, Supervisor Simidian. Yes, I just want to make sure that all we are doing is a study, yes, and looking at a possibility does not at all commit ourselves as being the direction, and it's just another way to look at what is possible. working with regional partners as well. And I personally don't have any feeling about this, but I do think that by talking to different people in different other areas and other counties, potentially could be helpful. So I will support, I would accept this amendment because I really do think that we need to open the dialogue as big as possible and not try to preclude what we're going to build and what is, and what or not at this point, I don't even know, or whatever it's going to be. So I just want to make sure addressing, Supervisor Ellenberg's point is that we are not predetermining anything. I am trying to leave no stone unturned by having these studies and different assessment and needs, so that we are asking all these different questions, and then hopefully coming back from different sources that we have a different path that we could come back to a true better solution to meet the poor mental health need being served this moment. So yeah, I will accept that. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Chavez, your hand is still raised.
Yeah, I put it back up. Supervisor Simitian, were you done?
Absolutely, thank you.
Okay, I was looking at your hand. So a couple things that I just wanted to weigh in on. One is that I agree very much with Supervisor Simitian that we are less clear than we were last meeting and perhaps the meeting before, and I disagree pretty wholeheartedly that we can do the appropriate level of engagement while we're moving down two tracks. I do think it's going to be confusing to the community. So, I still think that, and usually, I'll just say this, I know the staff is laughing because I'm usually saying, let's do it all at once. But I think we've already misstepped so many times with this, which is why I think the process needs to be very deliberative. And I do want to say to Supervisor Lee, I appreciate, especially with your fresh eyes coming in, that there are some really big gaps that you see in the process that we're proceeding in. And so appreciate the perspective. I don't disagree at all with the direction, only the order of the direction. That's what my big concern is. And that given that the board just had a robust discussion at our last meeting, that discussion led us down a process that I think this could be complementary to if it were done in a different order. The other point I wanted to raise is that I think as quickly as we can, outside of the community process, that the board and the staff need to decouple mental health services with, as much as possible, with carceral services, because one of the challenges that we have relative to behavioral health and mental health is that it's a system all its own that is, I think, one that the board has really asked for a lot of information, a lot more discrete understanding of what services are available and how long the waiting lines are and what is needed. And one of the things that I am convinced of is that we are going to need a behavioral health facility that has the ability to take people that would previously be incarcerated and put them in a non-punitive environment to be served, because the jail is not appropriate for them, and neither is some of the facilities that are available today won't provide the support a person of that high need needs. My one concern, I think that Supervisor Simitian is very wise in looking at resources that we can get from other regions. But my one concern about that is that I think we actually have an emergency right now. And if I were to prioritize the thing we'd be investing money in, it would actually be in behavioral health and the continuum of services there. So while I'm very interested in looking at partner organizations, I seriously think that the county, once again, and I think this is unfortunate, is going to have to play the leadership role, drive the outcomes that we know we need, and be able to better understand the opportunities and the risks. And interestingly, I think this speaks more to how we think about the master plan for the Valley Medical Center health system than the public safety and justice planning system. So because of that, with the current motion on the board, I won't be able to support it, but I want you to understand, Supervisor Lee, I appreciate very much you bringing it forward. And I appreciate your thinking. It's just the order that I think is confusing. And I don't want to assign us to a 3 county or 4 city process when I think behavioral health needs that we're going to have to really dive in and speed that up pretty dramatically. But thank you.
Supervisor Ellenberg, I see your hand up. Oops, you're muted.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate all of my colleagues' very thoughtful comments. Mental and behavioral health, I think the 5 of us, if there is a place of clarity, that we are very much aligned in saying that our county needs to do better, needs to do more, and needs to do it faster. And I'm very pleased. I know we'll be getting an update later on the inpatient psychiatric facility that's going up on the Valley Medical campus to serve both adults and youth. We have a whole host of community programs that are less than a year old. So if we are decoupling entirely criminal justice issues from mental health issues, I am in support of all of the work that we're currently doing and will support much more. To the extent that it is coupled with our conversations about justice reform, my concern is the same as Supervisor Chavez. I don't object to the content of what you want to do, Supervisor Lee, and I think that it really is vital. But I can't support it as well because of the order. The 5 of us did, I believe 5 or 4 of us did agree at the last meeting for a community process to happen through public safety and justice. And we assured the community that we would do this process first before making any decisions. And I want to maintain that commitment to public engagement and conversation first before agreeing to any sort of new structure that touches the justice system specifically. So if you would be open to reconsidering Supervisor Lee and holding your request for the report until the community engagement process works its way through, then I would be very glad to support the remainder of the motion and your work today.
Thank you. Oops, Supervisor Lee.
Thank you. Supervisor Ellenberg. I certainly completely agree that the community input is something that needs to happen ASAP, or it should have supposed to happen yesterday, honestly, right? So that's something that I definitely agree that's clearly something needs to happen. What I also agree with you, of course, is that the census study, that's something that staff has been asked to do. That's also supposed to have happened yesterday as well. So I think some of those things we could clearly engage immediately. I'm going to maybe ask staff to give some input regarding of the processes to see what to them would also be something that they could engage on, because we could debate all we want here, but at the end of the day, if staff cannot actually make it happen, that's a different issue. So is that okay, President Wasserman, if I ask maybe Dr. Smith to chime in regarding these different processes that we have discussed, how staff sees from their previous action to see if these inputs will work.
Thank you, Supervisor Lee. We will turn it over to Dr. Smith in just a minute, but what I'd like to do is add my comments so Dr. Smith can address all the comments that he's heard. As people were speaking, I agreed with some of what Supervisor Ellenberg said, what Supervisor Chavez said, what Supervisor Simidian said. I wrote down a little history here in front of myself. Main Jail was built in 1989. It's currently dilapidated, substandard space, ADA, seismic, mental health. We took down Main Jail South because it was even worse than that. In 2011, 10 years ago, and while Supervisor Chavez, I believe, said you have relaxed eyes, I'm going to say I have tired eyes. In 2011, we commissioned a needs assessment and a master plan. In 2012, the county jail system needs assessment was reported. In 2012, again, a master plan study was to be done, and a comprehensive correctional system master plan study was to be done. In 2014, we commissioned a needs assessment and a master plan. In 2015, board was present. Let's see, a jail system. We said we need an assessment report. In 2015, we established a Blue Ribbon Commission, which I believe Supervisor Lee, in your previous capacity, you served on. Supervisor Chavez, you might have chaired. They came out with 623 recommendations. I know we've done several hundred of those. In 2019, we did a mobility disability remedial plan. We have, over the 10 years that I have been here, requested needs assessment, master plans, comprehensive studies, blue ribbon commissions, a needs assessment, a remedial plan. I think we're too convoluted. I think we're too convoluted. I think we're too complex. I think, and this ties in with what Supervisor Simidian said, I think we need a jail to replace where Main Jail South is now, to handle the approximately 2,000 people that were displaced when we took Main Jail South down, and we've overcrowded our other facilities. That is not fair to any of the inmates. We need a new jail built, and the people that belong in jail to be in that jail. At the same time, I agree we need a regional mental health facility. Mental health facility is, I think as Supervisor Chavez said, that's my issue. I think all this needs to go through mental health, our mental health committee, to be heard and decided, where are we going next? I agree with Supervisor Ellenberg. We discussed and agreed, at least a majority before, about a new jail. I think now we're moving on. I think the jail is and should happen. I think what needs to happen next is, how are we going to address the lack of mental health facilities in Santa Clara County? Mentally ill people, unless they're a big danger to themselves or others, do not belong in jails. We need to care for the people that we have in jail now, and that's by building a new jail that is ADA compliant, that is seismic compliant, that has more open space, that is a better facility in which to rehabilitate for those that are in jail and that will be in jail. And I think that covers everything I had. Dr. Smith, you heard from Supervisor Lee. You've heard from all of us. If you're totally confused, I totally understand. If you could please reply to Supervisor Lee, I'd appreciate it.
Supervisor Wasserman, may I just make a quick statement before he comes in?
See, Supervisor Ellenberg's screen was lit up, but it didn't sound like you. It sounded like Rhonda. Was that you?
That was definitely me.
Okay, yes, please go ahead.
I think that I'm very concerned that the statements that you just made don't reflect the decision that was made. This board did not decide to build a new jail. This board decided to engage over the next year in community conversations, public input, people with lived experience input, stakeholder input, and then come back with recommendations, which may or may not be for a new jail, which may or may not be for a carceral facility. But if I'm part of the public hearing your comments, I would have no reason to have faith in a community engagement process where the outcome is predetermined. I don't believe that's what we decided last week.
And I was talking about Main Jail
strongly,
not South. Just to clarify, I was talking about, what are we going to do with Main Jail North that is dilapidated, substandard, ADA, seismic, mental health insufficient?
Clearly, we have to do something about that. We have a consent decree, but what we did not, but what we have put on hold and did not decide was how we were going to address that. We agreed to put the RFP process on hold, to stop talking about building a new jail until we go through this process and then see where we are.
Okay, and just to be clear, and then we should turn it over to Dr. Smith. I believe we have a consent decree, a need to build a new jail to properly house inmates so they can recover, rehabilitate, et cetera, as soon as possible. That I was talking about Main Jail South, which has been demolished. I believe going forward, the discussion will be about Main Jail North. That's just my personal feelings. Do you have more to add at this moment, or should we turn to Dr. Smith? I don't want to cut you off.
We have had conversations about multiple ways in which the consent decree can be filled. And I want to make very sure that I don't bleed into closed session conversations.
Sure. Okay. Dr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. President, I guess. From a staff perspective, we're trying to follow the direction of the board. And on the 26th of January, we were told to come back with a process recommendation to the board moving forward. And you can see from item 35 on the agenda, which we asked to be continued until next month. We're prepared to do that. We were asked to remove it from today's agenda because we didn't want to conflict with the OCLIM discussion. And so we have a proposal ready to come on March 9th, which we think encapsulates the discussion that occurred in January, focusing on 3 high priorities that it seems to me that all of the board agreed to, which were number 1, finding a way to minimize incarceration as much as possible, which obviously is a multi-party effort because we don't determine who gets sentenced to jail, the courts do. We don't determine who gets charged, the DA does. We don't determine who gets booked, the police do. But that would be number 1, is to try to come up with a multi-jurisdictional plan to minimize incarceration, maximize reentry and no entry, which I think has been a consistent theme for this board and previous boards for quite some time. So we heard that loud and clear. Our second issue was to come up with a strategy to decommission Main Jail North and to decommission major sections of Elmwood, all of which are substandard. And as Supervisor Simidian said today and others said previously, we have to have some way of getting inmates out of those facilities. And then number 3, I'm sorry, would be to maximize behavioral health services available to inmates. So we were prepared to come back with a recommendation to hold on to those 3 North Stars and proceed with a public process to try to address those issues with expert consultation from outside specialists. I am a little confused at this point where we're going, whether we're supposed to come back on the 9th with that kind of recommendation or if we're getting sent in a different direction. So I'd like some clarity.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Thanks, Dr. Smith. I was disappointed to see that item was being held. I assumed that was an administration request. To me, it followed on as a direct response to what we asked for and would have gotten going the process that we all agreed to. So I don't know why it's not being heard today. I certainly hope that it will come back and that we will stay on this track and that today's conversation will not divert us from those 3 North Stars that we have in fact agreed to.
All righty, any other comment, Dr. Smith? No. Supervisor Lee, do you want to possibly try to restate your motion?
So let me try to capture what the motion is first, and then we could talk a little bit about it. So initial motion we talked about of the couple recommendation is to recommending board to include this needs assessment in the correctional system master plan for the administration to consider, and not limiting itself the scope of work, which is to reconcile the previous direction relating to licensed non-carceral mental health treatment center to house inmates with mental health illnesses while factoring the long-term costs associated with making improvements to Main Jail North and with correctional complex versus replacing them altogether, while balancing the right sizing of facilities to meet the demand based on projections. Recommendations that incorporate and ensure the compliance with county's own sustainability master plan, and that's stated in the referral. We took out the part about the juvenile hall. I think everybody agrees to those. And then going to the amendment, the first amendment was from Supervisor Ellenberg, so I need your help, Supervisor Ellenberg, to make sure that I capture your input there, which is to initiate immediately the community input regarding the need assessment of the
do you want me to clarify, Supervisor Lee? Thanks. The community process has already been approved. My two requests were the removal of a mental health facility from the master plan scope of work, and to ask you to wait to direct staff to conduct the facility needs, population needs, and master plan until after the community engagement process plays out.
Right. So we moved the master plan or after the needs is calculated. I think I'm fine with that.
Correct.
Is that correct?
So that includes the a mental health facility as part of the master plan would also wait until we move through this community process.
Right. So actually, not so much whether we want to do or not, the question is whether we're doing it serial versus parallel. Is that what we're talking about?
Well, if we are doing it in parallel, then we've already made a determination that we're going to do it. If we are considering your requests serially, then at the conclusion of the community process, we take that input and we fold it into this full master plan in whatever form it takes. Carceral facility, not mental health, not, but using that community input and then moving ahead with your requests.
As I've said before, I don't like a 3-2 vote on these things. I really like to get as much consensus I'm trying to build here. So I don't think we necessarily is against doing the study of mental health facility. You just don't want to make it predetermined until we hear from the needs and community input.
Exactly.
So I'm going to ask my second of the motion, Supervisor Smidian, would you be willing to work on this issue regarding the multi-county regional approach mental health facilities to hold off? I'll say what, would you say a month will be the time it will take to get the community input here? Supervisor Ellenberg, how long do you think it would?
No, I think that it will take at least I'm a little bit of at a loss, but certainly not a month. I would say 6 to 9 months is much more likely to really conduct thorough, robust hearings, bring together different groups of stakeholders, make sure we're hearing from folks that may be harder to access. So 6 to 9 months is probably more realistic.
Yeah, I think that's where I'm having issue with Supervisor Ellenberg. I think as Supervisor Smidian mentioned too, I think our goals here is completely aligned. We really do believe that there's a huge need that's not being met. And we of course need to do the assessment for real. We're not just sugarcoating this for the community and say, okay, we've done it. Right? And I agree with you, probably 4 weeks is way too short. But I am very concerned that we drag out 6 to 9 months, that everything is really slowed down. And the fact
it's been 10 years, honestly, it's been 10 years.
The way I always like to see things done is, if I have anything I've learned in my life, is if there's no deadline, nothing gets done. So that's why I really like to put a time certain to move forward on these things. So, I mean, we certainly could need more. If we need more time, we could extend it, right? That's up to us. But I certainly don't want to.
What if I can try to commit to 120 days? That's 4 months. I truly don't, whatever we end up doing will take such a long period of time that in the interest of real, authentic community engagement, I would hope that we could wait for that relatively small period of time. I think the exchange that we'll get in terms of community trust will be tremendous and will be very useful in whatever direction forward we're going to move. I think curtailing or trying to subvent that process is going to cost us a lot in the long run. And I think we risk far more contention with our community if they feel that we have moved ahead without taking their needs and opinions and input and insight and experience into true consideration.
Right. So if that's the case, let's play this out, right? So in the first step, what we are asking, you want this first 120 days, this 4 months time frame, to gather these inputs from different stakeholders, whether it's community, whether it's
The process that we put in place, that's reflected in the report that's hopefully coming back to the board at the next meeting.
We'll start that immediately. And we will also, but as far as staff is concerned, they would have to immediately start that census study as to the needs of the space, whether it's mental health needs we're talking about. Basing will need based on the current laws and how it's been changing regarding the future need of mental health and non-mental health needs. And you're of course open to the issue of having the jurisdictional regional approach for mental health needs in the future as far as coming up with a solution, correct?
I'm not prepared to give an opinion on that. I haven't studied it. I don't know if it's advantageous or not, and I don't know if it's something that our county wants or not, but I am open to learning about all of this, and I'm interested in leading more on the how than on the what. Okay.
Would you be okay, we direct staff to just talk to other counties about this issue for the time being? During the 2020, I'm just trying to get the ball rolling, basically. I don't want to wait all that time, but talking about other counties, how they handle mental health issues, I think that could be.
Oh, sorry, give me 1 second.
Sure. the joy of Zoom and doing it from home. I absolutely understand that challenge. Yes, I'll turn it back to President Wasserman.
Thank you, Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you. I think that one thought that I have about the behavioral health facility is that I do think that we're going to be looking at a lot of different behavioral health issues, and I'm looking forward to the board, looking at the audit, and there's a bunch of opportunity there. What my only concern is that I think that the behavioral health issues probably can be decoupled from this. Here's what I would say. I think there's no downside to having a conversation about how we expand mental health services with other jurisdictions. Like, I think that makes a good sense. All I'm saying is that at some point we're going to have to take this body of work and potentially move it from the discussion about this master plan, because it's such a bigger need in the county, and it doesn't just touch people who, as an alternative to incarceration, need placement. It also it has detox. There's a lot of other components to it. So I think having the conversation and starting those conversations makes a ton of sense. It's research that we're going to need. I'm hoping at some point that what I was hoping is that when the board heard the audit of behavioral health, that we would then be able to weigh in on what the next steps really should be that was my only point. But for discussions, I think that's fine.
Okay.
Supervisor.
Thank you.
All right. So let me go back to the second of a motion since the Supervisor Sumitian. In your friendly amendment, you wanted to go ahead and start the report back on the mental facility, talking to multi-county and regional and what's possible. Is this discussion bring it in? If we were able to ask staff to start doing that right now, would that meet your concern?
It would. I think all I was trying to do was ask that as we had the conversations about mental health services for those who are involved in our criminal justice system, that we explore what, if any, opportunities there were to partner with other jurisdictions. To be very clear, that is not a conclusion. That is a request for staff work, which would make sure that as we explore any options or possibilities when that time comes, that we have the ability to make an informed judgment and make informed choices, which I think will be less likely if we haven't started thinking a little more creatively about what the range of possibilities might be. Again, that is all. And I want to underscore something that you've said, Supervisor Lee, which is I didn't hear anything in your motion, which I have seconded, that suggested anyone should be, quote, making a decision, end quote. I'm quoting myself now, forgive me, that anyone would be making a decision prior to our community engagement. So whatever timeline, parallel, sequential, I don't want folks to leave the conversation thinking that that's a possibility. I think all 5 members of the board have said previously they want to hear from the community. There appears to be some difference of opinion on our board about at what point the staff should be engaged and in what way. Okay, but I think the one place where everybody is clear, and I rarely think I can speak for the whole board, particularly in a conversation that has become as tangled as this one, but I think everybody's very clear about the fact that we're not going to make those decisions unless we've heard from the community. And I always thought that was consistent with the motion you're making, and I still do. So I just wanted to provide that reassurance since it's clearly making some folks anxious. I'll let it go at that.
Thank you, Supervisor Minion, to clarify that.
And Supervisor Lee, if I may, through the chair, I think, so at this point, just to make sure we're clear on what the motion is before us, the motion before us is to ask for the assessment, to ask for the master plan work to be done, and to include in any considerations of mental health facilities related to our criminal justice system, some consideration of potential regional partnerships when that time comes. And I did not quite hear where you landed on, do you want to hold off on asking staff to do any of that work over the next 4 months or not, which I think was the final request from Supervisor Ellenberg.
Correct. Yeah, I think I think what we need to do for sure is we need to, in other words, no decisions would be made until the community involvement and input is done, and given 120 days, as stated, to do the comprehensive outreach to our community and stakeholders and experts to make sure that these inputs is being provided thoroughly before any type of decisions being brought back to the county. I think that's the proposal, right? So Supervisor Ellenberg, correct?
Thank you. That works. I just want to confirm that those 120 days, though, shouldn't begin to toll until the board approves the report back from administration, which lays out the plan for expert facilitation and logistics for that process. It doesn't make sense for the 120 days to start rolling now because we don't have the report from staff. We don't have the mechanism to begin putting this in place.
Let me ask staff, how long do you think staff, Dr. Smith, would it take for you to put that type of outreach plan together?
They have it together. It's in the report that was held. So we have to wait until the next board meeting to be able to vote on it. And at that point, the 120 days should start to toll.
Oh, you're talking about the one supposed to come back to us on March 9th?
Yes.
Okay. So basically the 120 days starting from March 9th, what you're talking about, okay?
Yes, assuming that the report is approved by a majority of the board.
That got perfect. So that's that's much clearer. So thank you for the clarification.
Supervisor Lee, through the chair, if I may, just to clarify, I want to make sure I'm interpreting that carefully crafted negotiation correctly, which is that during that 120 days, our staff is not precluded from doing any research work to get themselves together. The concern in the agreement is that they simply not come back with a quote presentation or proposal, which might be perceived as short-circuiting the public process. Did I get that more or less right, Supervisor Ellenberg, through the chair, if I may?
Not just perceived by the public as preempting, but truly not preempting, given the fact that what transpires over those 120 days might well influence the type of plan that is brought back.
Well, I'm hoping you'll take yes for an answer on this one, Supervisor, but I really don't think we can tell the staff, please don't do any work to be informed about important mental health issues for a 4-month period.
That's not what I said. Do the work.
That's why I'm pressing, ma'am,
Okay.
because I've said, are we going to make sure that the staff can keep doing the work? And if the answer to that question is yes, then I'm done.
I'm not done though, because it's a yes and that's important to me. The staff can do all of the work that they like. That's wonderful. What I want to make clear is that the final work product that the staff does present to us may well and should well be informed by the public process. So of course it couldn't come back before. And I wanted to clarify that it can't come back before, not just for appearance's sake, but truly because this process may inform what that looks like. No reason to not get started on the research. I am always one to work ahead myself.
Thank you. And my point was that not only should it not preclude, but that it should not be done in a way that is incorrectly perceived as precluding. So my point was that appearances do matter in addition to the substance. And so I think we are finally aligned here, Supervisor Lee, by saying we want both the substance and the appearance of non-preclusion, and but that no one is suggesting the staff can't and shouldn't be doing some homework during those 4 months. I think we're there. So I'll take yes for an answer.
Thank you, Supervisor Median.
Supervisor Chavez, any additional comments? Nope, and I don't see other hands up. So I'll just say I got here in 2010. They've done outreach. They designed a jail. We redesigned a jail. We've had 3 or 4 different assessments, master plans, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's my understanding, and Councilor James Williams, if I'm mistaken, please correct me. We have an agreement that says we must build a jail. And we've been working on and have completed at least 400 of the 600 items that came out of the Blue Ribbon Commission. For myself, I'm not going to be able to support this motion. I understand it might be 4-1, so be it. That happens to us once in a while. but it is way too convoluted. I can't imagine anybody in the public who's heard this discussion having any idea what it is that we're voting on. I think that we've got direction right now. Supervisor Ellenberg and I perhaps disagreed on that. I believe we're encumbered to build a jail. I believe we need to work on mental health next. And I believe we also have to do something with Main Jail North. And when we can, move people from there into the new jail so that they can be in far more humane conditions for rehabilitation and everything else. I'm certainly not opposed to more public outreach. I just want to tell all those people that have been here a short time and a longer time, we've done this half a dozen times in the last 10 years. I'm not quite sure what the definition is of the object of the enemy of good is perfect, something like that. I don't want to quote myself as Supervisor Simitian did. He's far better at remembering what he said than I am at remembering what I said. But I cannot support this motion, Supervisor Lee. I'm sorry, in the fashion that it is. And if all the four of you understand what it is, then you're better today than I am. With that, I will call for a roll call vote unless there's any other comments to be made. No. And go right ahead, please, with our roll call.
Supervisor Lee,
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez,
Yes.
Supervisor Simitian,
Aye.
Vice President Ellenberg,
Yes.
and President Wasserman.
No.
Thank you.
So supervisors, it's 12:11 right now. We're supposed to be going back to items 8 and 9. They are going to take a while. I would suggest we take a 30-minute break right now and resume this meeting at 12:45 unless there's any objection. No, no, no. Okay. I will see you all in 33 minutes. Thank you very much. 12:45, there's Supervisor Lee, Supervisor Ellenberg, Supervisor Simidian, and Supervisor Chavez may be behind my panelist screen here. Discontinue. There's Supervisor Chavez. Supervisor Simidian, are you there as well?
I am, sir.
Thank you. It's 12:45. I always forget this part. Do we need to re-roll call?
Yes, sir, we do.
Thank you very much, Jill. Thank you, Cindy. Go ahead.
Supervisor Lee.
Here.
Supervisor Chavez.
Here.
Supervisor Simidian.
Here.
Vice President Ellenberg.
I'm here.
And President Wasserman.
Here as well. Thank you very much. And colleagues, I've spoken with our doctors, EOC people, etc., and they're fine with this. What I want to do is go back to items 8 and 9 at this time, like I said, and we're going to pick up the items 10 and 11 regarding COVID. Will be at 1:30, and everybody's on schedule for that to happen. So I'm going to open up item 8 right now. Michael, do we have you there? Janako, let me see.
Yes, we do. I'm trying to get my video going, Supervisor.
Wonderful.
Supervisor Wasserman, this is Supervisor Simidian. Forgive me. Any
Yeah.
reason we shouldn't do 8 and 9 together?
No, I'd be very happy to do that.
If there's no,
Supervisors, everybody else okay with that? Shaking of the heads? Looks like it. Michele, you're on. Michael, go right ahead.
All right, Supervisor Wasserman, Board of Supervisors, good to see you all again. Happy afternoon. I just will talk about the report that was presented to you as part of this agenda item. I don't want to duplicate all in the report other than just to give you the highlights. There is a chart that shows progress of each of the recommendations, but just to give you a bit of background, last year there was a referral from Supervisor Simidian for us to take a look at the progress or status of the Sheriff's Office with regard to the 8 can't wait recommendations, as well as 5 other suggested areas for police reform. We prepared a report in response to that referral last year, and in August we made an assessment. Along with that, we came up with 10 recommendations designed to bring the Sheriff's Office more in line with the 8 can't wait reform suggestions, as well as the 5 other identified issues in the referral. That report and recommendations, the 10 recommendations that I've earlier referenced, was received by this board last summer. And then we were asked per board motion, and which was accepted and voted on, that we would then come back on a regular basis and report to this board on the progress that the Sheriff's Office had made with regard to the recommendations. We did that in November, our first report back. And in November, we were able to report that the Sheriff's Office had achieved implementation of 2 of the 10 recommendations. Since November, as indicated in our current report, the Sheriff's Office has completed and implemented an additional 6 recommendations, which brings us to 8 out of 10, which is pretty darn good. It's not perfect, but it showed significant improvement over our first report back time frame. So we were very pleased with that. There do remain 2 additional recommendations outstanding. My understanding is the Sheriff's Office has not said no to them, and in fact agrees with the principles behind the recommendations. I would just point out the remaining 2 a little bit. Number 9 has to do with ensuring that the written protocols for hiring indicate that applicants with a history of prior uses of force or excessive force would not be considered in the hiring process, which is an important recommendation. But since there is no current hiring going on in areas in terms of priority, I would put that behind recommendation 10, which I believe is a very important recommendation and ties in with a lot of what this board has been talking about, a lot of what this board has engineered with regard to reimagining, reinventing, reconsidering the appropriate roles of public safety with regard to the homeless, with regard to mental health, individuals in crisis, and whether or not there are different ways to cut the cake. And what recommendation 9 speaks to is the lack of real data to better understand what it is that the sheriff's office deputies in enforcement are doing all day. And so this is the first attempt to try and provide more transparency in this area. And that's what the essence of recommendation 9 is all about. We think it's
Excuse me,
important.
through the chair, Mr. Giannakko, I think you mean recommendation 10, do you not?
I'm
sir?
sorry if I got them turned around. I'm talking about recommendation 10. Thank you, Supervisor Simitian.
Sorry for the interruption, colleagues.
No, I was good at math, but not that good at math. So thank you for the, the nomenclature correction. So I am talking about item 10. In any event, item 10, if implemented, I think would be a good start to getting a better understanding of how the responsibilities that have traditionally been assigned to the sheriff's office could be redesigned and reconfigured. That's not to say that the county isn't already doing that. And I'm certainly privy and have heard some real good and great presentations and know of the reform that's being done on getting these mental health teams more involved in calls for service, et cetera, et cetera. But again, I still am of the view that all of this could be helped and other ways to reconfigure public safety could be devised if the county had more information. Now, it's interesting because at some times there is information being provided of this kind to some of the contract cities upon request, but it is not a uniform way of providing data or pushing out data. And it's not as transparent as our recommendation would be, which is to actually include that data, dice it in as many ways as you can, and put it out there on the county website for all to see. So we continue to urge obviously both recommendations that are outstanding to be implemented, but particular focus on item or recommendation 10. Chair Wasserman, I'm going to leave it at that unless there are any questions from any of the esteemed members of this board.
I don't see any questions here. Why don't we proceed to the next one, then we'll take public comment.
Certainly. This is Martha Wapensky.
There you are.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Yes, Deputy County Executive. So this is the 6-month report on this item. It's a joint report, as Mr. Giannakko pointed out, on policing, use of force, and emergency response. I want to point out the partners on this report are the county executive, the sheriff, the district attorney, public defender, county council, behavioral health, probation, emergency medical services, procurement, and county comm. So it's quite the joint effort. Now we tried to make the update a little bit easier for the reader in the report. So the report now contains a table up front with a high-level summary of the progress that's been made since our last meeting on this. The key updates, and I'll keep this short, is about the use of force policies. The Sheriff's Office completed their policy updates in mid-January and will be including these in the 21 training cycles. Probation completed draft updates to their field operations policies and draft updates to the institution's policies. They'll be completed in February, later this month. And then they are going to finalize and implement both of those policies, both field and institutions, by March of 2021. The DA's training on AB 392 has been completed, and training on SB 30 is scheduled for completion by the end of this month. On the items related to the three parts of the referral, the lethal and less lethal armaments, the acquisition of military style weaponry, and the banning or limiting of tear gas and rubber bullets. On that item, procurement has developed a working group with the involved departments to assess what relevant weapons and equipment have been and are being purchased. They do plan to update the board in April, with an inventory of those items. And then in terms of restructuring the county emergency response to ensure that county employees best trained and suited to handle a given situation are able to do so, the work continues with the behavioral health teams, EMS and county comms, and those details are outlined in the report, much too long to go into here. So finally, the board has heard this report in August and November, and as requested by the board, this will be a semi-annual report in the future. And with that, the departments and I are here to answer your questions.
Thank you as well, Martha. And we'll take public comment on both items 8 and 9 at the same time. Given the number of people I see right now, it'll be 2 minutes each. Jill, why don't you start us off? I'm sorry, County Supervisors, any comments that you wish to make prior to hearing from the public?
Happy to hear from the public first, Mr. Chairman.
That's what we'll do. Jill, take it away.
Thank you. We'll set the time for 2 minutes. Our first speaker is Paul Soto. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. I can answer the question with regard to Mr. Janako's question as to what the officers are doing all day. That's why it's so important to have the lived experience perspective in these meetings, and that the whole entire process is not even legitimate without that lived experience piece. I have all of the experience necessary in order to give the informed position of a person that has experienced that institution over 36 years. I can't emphasize that enough. It's very rare. I understand how rare my life experience is with relation to corrections. But what I have done with my own personal life has been put me in a position to avail that life experience to the county to inform. And I cannot thank enough Supervisor Ellenberg and Chavez for their advocacy. I heard you loud and clear. I resent the fact that Supervisor Wasserman assumed that I didn't understand everything that was being said, because I was absolutely clear on everything that they were doing. And what they were doing was exactly what we elected them to do, and that is to protect the people first, primarily. Secondly, is that on Supervisor Aruli, on item number 12, Michael Tyree was not killed in Main Jail South. If you can make that correction, he was murdered in Main Jail North, and he was murdered in on the 6th floor, cell 39. I know that because I had lived right next door to him. Not at the time of the murder, but I had lived next door to him. And the type of atmosphere in that unit afterwards, I can speak to that, because I had been in that, I was in that unit after that had happened. Okay, so these conversations are gonna get real uncomfortable, Supervisor Wasserman, but we're gonna get to a point where we can get comfortable with it, very comfortable. But your bombastic posturing with regard to the jail, out, it's gotta go. Thank you.
Our next speaker is B. Beekman. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, thank you for this item. To first offer in related subject from my public comment about cybersecurity issues, those issues are about not just peace and the end of war. It's the ideas of creating good democratic practices, and those are the ideas that address those are good reasons that addresses good reasoning that addresses peace and the end of war, basically. So, I mean, it's really good stuff. And don't forget that with cybersecurity stuff and how difficult it is to practice good democratic open public policy is always helpful. How that relates to this item, I hope the sheriff, with all the surveillance and technology ordinance things of the past 5 years, and data collection issues around immigration and people placed in jails. People are working to sift out what can be a better data collection system, and that can be really good standards of civil rights and civil protections. And it's asking the sheriff a lot to make a change from a previous system and way of working. but there's a bright new school that really wants to develop good practices, and I think it's hopeful, and good luck to all of ourselves in learning, how to negotiate that, and that's obviously what I try to do and understand. And so thank you for your work. Good luck in these efforts. And I guess that's about all. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Irvish. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you very much. I wanted to be specific about how the science, innovation, and technology making the difference on a day-to-day lives of a people. When there is a talk about the county, there is a legal system. There is a supervisor. There are supervisors. There is a board. There is a stakeholders. There is a juvenile system. There are about 110 commissions, and the commissioner which is reporting to the county. It is also important to evaluate that how science, innovation, technology influence the person to person as well as the entire legal system, and how that legal system could evaluate and get the revolution out of that, what the laws are and the applicability of laws are. There are cultural diversity that can be established. There is a sister community commission that can be established. There is a space development that can be established. Within being in a Silicon Valley, it is important to be updated with the day-to-day lives. The constitution changes, as well as the reform of entire system, the presidential orders, the state orders, the assembly bills, Senate bills, and also to implement those on a day-to-day basis. As it is important that how that changes the day-to-day lives of a people. It is also important to keep ourselves abreast with the changes that is happening. Today, the person having a characteristic of to obtain certain information from one person to another person, how that information is being perceived as a part of a system, as a part of a technology, as a part of a law, how that perceives to that person. And when similar information and technology utilization, seeing the pros and cons side of it, when de-utilizing it, also to see the negative effects of that. And to identify the negative effects, it is very important to understand that technology and then identify that what are the flaws in it. Thank you.
That concludes our speakers, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Jill. I appreciate that. I'll go back now to my board members. Thank you for clearing that off the screen. And I'll look for any comments that you wish. This is a receive only report. No motion necessary. We are hearing 8 and 9 together. Any comments? Otherwise, we'll consider this received. Supervisor Smitty, I see your hand. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me ask, do we have a representative of the Sheriff's Department available to take questions?
Yes, we do.
Thank you. If we could ask him or her to let us know who they are so I can speak to them by name and title, please.
This is the sheriff.
Sheriff, you need to speak louder. I can't hear you.
Okay, sorry. Supervisor's Committee, and this is Lori Smith.
No, that's you need to get closer to a speaker, something.
Can you guys hear us? No? Is that better? This is the sheriff.
Not really.
Wow. Okay. I don't know.
And I'm not the only one shaking my head, so.
Okay, we're trying a couple of things. We have a tech person.
That's better. That's better.
Okay, are we okay now?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and if I may, through the chair,
yes.
To the sheriff, and of course, if she wants to go to any one of her colleagues for comment or response, I certainly will understand that. First, let me just say I share Mr. Giannako's views pretty much as he articulated them in his opening remarks. So I don't need to repeat all of that, Mr. Chairman. I'll just say I thought that was a good summary of where we are, where we have been, where we hope to be headed, and why it's important. I did want to also express my gratitude to see some progress on a number of these, and I think that should be acknowledged. That still leaves us with items 9 and 10, as Mr. Giannaco indicated. And I guess if I can pull Mr. Giannaco in as well in a minute, but first I'd like to ask the sheriff. Mr. Giannaco indicated he was hopeful and had some reason to be optimistic. That's my characterization, that there might be progress in the foreseeable future on items 9 and 10. 9 is the issue of developing a policy that expressly lists the conduct that would disqualify a potential applicant from employment as a deputy or correctional officer. And Mr. Giannaco indicates in his written materials that some progress has been made, but that, quote, "We are hopeful that such language can be incorporated into the draft policy to make it explicit that the sheriff's office will not hire a peace officer with a significant complaint history." Sheriff, this is an important item in my view, in part because as we've looked at tragedies around the country, they so often involve officers who were known to be a problem in a prior jurisdiction, but who nonetheless made their way to another jurisdiction where bad things happen. So could you share your thinking about whether or not we're able to make some progress on this one, item number 9? It's packet page 30 for those who are using a packet.
Yeah, move my mouse just because of our audio difficulties.
You've lost the audio, Sheriff.
Does that help?
Yes.
Okay. So we have a draft policy currently, and we're reviewing it. And I do agree that someone with significant or even just one incident of use of force that's inappropriate will be included in that policy. And as I'm not sure that you're aware, but we are able in background investigations to review internal affairs history with other agencies. So that certainly will be in it. There is a draft policy. So it's being refined right now. I'm optimistic too. So thank you, Mr. Giannaco.
Supervisor, you're muted.
Thank you. My apologies. I was just asking if the sheriff, through the chair, if the sheriff could give us some indication when she thinks that further update it might be available, scheduled for, calendared, just trying to get a sense of timeline here.
I'm being told by the next meeting. I'm not sure when that's scheduled, but I would guess 2 weeks.
No, it'll be done within the next month. And for the next time this item comes to the board, we will have that update for you.
Okay, were you able to hear that?
Thank you. Through the chair, I'm not sure that we have an update coming back to the board in the near future. And I appreciate the willingness to share the information sooner than we're scheduled. I wonder, Mr. Giannaco, do you remember when you're scheduled to come back to us yet again? Are we now at the point, along with the county staff, where it's a 6 months, or can we bring you back as needed on an ad hoc basis through the chair?
Yep.
Yeah, the schedule would bring us back with Ms. Wapensky's report in 6 months. So if the sheriff has made progress on the outstanding recommendations, I don't see any downside. In fact, I see an upside to getting back with you sooner rather than later.
Agreed.
Well, let me just say through the chair and then turn to the sheriff and her team. I think on these last 2 items, 9 and 10, if progress is being made, it would be great to hear back by May, which is 3 months from now, February to March, April, May. It would allow us to look at these 2 items on a sort of a standalone basis, wrapping up, we hope, the bulk of the work on the 10 items that were in the recommendation list from OIR, our OCLEM contractor. So let me just turn back to the sheriff, if I may, through the chair, and ask the sheriff and her team, it sounds like that would be more than enough time based on the timeline you have in mind. Is that something that works? That's 3 months in my count, from February to March, April, and then May.
Well, certainly on number 9, we can have that back much sooner than that. But on number 10, a lot of that is contingent upon, or all of it is on, the CAD system and the record management system, and that's the computer aided dispatch that can track that and a records management system. So there is a timeline for that. And I think the county comm could best answer what that timeline is for the computer-aided dispatch. So certainly 9 within a month, within a few weeks, but number 10 is relying on information capture.
All right, thank you for that. I think what I'll ask at the conclusion of this conversation, Mr. Chairman and Sheriff and team there, is that we ask for an off-agenda memo from the Sheriff's Department, if that would be something that you could more easily provide sooner rather than later, meaning whenever it's done. So if that's 3 weeks or a month and a half, all good, but that we will ask to schedule these 2 items, 9 and 10, for a meeting in May through the chair, and with the hope and expectation that we can nail down situation on item number 9 and do a little bit of a deep dive, Sheriff, into what it might take on item number 10 to provide that information. Mr. Giannakko referenced it, but I want to underscore it. So this is one of those times when I think the repetition is called for. We can't have a serious discussion about alternative responses until and unless we know what kind of problems occur, where they occur, and when they occur, because without that baseline information, you can't have a conversation of what kind of resources do we need to bring to bear, and how might that differ from the current model, and or supplement or support the current model. So understanding, Sheriff, and thank you, that item number 10 is probably not going to be wrestled to the ground by May. I think if we could focus on items 9 and 10 at that time, and that will really allow us to do a somewhat deeper dive on both those items. And again, I want to, while Mr. Giannakko said both were important and focused on item number 10 for reasons that I think are spot on item number 9, this issue of bad actors moving from agency to agency without some sort of significant opportunity to be aware of the potential and to preclude that from happening. I think it's an important issue based on my research in the area, and I want to make sure that we do get to a good place on that. So let me say thank you there, and then and again, before
if I may, Supervisor, just long story short on that one, we're going to schedule an agendized item for the second meeting in May, 90 days from now, to hear back on 9 and 10. But you asked of the sheriff, and she agreed that in 30 days we'll get a report back on 9 that it's been completed.
I think I'd like to say 45 days on 9, just because I want to make sure that they have ample time, and also not to be disingenuous about it. I want to make sure there's no excuse for anything other than a thorough and satisfactory report. So I don't want to kid anybody about why I'm saying 45 days.
Okay, 40 days on 9 off agenda, 90 days on 9 and 10. Does that work?
Thank you. Then if I can, looking at Mr. Giannakko, and thank you again, Sheriff, and thank you to your team. And I want to close on a positive note and underscore the comment that Mr. Giannakko made about the progress that has been made. So even though I will continue to be pushing on other areas where we still have work to do, in my view, I want to make sure that's acknowledged. Mr. Giannakko, as I looked at both your report on item 8 and on the report from Ms. Wapensky and her many colleagues on item number 9, I was struck by the occasional references to training. So let me ask both Mr. Giannakko and Ms. Wapensky, are you feeling like these policy changes, which are a good start, but can only be made real by their careful and thorough execution in the field, are matched with the necessary changes to our training regimen in any and all departments, including but not limited to the Sheriff's Department?
Ms. Wapensky, I will go first, if that's okay with you. With regard to the Sheriff's Office Supervisors Committee, and that is something that we are continuing to ask about, and we have been provided with some sample curricula. on some of these items, suggesting or indicating that there is a training component that is now going forward in earnest. But you're absolutely right. There needs to be training behind any time policy is changed in order for it to be learned within the culture of any agency. There has to be an effective training component.
I don't want to, I'm sorry, Ms. Wapinski may be standing by and I just can't see her on the screen. Forgive me.
She is.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, just briefly, I want to state the training is front burner for the involved departments, the DA, the sheriff, and probation. They've had training scheduled last year and it's part of their training cycle again this year. I mean, any of them can chime in, but yes, training is absolutely front burner.
I guess what I would ask through the chair of both Mr. Giannakko and Ms. Wapinski, and by extension to all of the relevant departments and agencies, including but not limited to the Sheriff's Department, is that when we get the report back in 6 months, that we have a report on that bears directly on the extent to which the training regimen has in fact been aligned with these newly adopted or updated policies. I do not want to suggest by that everybody should wait until 5 months from now to deal with that set of issues. I'm hoping that the report 6 months from now can and will be a report on the successful implementation of new training regimes that are consistent with the updated policies. I was tempted to do it, frankly, at the May report, but Mr. Giannakko, I did not want to dilute the focus in May on items 9 and 10. So, training is the next step in my view after we get the good policies in place. And then forewarned, when we get to May, when we get to the 6 months report on training, then I'm going to say, great, now how do we audit the implementation of this in the field, out in the community? Because first step is the policy, second step is the training, third step is actualizing it. Forgive my word there, but putting it into practice out in the community is the place where it'll be important. Let me turn to Dr. Smith and just say to Dr. Smith, and also give everybody a heads up, including the Sheriff's Department in particular, but also our budget team. Dr. Smith, are you readily accessible there on the screen through the chair, Mr. Wasserman?
Yes, he is.
Thank you. I just want to say I'm going to be asking in our budget process in May and June the extent to which these various recommendations have been implemented or adopted. And I'll just be really direct here. I won't vote for a budget for a department that doesn't have its work in order in terms of criminal justice reform. So, if people are coming to us with budget requests, I'm going to ask very directly as part of the budget process. For example, when we get to the issue of tear gas and rubber bullets, what are we buying? What are we using it for? Think of it a little bit like the surveillance ordinance, but through the budget process on some of these issues. Same with respect to various policies and procedures. Can't be supporting the hiring of additional staff if the assurance isn't there that the additional staff are going to be people who have good, clean records when they arrive, and so on and so forth. So, Dr. Smith, I wanted to both ask you and your budget team to sort of let the word go out. I don't want anyone to be able to say they were taken by surprise when we get to May and June. Folks who come to us with budget requests should expect that those questions are going to be forthcoming, and at least in my case, they may be dispositive of how I can vote on the budget when the time comes. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And let me just flip through a few pages, make sure I don't have any other questions. And I think the budget and training issues, as well as the early report back on 9 and 10, were the issues I wanted to raise, Mr. Chairman. So why don't I? Oh, thank you. I'm gonna one more thing, which we find necessary in this case. Mr. Giannacco, I wanted to ask, I do want to ask for this when you come back in May, please, through the chair. When I first brought to our board the referral that you referenced on June 23rd of 2020, I constructed it with really three components, four, excuse me. The first three, though, were the 8 can't wait, which sort of became the shorthand for people talking about this. But as you know, there were 5 other very specific recommendations regarding hiring, lethal and less than lethal armaments, military-style weaponry, tear gas and rubber bullets as a crowd control technique, and restructuring our county response on this issue. And so it was 8 plus 5. And then there were the 2 pieces of state legislation that were referenced in my referral as well. So 8 plus 5 is 13, plus 2 is 15. And I'll stop there, Mr. Giannacco, and say, you then assessed the situation and said, in order to make progress towards those 15 recommendations, you had 10 recommendations. And I do think your 10 recommendations were really very helpful in sort of focusing effort in a way that allowed people to know what they needed to do and achieve it. So thank you for that. I wonder, however, if in May, using the original construct of 15, 8 plus 5 plus 2, you could give us a very short, simple, almost grid-like structure that says, you know, implemented in process, in discussion, not happening, you know, literally 2 or 3 words on these 15 things so that it is no more than a page or 2. But that will help those who are working from the original referral, which if nobody else is, at least me in my office, match up our progress against the original set of requests. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With all of that as supplement, I am happy to move receipt of the reports in items 8 and 9 with thanks to all parties, and direction is just indicated if there's a second.
Second.
Thank you. I don't see any hands raised. Because there is direction given, we need a roll call vote. And if you're in agreement, we'll handle 8 and 9 together in one vote as the motion incorporated them as well. Jill, go ahead.
Supervisor Lee.
Aye.
Supervisor Chavez.
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian.
Aye.
Vice President Ellenberg.
Yes.
And President Wasserman.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, colleagues, and thank you to all who were part of the effort on items 8 and 9.
Thank you. We'll go to item 16, Dr. Smith, report from the county exec.
I think I will pass since we have a lot to say during the COVID discussion.
Thank you. 17, County Counsel James Williams.
There were no reportable actions at the closed session of February 22nd, 2021. That concludes my report.
Thank you very much. And I don't want to risk anything holding up our doctors past 1:30. So James, Dr. Cody, Dr. Marty, Dr. Tong, if you're all ready to start 7 minutes early, how's your group look? Otherwise, I can venture out into another item, but no guarantees. James?
Good afternoon, President Wasserman and members of the board. How are you?
Oh, peachy keen.
Good. Glad to hear it. I will, as always, start off our presentation before handing it off to my many colleagues, and then we will be happy to answer questions. So I will start, as I always do, with an update on where we are with the epidemiology of our local epidemic. And I just was reflecting that it was almost a year ago today that we diagnosed our very first case of community transmission. That was back in the end of February of 2020. And we're now 12 months in, and we're already 2 months into vaccination. So that's pretty amazing. Our case count does continue to decline since a peak in the first week of January. But we are still at yesterday, for example, our daily average case rate was 269, which is still above any previous peak. And it's about where we were just before Veterans Day in the fall. In a bit of other good news, we're having very few cases in long-term care facilities. You can see that in February, not many of those, not much orange. So that's good news as well. In the next slide, you can see that the disparities in case rates in different areas of the county have also decreased since January. So case rates have come down across the board. The declines have been steepest in East San Jose and Gilroy, and that's also where traditionally we've seen the highest case rates. Case rates there are still elevated above the others, but there's not as much of a gap between sections of the county. Next slide. And similarly, but more dramatically, the case rates among the Latinx community have dropped the most steeply. The decline is starting to slow down a little bit. All different groups, the case rates are decreasing and the disparities are narrowing. They're still there, but they're much less pronounced than they had been at the beginning of this year. The next slide shows the deaths that we have seen in our county from COVID. They're by week, and you can see the deaths among long-term care facility residents in the darker blue and non-long-term care facilities in the lighter blue. And again, these are deaths by week. The deaths have started to decline, although we still do have a significant number of people dying each week from COVID. I think that, as you'll see when we get to the vaccination, the progress that we're making in vaccinating those over 65 and over 75, and surely this has contributed to the easing of deaths in our county. But still, over 1,700 people have lost their lives to COVID in our county, which is a lot of people, a lot of families, a lot of friends. Next slide shows the number hospitalized. This number hospitalized per day in our county also continues to decline, and Dr. Kamal will go over the numbers here. As I've said many times, I think the hospitalization is the best way to see the patterns in cases because, as you know, back in the spring when we had not as much testing as we have now, we were not able to find the cases. But you can see that the peak in the spring and the summer, the number of people in the hospitalized never quite reached a full 200. And now while we're coming down, we haven't quite gotten to the apex of the prior two peaks. So we're still above the highest place we were in the previous 2 weeks. I hope that by the next time we present, that will no longer be the case. In the next slide, I wanted to share again, like we used to in the fall, where we are in the blueprint. We've been in deep purple for so long that we stopped showing these slides. Now our case rate, and again, this is the case rate where it's the number of cases per day per 100,000 residents. It's an average daily case rate, and there's a lag in the data. And there's two different lines there. One is the case rate, and the other in the darker blue is an adjusted case rate that's adjusted based on the amount of testing that we do. So just today, a few hours ago, the state published the updated figures for the week. And so they're fresh, hot off the press, and therefore not on the slide. Our case rate is now at 12.5, and our adjusted case rate is 6.7. So we are just below that threshold, just into the red tier, at least for this week. The next slide shows testing, and I would say that the testing rate per 100,000 residents has begun to fall across the state, fall or flatten, as you can see there in red. Our testing remains well above the state average, but it is not consistently increasing as it had been for so many months. And Dr. Fensterscheib will go into more detail on testing. The next slide shows another metric used in the state's blueprint, and that is test positivity. Ours has fallen rather dramatically as well. Again, an updated figure just came out a few hours ago, and we are now at 2.4%, so still in the orange tier for testing. And traditionally, we had been in a lower tier for testing than for case rate. Case rate is usually what determines our tier. And then the next slide, this is the final metric on the blueprint, the test positivity for the lowest healthy places index quartile. And you'll recall, this is a way to understand in communities in our county and other counties where they, a composite index gives a low score for an HPI. If we look at the test positivity in those communities and in other words, how well are we doing in the areas of our county where we have had the most challenges, really structural barriers to preventing the spread of COVID. And so we still remain in the red tier for that figure. And that completes the EPI review. And now I will turn the presentation over to Dr. Fensterscheib for an update on COVID vaccine.
Thank you, Dr. Cody. And we can go on to the next slide. In fact, there are, just so you know, there are 3 of us that will be presenting on the vaccine outlook so far in our community. So the challenges continue, and I don't have answers to the first set of bullets there, but we suspect that we will be seeing less local control as we switch over to a new third-party administrator. There's also been talk at the state level about set aside for educators as we move into the rest of Tier 1B, but again, we don't have clarification on that. We also are being told that there'll be a new platform that we are required to use called My Turn for setting up appointments and clinical information. And again, we don't have all the information on that. And finally, allocation formulas will certainly change as we move forward. The vaccine allocation system in general has been complex and will probably get even more complex again as others come on board. We are going to continue status quo as we are doing, getting the allocations each week, providing them to our providers, and that will continue at least until mid-March. And of course, our challenge, as we'll talk about today also, is equity and access for all of those in our community. Next slide. As far as the Blue Shield third-party administrator rollout, we are told that this will occur in 3 waves, and we are in wave 3 with most of the rest of the counties in the Bay Area. And at the bottom, you can see the 3 dates for the rollout of each wave. And so we are expecting that to occur mid-March. We already have a meeting set up to have our meeting with Blue Shield early March so that we can get the information that we need for the new rollout. Next slide. We've shown you this before. This is the complex system of how vaccine is allocated, and I won't go through this except to just remind you to look at the area where we have had eyes on and some control, especially over some of the providers in our community and ourselves for that matter. We did add 2 new under the federal government. Local pharmacies are starting to get vaccine directly from the federal government, and the federally qualified health clinics also are being then given vaccine. Again, both of these programs are slowly rolling out, so I suppose they will continue over time. But I do want to point out on the next slide, and you can see how it's changed, that we expect with the rollout of the third-party administrator or Blue Shield, that if you look on the left, we've added Blue Shield under the state of California because they will be the ones responsible for allocations, and we suspect that we will get an allocation just like all of the other providers separately. So you can see that the health department is no longer in the mix, and we expect that our control will somewhat disappear. And then you can see also that Blue Shield will have some impact probably on providing some vaccinations to local pharmacies, but clearly they will be involved with providing direct allocations to all of the providers in our community, including the multi-county entities. But again, how that will exactly roll out and what percentage of allocation we do not know. Hopefully we'll have more information at the next board meeting after we have a meeting with Blue Shield. Next. This, again, just a reminder of what the impact may be. So we probably will lose some control. We don't want to lose control, though, of our equity assurance and access issues. That's a very, very top priority for us. So that will be high on our list of discussion points for our meeting with Blue Shield. We also are concerned about the data and visibility. As you know, we put up all our inventory and demographics on our website, on our dashboards, and we want to make sure that we can continue to do that as we move forward. And again, quality oversight, which we have always maintained for the providers, we also want to assure that continues to occur. Next slide. A busy slide, but again, the bottom line is that, we've heard about the delays in some of the vaccines, especially last week. The Moderna vaccine was kind of in the snow and was delayed in being shipped from Tennessee. That has all arrived, plus all the vaccine that we expected to arrive for our allocation this week is listed there, a total 45,655. We've got notice of delivery, so all of that will be in our county by tomorrow. All of it will be in our county by tomorrow, including the Moderna doses, which were in the snow. Those were an additional 31,000 doses. If you look at the bottom, the regional allocations are listed. Kaiser and Sutter, which is Palo Alto Medical Foundation, and Kaiser's numbers total a lot more than they've gotten in the past. We think our numbers are correct for what the local Kaisers are getting, but again, we don't have direct eyes on that. And then the Sutter PAMS numbers for the regional are listed at just under 25,000, and I know the number looks really low for the local allocation to PAMS at 600 doses. They do get vaccines from other counties. No, they don't get doses from other counties. They get just directly from the state, and so 600 doses is extremely low, and we're monitoring that situation. On the next slide, we basically have the ability as we see it now. The phase 1A, again, we've moved on from that. So healthcare workers have all been vaccinated to a point where we were able to move on, and long-term care facility residents, including SNF. We're now in phase 1B and have been vaccinating those individuals, the seniors in our community, 65 and older, where we've basically shown to have the biggest impact on mortality and hospitalization, since 80% of all of our deaths occur in over 65-year-olds. And then we made the announcement that effective on the 28th, we will then move on to the sectors as listed below. And if we go to the next slide, we can kind of make a little more detail on the sector in phase 1B. This is non-exhaustive of definition, so there's a little link up there. But again, if you don't have access to this, you can go onto the county's website and find that link. But basically the sectors are food and agriculture, which includes farm workers and agribusiness, and certainly all workers in restaurants and grocery stores, pharmacies and convenience stores. And then the education sector are teachers from pre-K through college and universities in private and public institutions, as well as childcare providers. And again, we're waiting for some additional clarification on this because some of these sectors are very, very broad. And then the emergency services. Next slide. We've also been told, even though we don't seem to have enough vaccine, but we were told by the state that the plan is to move in mid-March to expand even further and add the next group of people, which would include the 16 to 64 group with high-risk conditions, so comorbid conditions, and they gave us a list of high-risk conditions. There's also a lot of questions going around now as far as whether this is exhaustive or not, and how in the world will we certify that people coming in with those conditions need to prove or don't need to prove that they actually have those conditions. So lots of questions to be developed and worked through in the next few weeks. Next. And this is the good news, I think. So of all those residents in our community, 16 and older who are received one dose of vaccine, we are over 250,000 doses. It represents almost 17% of our community vaccinated. So we're getting close to that 20% mark, which is great. And then those over 75 receiving at least one dose, nearly 78,000 and 57%. So that's a really, really good number. And then over 65 in general, 160,000 plus for about a 52% rate. Let's move on. Not so great news is that there still are some disparities. You can see this is basically showing 65 and older who have received vaccine according to the area where they live, and basically we're seeing areas of high percentages in populations in the northern part of our county. In the blue line is Los Altos, Palo Alto. The green line is Los Gatos, Saratoga, Montessorino, and then the group below that includes the rest of the county. And some of the, I think that line, if I can see it right, looks like the South County and East Side are in the lower side. The numbers still aren't bad in general, but again, there is disparity in locations of those receiving vaccines. Next slide. And this shows a breakdown, same idea by racial ethnicity, and you can see the blue line shows the highest cumulative percentage in 65 years and older in Asian population. The whites are represented in that golden color, and then the lowest being the Hispanic, Latino, and African ancestry. Still, the numbers aren't terrible, but again, you can see the gaps, and those are the things that we are working on a regular basis to close. Next slide. Okay, so I will turn this over to my colleague, Lucia Luna, to talk about equity.
Thank you. Next slide. As we've noted before, to achieve equity in our vaccination efforts, we must take a multi-pronged, multifaceted approach to ensure that everyone has the same opportunity to be vaccinated when eligible. This slide illustrates that we do not have a one-size-all approach, and that we are working to ensure we decrease barriers to vaccination by including no appointment walk-up clinics. Next slide. A key tenet of our equity strategy is bringing vaccine closer to communities hardest hit by COVID-19. This week, we are focused on our residents that are 65 and older. This week, our stationary vaccine site at the Story Road Hub will be open Tuesday through Saturday. Our Emmanuel Baptist Church opens today and will be open Tuesday through Friday. And our mobile pop-up teams are at the Morgan Hill Community Center today and tomorrow, and at the Gilroy Senior Center as well tomorrow. We will also be at 2 low-income senior housing sites in East San Jose today and later this week. All of these sites are walk-up and do not require an appointment. Next slide. Our community health partners are also working with us this week to ensure that all of our residents age 65 and older are vaccinated. This slide gives you a brief overview of the days of operation for each. I won't go over them, but I do want to point out that the Ravenswood Community Clinic offers vaccination in Mountain View on Tuesdays and on Fridays in Sunnyvale. Next slide. This map illustrates the importance of placing our vaccination sites in areas with high COVID positivity rates and high need according to the California Healthy Places Index, which are those census tracts in the lowest quartile, shown here in light blue outlined areas. This map shows both existing and upcoming vaccine sites. Our pop-up vaccination sites will primarily be in those areas in darkest blue. I'll now turn it over to Mr. Brian Darrow, who will tell us more about our outreach efforts related to vaccines.
Thank you, Dr. Luna. Good afternoon, Brian Darrow with the County Executive's Office. Following the request from the board at the last meeting, we incorporated much of our community outreach update into the vaccine report because those efforts really are getting tied closer and closer together. So I wanted to start by outlining our community outreach goals, our campaign goals, as it relates to vaccines. So first and foremost, of course, we are trying to increase vaccination rates in our communities most impacted by COVID. So geographically, that's East San Jose and South County. In terms of race and ethnicity, that's our Latinx and our African ancestry communities. And it's also our low-income residents. We talk a little bit less about income because it's a little more challenging to measure, but income is a powerful predictor of COVID disparities. We see it in the national research, we see it in the international research, and even when you look locally, our communities most impacted by COVID are the same communities that faced the greatest economic challenges before the pandemic. So Gilroy and San Jose, for example, have the lowest median income, the lowest per capita income, and the highest poverty rates of any of our 15 cities. The 4 areas of our county with the highest share of residents in need of public assistance are Gilroy, San Martin, Morgan Hill, and San Jose. And when you look within San Jose, the areas that faced the biggest economic obstacles before COVID were those communities in the east part of San Jose. So income is a very big part of the COVID story. And I bring that up only because it's a really important part of our outreach strategy to outreach to low-income residents and families. And so you'll see some of that in our plans. Our other outreach goals are really to identify and overcome barriers to the vaccination, to increase awareness about vaccine safety and efficacy, make sure folks feel comfortable getting vaccinated. And we also want to continue all the good work that's already been happening. We need to promote testing, we need to encourage face coverings and social distancing and all the general COVID-19 education that's been happening and that our community outreach teams have been engaged in for many, many months. That work is still very important. And finally, as Dr. Luna was mentioning, we really are trying to match our outreach resources and match our vaccination site locations with the community need. Next slide, please. And so I wanted to quickly go through this, mainly just to remind folks that we have some new dashboards. You can see here, this is a map that shows case rates broken down by census tract. And we have case rates. We also have testing rates and positivity rates and vaccination rates, all on our website now broken down by census tract. And so we utilize this information to make decisions about where the highest need is. You can see the bluer areas, dark blue, is where the case rates have been highest. So it's not a secret. It's been the same part of the community for a while that's been affected. Next slide. And so this is another map on our website showing the vaccination rates. So the yellow areas are the areas with lower vaccination rates. Dark green shows the higher rates. And that all of these maps can be found on our data dashboard portion of our website. Next slide, please. And then I just wanted to quickly outline some of our measures of success, the ways that we'll be tracking these outreach efforts. First, of course, we'll be looking at vaccination rates by race, ethnicity, geography, and then we're trying to do that by income, trying to look at Medi-Cal as a bit of a proxy for income. But even getting Medi-Cal data on vaccination rates is a little bit tricky, but we're working on that. We'll be tracking the number of individuals that are getting scheduled appointments through our prioritized appointment program, where we're doing outreach with a password protected appointment system to make sure that there are available appointments for those communities in need. So we're tracking how many scheduled appointments. We are looking at the number of individuals who are being vaccinated at some of the sites that Dr. Luna mentioned, like our Story Road site, Emmanuel Baptist Church, some of our South County sites at the Gilroy Senior Center and Morgan Hill, for example, those sites that we're really trying to bring to community. So we're going to be measuring, how many folks are we able to get vaccinated there? And then finally, educational outreach performed. So doors knocked, individuals talked to, vaccination pledges received. We'll be measuring all those things. I should point out that these are really the interim measures of success. The real point of all this, of course, is to decrease the burden of disease, to get, reduce COVID in our community and make a healthier community. Next slide. So in terms of our outreach strategies, that include a lot of door-to-door outreach. Our community health and business engagement partners, which is over 100 community health workers and promotoras, have incorporated vaccine education and site promotion and this registration work into all of their outreach work. So all those partners have been trained in Vaccine 101. Dr. Marty provided trainings in Spanish and English. We've provided many trainings in the past week, probably 10 or 12 on vaccine registration support. So showing folks how to use that VAP access system so they can make sure they're scheduling our impacted community members. And then we will be adding some resources. We have a contract being finalized with Groundworks to add 30 full-time staff dedicated to outreach on the ground. And we are also doing some targeted worksite outreach. So now that these new occupational categories are eligible, our 30 business engagement team members are going to be doing focused outreach for at the types of employers that have workers who are now eligible. So that's restaurants, that's smaller grocery stores, that's corner stores, et cetera, so that we can both do some of the educational work that was happening and actually sign people up for vaccine appointments. Next slide. Quickly here, phones are also a critical part of our outreach strategy. And specifically, we've been trying to leverage existing call centers and operations that we have so that we're not cold calling folks. So we have a lot of operations in existence. We have our CICT team, and they are now conducting vaccine education and incorporating that into all of their contact tracing calls. And then their high touch team, which is about 30 staff, which is dedicated to some of our hardest hit zip codes, are actually performing some vaccine scheduling now. Our CAN 19 Resource Center has 30 staff. They are incorporating vaccine education and registration into resource calls that they get. Our isolation and quarantine support team has 9 staff that starting this week are going to be dedicated to calling previous clients to do, again, vaccine education and registration for those who are eligible. Santa Clara Family Health Plan, beginning this week as well, is calling and scheduling the 65 and older population, the Medi-Cal members. They're adding 12 staff to do this and also utilizing existing staff. And so they're focused on some of their highest risk folks to start with. And then our vaccine stakeholder group partners are making calls as well. Next slide. And so just quickly on this, we know in many cases it's going to take multiple touches, multiple methods of outreach to move people to action and get vaccinated. So we have a lot of outreach strategies, and some of them are detailed here, but we know that it's not going to, for some folks, it's not going to be just one quick, hey, you're eligible, and then they get right in. We're going to need to return and keep the education going and the nudging going. Next slide. So our vaccine community stakeholder working group, which we started meeting with in early December, is a key part of our outreach strategy. We have more than 200 individual members who participate and 14 subgroups focused on an array of different constituencies, so faith community, the labor community, business community, our disability rights groups, and seniors, and many others. Their stated role is here, but this group has really been more than that. They've flagged a number of barriers that have resulted in some operational changes or website changes or some policy changes. They've informed messaging and helped us with development of key flyers and outreach materials that are effective. Several of our stakeholders are doing appointment scheduling through phone banking, and they've helped us with scheduling fairs, and some are even sending text messages out to thousands of individuals on their lists that are near some of our vaccine sites. They've helped us identify some sites as well, and they actually helped inform some of the barriers that we tried to overcome with the no wrong door policy. It's been a really valuable group. Next slide. So finally, these are just the outreach numbers for each of our individual Chebet partners for the past week. I won't go over these. The next two slides show those numbers, but in future presentations, we'll provide you with a map of the outreach efforts by census tract. I believe an off-agenda report is coming forward with some of that information in it in the interim. But that's all I have. I'll turn it back over to Dr. Fensterscheid for an update on testing. Thank you, Brian. And we'll go to the next slide. I'm going to give you a brief report on the testing situation. This is, as we've always seen, our 7-day average of testing. And you can see that we are still doing a good number of tests, but the numbers are going down. And so we probably, we increased our capacity in the late fall, winter time. We had a dip during the holidays, and then we moved back up, but then we are dropping off a little bit again. Our capacities are probably too high, perhaps, for demand right now. We're going to be looking at what the demand level is. Our capacity is probably around 50 to 55%. But as we begin moving towards doing more vaccinations and switching over or adding vaccinations and decreasing to meet demand of our testing, then our utilization rate should go up. The red line again that you see represents, as Dr. Cody mentioned, a falling positivity rate, and so we're way down there at 2.5%, or as Dr. Cody reported, a little bit lower on the most recent data. Let's move on to the next slide. This again is showing our testing among county residents by location, east side, South County, and then the rest of the county, which is in purple. You can see in general that recently it's all been dropping down. I guess there's a little bit of an uptick in at the beginning of February, but again, we'll have to wait and see how that continues to move. But you can see that we are testing again less percentage-wise in our east side and South County than we are in the rest of the county. That gap had improved the last time we reported, I believe, but then it has opened up again. Next slide. And this is demonstrating test positivity by the county regions also. And remember that we said that the overall positivity rate in the county is about 2.5. And so the east side and South County rates are more than double what the average rates are for positivity in our community. And if you remove the South County and east side, then the rest of the county comes out at a very low, around just over 2%. So again, disproportionately high positivity, as we've seen all along. You can follow all of those lines all the way back to July, and it's no different. Continue. Let's go on to the next slide. This is the dashboard that we've shown you for many months now, looking at all of our providers and how we're all doing. And the county continues to provide the highest average daily rate of testing in our community, but our other providers are doing better for the most part. And the next slide, which shows the trend over time going back to June, shows you the top line again is the county's health system has continuously been testing way over and above all of the others. That dark line, which is the second, is our overall for everybody, the testing rates. And then you can see at the bottom all of the providers. And I would say the red line there, which is Stanford, has done an exceptionally good job in moving up. The others, not so much. Next slide. This is the fairgrounds testing. You can see right off again the same trend, downward trend of the numbers of people coming to the fairgrounds, but also a falling percentage of positivity at the fairgrounds. And if you go to the next slide, the same
data that we've been showing you all along, total tests between January 26th and February 15th with a positivity of 5.8 overall. If you go down to race and ethnicity, though, you can see Latino or Hispanic is almost twice that at 10%. Utilization of this site around the county continues to show that all cities partake in going to the fairgrounds. San Jose residents, though, continue to be nearly 3/4 of those going to the fairground site. Next slide. And this is basically just showing you what I just showed you on the top bar, and then just in the last week on the bottom, which just basically shows the trend downward. So if you just look perhaps at the Latino Hispanic, which was 10.1 for the 3-week period, just in the last period, it's dropped down to 7.8. So still way above the average, but certainly moving in the right direction. And the next slide, just showing you, this is for updates, but we have started doing saliva specimen collection now in our site in San Jose and in Gilroy. And basically it's a self collection. You get a sample testing kit, and you can't have eaten or had anything to drink for the 30 minutes before you provide the sample, and you're given the sample collecting kit, and you go outside and put some saliva into that up to the line, and close it back up and turn it in. And basically it's a very easy way of testing. So it's been successful, and we will continue to incorporate that into other sites as we move on. And then finally, the last slide, as usual, is our weekly pop-up testing sites this week, and then on the bottom for next week. And you can see the times and locations for all the testing sites. Okay, and I will turn this over to Dr. Kamal for a hospital update.
Thank you, Dr. Finkelscheid. So I have a brief update today on hospital preparedness. The short story is that hospitals continue to do very well, with hospitalizations declining rapidly. Our COVID census, however, does remain higher than it was prior to the surge. Because of the declining demand for COVID care, the hospitals have resumed non-emergency procedures and outpatient services, and we are continuing to have a close collaboration with them to make sure that this is managed. The other real bright spot is the situation at skilled nursing facilities that has improved dramatically, and where we might be seeing some evidence of vaccine causing less absenteeism and fewer outbreaks, which have in turn allowed hospitals to transfer non-acute patients back to skilled nursing facilities. Next slide. So this is the graph showing the hospitalizations over time. And as you can see for this most recent peak, although the numbers were extremely high, the downslope appears to be quite symmetric with the upslope, which is different from what we had seen in the past, where the downward trend was more prolonged. And this is one reason why the cases have declined quite rapidly this time around. However, the current state is still above that which was present before the peak, and we don't know whether this downslope will continue at the same rate, or are we starting to see a bit of a leveling off at the numbers we're at right now. Next slide. This slide here shows the non-COVID hospitalizations, and as we had discussed last time, the decline in COVID allowed hospitals to resume some of their other care, which resulted in somewhat of an uptick in non-COVID cases. However, that uptick has not actually continued, and now we're seeing the non-COVID census having been stabilized. And anecdotally, we do have reports of some patients still being reluctant to come in for routine procedures and care because they're waiting to see what happens with cases and with the pandemic. So this is something we're going to continue to follow to make sure that hospitals are able to provide the care that was deferred during the worst days of the pandemic. Next slide. Our bed availability is also improving. We are above 15%, which is the statewide threshold. And this occupancy or vacancy rate of 18 to 19% is probably as high as hospitals would like to see it, because once you have more vacancy than that, you actually run into empty beds, which are in excess of what are needed to be in reserve. Next slide. And just to summarize a lot of other things we've talked about, our PPE status remains very good. We have more than 20 million items available, including N95 masks and gloves. In terms of therapeutics, the hospitals continue to do very well with all agents. We are also promoting the use of some of our monoclonal antibodies, including Regeneron and bamlanivimab, and are working with our CICT team so that we could integrate the notification of a positive result with getting patients plugged into this treatment. Because we do know that these monoclonal antibodies work best when given as soon as possible after a diagnosis, and we're trying to really streamline that process. In terms of staffing, we still do have some requests pending with the state. However, it's really important to note that as of today, there's no SNF that has been directed by public health to avoid new or readmissions. And this is really, I think, a huge milestone and speaks to the tremendous work done by our public health nurses, as well as the skilled nursing facilities in preventing outbreaks and making sure that these skilled nursing facilities are able to provide safe and quality care. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Bollier for outreach and enforcement.
Thank you, Dr. Kamal. We continue responding to complaints and concerns that are filed through our portal. And as of February 14th, we have almost 8,000 concerns. And just want to point out that the public has really been our eyes and ears out there. We've resolved almost 7,400 of those. And as a result, about 69% of those were resolved through a phone call or email, and about 31% through a site visit. What's a little bit new this time is that we have also been doing about 120 proactive compliance checks at various strip malls and downtown locations throughout the county. And as you can see, we've issued about 600 notices of violation, which continues to be a fairly low rate of approximately 8% of the total number of concerns that were resolved. Next slide. And as you can see, we continue to see very similar trends, on the number of the type of industry. So food, retail, retail trade, and gym and fitness continue to be the top three reported sectors. And in addition, we had also yesterday met with our countywide COVID enforcement working group, where we continue to meet every 2 weeks and coordinate with all of our cities and partners to ensure we have a coordinated response. As you can also see by this slide, the number of concerns has steadily declined. But again, we continue to see a pretty steady flow coming in. Next slide.
Thank you, Controller Hernandez here. Next slide, please. Since we last reported to the board on February 9th, between February 5th through the 18th, we have helped 147 people safely isolate or quarantine in hotels, provided supportive services to 387 households, and distributed approximately $1.4 million to assist households with rental and financial assistance. We also wanted to share a few trends that we're seeing. Similar to the case count coming down, we are seeing about half of the calls we received in January this month, and also fielding maybe only about a third of voicemails because we are able to attend to the calls that are coming in live. We are also happy to report that on February 20th, we published the demographic information data to the IMQ dashboard. Next slide, please. And just to show you here, this is what the updated dashboard looks like. Next slide. Over the last 2 weeks, we've continued to make progress in some of our efficiencies and streamlining. We are down, for instance, in the financial assistance, the average time from intake to receipt, we are now down to 0.53 days from when we received the referral, and that's down from 1.11 that we reported last time. I'm also happy to report that as of today, we have less than 30 pending referrals for financial assistance and rental assistance. And if you might recall, at our very highest peak, the numbers were in the triple digits, and we've made a lot of progress over the last few months. Next slide. Finally, to share with you some of the community outreach, as was mentioned earlier, we are working in collaboration with the other efforts around vaccinations and how our team can help support some of that work that is ongoing as we connect with clients that are calling the INQ hotline. We also continue our engagement. Here's a sample of a flyer that we published and circulated for a meeting, a training on February 17th. We had approximately 63 attendees participating in that effort. We have a Spanish presentation coming up on March 5th at 10:30, and we continue to let the community know and be aware of any changes in the program, eligibility requirements, and taking those opportunities to also connect them with other efforts that the county is undertaking. Thank you. I'll turn it back to Dr. Smith.
Dr. Smith?
So we're here available for questions if you should have them.
Super, I appreciate that. Board members, I believe we also wanted to have item 11 to be heard with item 10. I believe that was direction that was given when we were talking about the consent calendar. Do any of you have questions for Dr. Smith at this time? Seeing none, is it all right? Oops. I was going to hear from the public after we heard from 11, but Supervisor Chavez, yes.
That's exactly what I wanted to ask. If we could just go to 11.
Yes, we're going to go to 11, then we'll hear from the public and come back to us.
Perfect, thank you.
You betcha. All right, doctors. Supervisors Chavez and Lee, this is your referral item.
Thank you, Supervisor Lee. You're on mute.
Of course I am. Thank you very much. This referral very much relates to what we just talked about. One is regarding utilization plan for COVID-19, trying to find a way to get a data-driven utilization plan to try to achieve parity across the different communities, focusing on the census tracts of those that has a high positivity and the relatively low vaccine rates. Second is regarding a work plan to talk about trying to get the word out there to the community, because what we're finding out is that there's been a lot of fake news in the community, and many people are actually getting very worried as far as side effects and whatnot. So I think we really need to do a better job to get the true facts out to a community in language, to dispel a lot of the rumors and the anti-vaxxers and those type of issues. So those are the primary reason why we came up with this referral. Of course, I want to thank Supervisor Chavez for co-sponsoring this, and I certainly would love to ask Supervisor Chavez if any other comments you want to add.
Thank you. And I just wanted to say thank you to Supervisor Lee for including me, and also to say again how I think fresh eyes really help us look at problems in a real fresh way. So thank you for that. I think, colleagues, that as we discuss the report that just occurred, I think what we want to be able to do is take all of the outreach efforts that we're doing and really quantify them, and also set some goals that suggest that if, based on the outreach we're doing today, that we're going to be at parity by week 3, and here are the goals that we're setting. The second thing is that I just want to really acknowledge that the staff has done an amazing job with free media and social media. What we're really asking for is recognizing that we're going into really difficult to serve areas, that we quantify the financial investments that we're making in outreach. I think particularly for the communities that we're trying to get to, so many of them really listen still a lot to radio, and how we're digging into those radio programs. And I just want to wrap up on this section with making the point that Supervisor Lee did, that the amount of misinformation that we're hearing through the ambassador program and the outreach we're doing, it's astounding. And I won't repeat any of the rumors we've heard, because we don't want them to, they're not real, and we don't want them to get out as if they are. But it is safe to say that communities where, in particular, where English is a second language, I think are even more vulnerable to to disinformation because there's not a lot of modes of information. So I share that just because I want to share that in appreciation with what Supervisor Lee just raised.
Thank you. I appreciate that. If it's all right now, we'll go to our community members waiting to speak. Looks good to me. All right, Jill, your turn.
Thank you. Should we set the timer for 2 minutes, sir?
Yes, it is. Yes, thank you.
Oh, thank you. Our first speaker is Claudia Rossi. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you so much, President Wasserman, Board of Supervisors. My name is Claudia Rossi. I'd like to thank Supervisor Chavez, well, first of all, for visiting with us in Gilroy. The community is truly a buzz. We're so happy to have had you join us at the Senior Center where we're experiencing so much success. I'd like to also thank Supervisor Lee for requesting that vaccination rates be segmented by race and ethnicity. This directive will aid in assessing the effectiveness of COVID vaccine deployment strategies. I'd also like to take this opportunity to advocate as a registered nurse who has vaccinated thousands of residents in our county throughout the years, that the Catholic Archdiocese and other faith communities be more actively engaged in addressing some of the misinformation that you just discussed, in identifying underserved communities, and to mobilize more vaccine pop-up sites to church sites in order to maximize the utilization rates of members who have definitely expressed reluctance in utilizing the vaccine. Thank you again for your leadership. We are finding that in the middle of all this darkness, we are very hopeful as we see the strategies that you are championing deployed in our communities. Thank you again.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next speaker is Gina Gates. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon. I'm Gina Gates, and I live in zip code 95116, one of the hardest hit areas in our valley. And I'd like to first thank you for all of the work. The reports today were impressive. I think that they were well thought out, and they disclose information that I think we can really use to make an even better effort. I applaud Chavez and Otoli on the presentation as well. And I just want to say that we're headed in the right direction. I'd like you to consider that when you're looking at people 65 or older, in our community, in my community, we tend to live with multi-generational households. So it makes a lot of sense that if the abuela is getting a shot, then everybody in that house needs the shot. They need the vaccine too, because otherwise that bubble is not secure. We need to be able to think methodically about this. And I think that our community, as you know, we live together and we support each other, and we tend to be the people that are boots on the ground. We're not all working in grocery stores. We're not all working as medical professionals. Some of us are actually working in insurance companies, and they don't get to have the privilege of getting a vaccination, but yet they're vulnerable. So what I'm saying here is that we're headed in the right direction, but please look at the family structure and do look at getting the entire family vaccinated. I think that's where you're going to see some true good responses, particularly in the area where I live. 95116, thanks you all.
Our next speaker is Rebecca Armendariz. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon, President Wasserman, honorable supervisors. I'm Rebecca Armendariz. I'm a lifelong Gilroy resident and member of the Gilroy City Council. I want to thank Supervisors Lee and Chavez and Samidian for all of their work on getting the COVID-related resources and services to our community, as well as the hard work of Brian Darrow and the teams of the Emergency Operations Center and the Public Health Department. They're doing phenomenal work in getting the services to the areas that need them, but unfortunately it's not enough, as we are seeing the rise in the number of infections throughout South County, and especially among our Latino and senior populations. As such, I ask that you approve the referral on board agenda item 11 to provide the board with a data-driven COVID-19 vaccine utilization plan aimed at increasing participation rates in census tracts with the highest positivity and relatively low vaccination rates, of which Gilroy and Morgan Hill are home to. We also ask that the administration provide updates on expanding the accessibility and availability.
Rebecca, we lost you. We can't hear you, Councilwoman. No, maybe she can come back later. Okay.
Our next speaker is Urvish. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Urvish?
Yes, thank you very much. I wanted to, first of all, good afternoon to all the supervisors, county supervisors, as well as Chair Mike Wasserman, Vice Chair Susan, Cindy Chavez, Dr. Lee. I just wanted to mention about the COVID-19 vaccination part. I understand that, the Dr. Sarah Cody has been putting up the efforts for the COVID-19 pandemic, and with the presentation, there are quite a few takeaways to take. The project, the pop-up side, the clinic side, they are providing the services, as well as the statistics, which is showing the COVID-19 results, that, how much, Santa Clara County is putting up the efforts to evaluate that, what are the needs for the COVID-19 vaccination and COVID-19 testing. It is also important to verify on a monthly basis that, whether the providing the vaccination and providing the testing, whether that is reducing the effect of a COVID-19 or not. Community outreach programs, there are seniors, around the far locality area. Somehow they have not been able to get to the vaccination. It is important that, the labs, as different labs, the Quest, Kaiser Permanent, Adventist, Blue Shield.
Oops, we lost him.
Our next speaker is Mike Rogers. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon. Thanks for your time today. With regards to the current topic, I had a couple questions that have been in my mind for a while, which is, I would hope that we transform the community engagement that has occurred for the lesser served communities into something long-term that addresses chronic conditions, behavioral health, and a lot of other things. And along those lines, there's a couple of constructs that are reimbursable that might help the county on costs or might help some entities with the costs. One is the social determinants of health is generally a reimbursable assessment. And there's some very good actually behavioral health assessments that are also reimbursable. And I haven't heard about either one of these being used to date, but I know we've been in firefighting mode. And so that's one topic and a set of questions around those things in terms of long-term engagement with these communities. And then second topic I had, it goes back to the general COVID stuff. It's fantastic that we've made so much progress. It's great to see that half of our population over 65 is vaccinated. It's a dramatic reduction in the potential severities and mortalities, as well as the great progress in the long-term care facilities. This is a question for as much as the state as the county, though. At what point does the overall seriousness of COVID, from terms of infected mortality rates, infected severity rates, become low enough, even ahead of herd immunity, that we might see a general reorganizing or a different framework for the non-pharmaceutical interventions, such as shutdowns and other rules? We're never going to get to zero on COVID and deaths, but we're going to be in a different realm before very long here. And I wonder what thinking the county has done or discussions they may have had with the state on those topics. Thank you for your time.
Urvish, you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Urvish?
Yes, I wanted to thank you very much for the minutes. I wanted to mention that, as the pandemic started from the March 2019 onwards, from the 45th presidency to the 46th presidency, it is very important to evaluate that, what are the changes that has been incurred within a 1 year, and as well as, get the blueprint phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, phase 4 out as part of a state of California blueprint plan, and also evaluate that on a monthly basis that, what are the deaths that has incurred and what are the cures that has been provided. As the testing and as well as the vaccinations are being provided, it is important to evaluate that, how many number of people are getting the vaccination. Those who are not getting the vaccination, to be provided the vaccination with the in-house delivery by the different lab services like a Quest, Kaiser Permanente, Adventist, as well as the Blue Cross Shield. It is also important to continue to have the Dr. Sarah Cody provide those insights, and if required, also co-align the efforts with the White House, with the Dr. Fusion with regards to the same. Thank you very much.
Concludes our speakers, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Jill. Appreciate it. Supervisors, I'll start with Supervisor Lee. Do you have any questions of our medical and professional staff today regarding their report?
Yes, thank you very much. Let me get my background working here. Thank you. So first of all, I would say it's been really, really enlightening, and I'm so happy to see that these numbers are finally coming down. We've been predicting that it would happen. So the first basic question I have is, besides the fact that we've got vaccinations going to the most vulnerable population we've been doing for 2 months, do you actually think that our exceptionally warm weather, do you think that has something to do with it as well? Or any other practices you think we've been doing that is so successful, that's why these numbers are falling?
Thank you, Supervisor Lee. The most honest answer I can give you as to the explanation behind the rapidly falling cases is I don't know. I think there's many different factors that could be contributing. I can't tell you what's most important. I wish I could.
Yeah, of course, the good news is that it is falling. Obviously, it's still too high as a whole, as a number as a whole, because it's still, like you said, as high as even Veterans Day or back in November. But at least the trend is certainly very, very good. But we certainly should not let our guard down, of course. That's the message. The other number I saw is regarding the ICU numbers. I think it was showing that now we're going up above 15 and close to what 18 or 19%, which is, of course, it's a good trend. Again, that's still not necessarily a great number. I do remember the fact that many of the surgical procedures that need to take place has been postponed due to this COVID upswing. Are we able to now go back and tell people to, hey, now you can come back and do those delayed surgical procedures? Or are we still waiting that out?
I'm going to let Dr. Kamal address your question.
Thank you for that very important question. So in speaking to the hospitals, they have largely opened up their surgical procedures and messaged to their members and patients to come on back in. I think there is still some reluctance on the part of the public to come back, and part of that may have to do with people just wanting to see further improvement in the status of COVID in our community. It may have to do with visitor policies, which are still important because we don't have mass immunity yet. But this is certainly something that the hospitals are proactively messaging their patients on to start coming back in. And I do expect we're going to see these numbers come back up.
Great, thank you. The latest guidance, of course, is that very exciting from yesterday, how the outdoor sports is something now been relaxed, and that we are the Santa Clara County is very much same, or if not even a bit more lenient than the state guidance, I believe. And there have been some questions about the indoor sports. I just want to confirm that the indoor sports right now is still basically prohibited by the state guidance. Am I correct?
Yes.
Yes, that is correct. Under the state guidance, indoor sports are not allowed. I just wanted to comment on our approach here in Santa Clara County. We want to be equal and fair. We know that outdoors is much safer than indoors, just simply because of the ventilation that one has outdoors. So we can have a lot more activity outdoors with less risk. But there are a lot of different activities that people have not been allowed to do outdoors. One of them is sports, but there are many others. So to support the health, as broadly as possible for all people, that's why we are easing our guidance and restrictions for all types of activities for outdoors.
And thanks, Dr. Cody. And this ease of restriction basically is effective immediately, correct?
It's effective on Friday.
On Friday, sorry. Okay, so Friday. Sorry, I missed it. Just making sure this is clear. Great. So in 3 more days, so this will be allowed. The issue of the red tier, the orange tier, it's really good to see that our case rates are now getting to the red tier, and in terms of testing, it's down to orange tier. Based on these numbers, obviously, it's how we're making these decisions, like you talk about regarding the sports, a bit to be done outdoor, or the fact that certainly more things will be opening up in the future. Do you have any proposal in mind right now? I know it's not being announced yet. What would you think would be the next area that you think the opening will happen, say, a few weeks or a month from now?
Well, as you know, we try to look ahead, but not too far ahead. We hope that our case rates will continue to come down. We have, of course, some concerns, as everyone does, about any new variant emerging. So we're trying to vaccinate faster than any new variant might take hold. And of course, it's a little bit difficult to see how that's all going to play out. I think it's good news that for all of us that the case rates have come down, that the positivity rate has come down, and my guess is that we did just meet the metric this week, and my guess is we'll meet it next week as well. But we don't have any announcements to make just yet.
Okay, great. Now, I think this is also relatively good news. I recall. I think it's last meeting that we had, that's about 2 weeks ago or so, we were only getting like 21,000 doses of vaccines that week, which of course is very, very low. And that week, February 17th, as reported just now, we'll be getting 45,600 doses. So certainly that's significantly more than what we were. So I'm certainly hopeful that these will be the new numbers. Hopefully we could keep it up and increasing, because certainly I think the good news I've been hearing is that we now have the capability of doing up to 10,000 vaccinations a day now, right? So that, I mean, it's going to be a day, right? So I just want to double check with you. Are these numbers still correct? And are we still increasing the number of vaccinations we can do on a daily basis?
Yes, so the 10,000 vaccines given per day is just the county system. So that's not including the vaccinations given by other healthcare systems. And I'm sitting next to Dr. Fensterscheib, who might want to comment further.
The numbers are going up all the time. We're increasing our capacity. Again, we just need the vaccine, and we hope that our multi-county entities will get additional vaccine. We would like to see the weekends also. So sometimes those high numbers of 8 to 10,000 a day don't apply to the weekends quite yet. So we really need to increase our weekends. and then have a higher number on a 7-day average in the 10 to 13,000 range in order to kind of complete our goal.
Great, thank you. And then the one other good news that we have given out is that starting February 28th, the increase of numbers under the professional categories like some of the food agricultural workers, educators and teachers will now be qualified to get the vaccinations. Are they able to go ahead and schedule those appointments now?
Yes, those three categories of people can schedule now, is my best understanding, through sccfreevax.org.
Great. All right, and that's all the question I have for now. Thank you very much, President Wasserman.
Thank you. Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you very much. First of all, I just wanted to say to all of the staff, really overwhelmingly good work. I mean, and improvements in a whole bunch of areas. So I really want to extend a very sincere thank you to all of you. I have 5 different categories I'm going to want to tick through. On the outreach work, I just wanted to remind the staff that I think it might have been a little over a month ago, I made a request that Dr. Smith said was possible. So I just want to make sure I'm checking on this. And that is that we are able by organization on a weekly basis to receive the doors, phones, hours, and number of folks and the outcomes of our outreach work. That includes vaccines, vaccine commitments, vaccinations, vaccine commitments, vaccination appointments, tests, test appointments, and whether or not we're doing education that is improving the operations at the work sites that we're going to, and signing people up for vaccinations. I'd like to be able to see that by organization and the particular activity being engaged. I think there is a distinction between that kind of work and potentially other work that's listed in this chart, which is, there's a distinction in my mind between general outreach and then the activities we're doing to drive address the parity problem that we have. So I'm interested in knowing, when will that start to be available? And again, I want to reiterate, this is by organization, not by clusters of organizations, but specific organizations.
Sorry. Yes, we're collating it right now, and it'll come to you off agenda. We didn't intend to put it online because it's, not the kind of information that we would typically put online, but will be coming to you off agenda from outreach group.
And when will that start, Dr. Smith?
I would say by the end of next week, we'll have it.
Great, thank you. And then as part of that, the other opportunity I think will be to understand whether or not we need to expand into paid phone banks that will match the activity on the doors. So part of the reason I'm interested in getting that before our next board meeting is I'm interested in knowing that, and or if we're already engaging paid phones for paid texting and robocalls, when that will be coming online. And that, as soon as you know that, that would be really valuable for the board to know.
Okay, will do.
The other thing that I'm curious about from Dr. Smith, I'm not sure who on the team would know the answer to this, but given the challenges that we expect to have with the state, I think that we're already having with the state relative to the Blue Shield contract. I'm wondering whether or not we have thought aggressively or are thinking aggressively about asking for allocations to come directly from the federal government.
At this point, that is not an option for us. We've been clearly told we get it from the state. So we can certainly inquire again, but we've been told in the past that it comes directly from the state. But you're right, we haven't been told that since the TPA has been announced. So we'll ask again.
Thank you. And as part of that, my understanding is that, and I don't know how we would do this, but my understanding is that a lot of different counties across the country are advocating to get FEMA sites in their particular communities. And are we doing that? And if so, are we having success? And if not, is there some way for the board or the community to help?
You mean FEMA vaccination sites?
Yes.
We have asked for the National Guard support, and they're present today and will continue to be present in South County, but it's not actually run by FEMA. It's a site that we run that is supported by the National Guard. FEMA itself doesn't actually run them. They pay for them.
Got it. And so the site that is in Oakland at the Coliseum that is designated as a FEMA site, my understanding from my colleagues there is that the allocation of vaccinations or vaccines are directly from the federal government to that site. So that's what's prompting my question, because maybe that is an additional way for us to get more resources without, frankly, without the fear of the state's changes.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood your question. You're right. The Oakland Coliseum is a partnership between the federal government and the state, and they started up the program in that location. They've limited the number of locations across the nation. I don't know the exact number now, but we can inquire as to whether they could set up a site in our area.
Thank you. And then on communication, I recognize that there's always a lot happening very quickly. My question is, have you all determined a time frame by which the board could have information about emerging health orders or emerging vaccination sites? Do you all have an internal goal about communication with the board in terms of timing prior to announcements?
We intend to get it to you as soon as possible, but sometimes the decisions are made late in the day. I think that happened yesterday. So we could apologize for that. But as soon as we can get it to the board, we get it to the board first and then to everybody else.
I think that one request I would make is if there is an internal tool that you all are using to, I really get how frenetic this is, particularly as it relates to the state and federal government just making random announcements. I'm just wondering, and if you all could give some thought to this as to whether or not there's a way for us to be able to communicate and get information a little sooner. I know it stresses our partners out too, and I know this is something you've been dealing with since it started, and I've been trying to wrap my head around, what might be more effective, and I'll give more thought to it, but I would appreciate it if you all could give us, help us think a little bit about how to do that, because I think it will help improve our partnerships in the community as well.
Will do.
Thank you. The other issue that I want to dive into, and this is really a question for Dr. Cody, is I am really interested in us doing a little more in line, being a lot more, actually not a little, but a lot more in line with the state. And my reason for that is that I really feel like one of the ways we ratchet down stress is to be as consistent as we can be, so it's not confusing for people who live in our community about what's happening here versus other places. And I wonder if you could talk just a little bit about your philosophy relative to when, under what terms and conditions you anticipate being different than the state, and why?
Well, of course, you know, it would be much aligning with the state would decrease my stress level by a lot. So, right. But what's most important is that we think about how are we best and most holistically protecting the health of the people that live in our county, and how are we communicating what we're doing. And that's why since the very, very beginning, we have thought about the risks of COVID transmission, and we've thought about it as uniformly as we can, not sector by sector by sector, and then applied those standards because that's something that we can communicate to people rather than how we're picking and, you know, it's quite complicated, of course, if you try to pick and choose among sectors and among activities. And so that's the approach that we've taken since the beginning. And I think it's been quite protective. The challenge, of course, is that the state framework is quite different. And so to align with the state framework means that we can't align internally as we have been since the outset.
So understanding that, I think as we are doing assessments, as you're doing both the physical and mental health assessments, I am just going to reinforce that I think that what the county has done has been superior to the state relative to the framework and the consistency relative to not picking winners and losers and really being holistic in the approach. I think where we are in approaching the pandemic is different now for a bunch of different reasons, but one of them being the length of time we're in it now, and our ability to communicate effectively with a public that I think is becoming more tired of the rules overall. And so how we approach those frameworks, I think, is really important. And I know, Dr. Cody, this is something that you have sleepless nights over, and other members of our staff. I recognize that. I think of what I wanted to be able to reinforce is how important I think it is that we are really engaging our ability to engage the public and keep the public engaged while we're trying to get people vaccinated is the phase that I'm thinking about and most concerned about as we just think about the overall stress, anguish, and challenge with communicating effectively the reasons we're doing what we're doing and why we're doing them and what the implications of them are. But I do understand the points that you raised. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go right ahead. I thought you paused.
Thank you. One other question I have is, have we figured out yet how to allow people to cancel their appointments online?
I think that we have. I'm going to turn that question over to Marty or Rocio.
Yeah, so we are trying to make, we understand that has been a problem, but it takes a call to the call center to do that. And we know that people have waited for a long periods of time, which is unacceptable. And so we're still working on that. We want to make it as easy as possible since we ask people to cancel if they make a different appointment. So we have to make it easier. So we're working on that.
Okay. And so right now to cancel, people can call the call center. Is that accurate? Okay, great. And we just need to
I'm just looking. Yeah, I was just looking around to see if anyone had anything more to say on it, but it looks like call the call center. Yes.
Okay, so we want to make sure that number is published, and I know you're working on it. And I just wanted to lift that up for the staff, that I think that part of our appointment problem of people not showing up is that they got a sooner appointment and then couldn't cancel, and then we don't really know how they can cancel yet, but we're working on it. Good, that's helpful. Thank you very much. And then the other question, and Dr. Fensterscheid, perfect timing, is on tests. And if we're now able to use the the saliva tests, are the saliva tests the tests that people are getting on the doors as the promotorists are walking door to door?
No, they're doing the self-administered nasal swabs. We just started the saliva test and just basically are using those in the 2 pop-up locations. But the promotorists have been trained and are actually doing a great job of taking this door to door. But they instruct each of the people at the door, and they give them the swab, and then they use the swab. They self-administer, and I think it's actually better. The reason being is that if you go up to the door, if you want saliva, they have to not have eaten or had anything to drink for 30 minutes. And so you can't guarantee that. So I think this is the way to go, is the self-administered saliva test on the doors.
Got it. That's really helpful to know. And the other way people know what they're coming to. I appreciate that you want to be able to have that. And then one last thing, I just wanted to again say thank you to the staff for all the amazing work. And one of the things that I wanted to say is I want to just tell my colleagues, share some really good news with them, but also just compliment the staff. So you all probably read a couple of weeks ago that that Stanford received some money from the federal government to pay for some of the activities they were doing in the community around testing and vaccination sites. And so I and others reached out to Stanford to have a conversation with them about whether or not the resources they got would allow them to provide some support to us on the east side of San Jose. And as you know, we've had a high level of need and a high level of interest. And on the 23rd of this, I'm sorry, on the 9th, I apologize, on February 9th before our board meeting, we had a brief conversation, about a 30-minute conversation with David Entwistle from Stanford Hospital. And they were very, very interested in helping us. And they were very interested in the idea of equity and how to make sure vaccines got out to the community that needed them most. So in less than 2 weeks, our staff, in coordination with Stanford staff, with some assistance from the city of San Jose, have established a site on the east side at Eastridge Mall. And I wanted, if Dr. Smith, if you could just talk for a moment about where we are in process with that. I think it's been remarkable what you've all accomplished in less than 2 weeks.
Yes, Supervisor, Stanford has been this week over looking at the area. It's anticipated to be the roller rink area in the mall, if people are familiar with it. They've been working with our vaccine team, Rocio and Marty, making sure that it's an appropriate site for their operation. They're planning at this point to be operational on the 1st, but we're still in the process of finishing up the lease, because it will require a sublease with the current leasee. Sorry, my legal brain just fell out of my head. So as soon as we get all of the legal stuff tidied away, we'll be ready to go, and we'll be making a formal announcement. We don't want people to try to sign up for it at this point because it's not in the appointment list, but should be soon.
And Dr. Smith, do you know approximately how many vaccines will be at that location available, or appointments?
At this point, they figure that the maximum capacity right in the foreseeable future will be about 2,000 a day, but as with the other sites, we won't start at that amount. We'll probably start somewhere in the 200 range and move up, just as we have more capacity available now at Levi and at the clinics, at Tully Clinic. We still could do more if we had more vaccine.
And Dr. Smith, this will be both an appointment and a walk-up site, is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
And that's one of the things that's being worked on right now, is the IT connections, probably this is too much in the weeds for the board, but Stanford has Epic, but they have a different type of Epic connection. And so we're trying to figure out what's going to be the best way to get the appointments, realizing we might all be forced to join my turn in the next few weeks. So all of those technical details are still being worked on.
And I wanted Dr. Smith again to say a very sincere thank you to you and the and I know Dr. Luna and others have been working really hard on this, and also to the city of San Jose. On the initial call, we invited the city of San Jose to participate just because we wanted to make sure that we were in collaboration on something that could be of such a significant size that wasn't on property, frankly, that the county already owned and operated. So thank you, and amazing work in such a short amount of time. I appreciate it. Thank you, Supervisor Wasserman, or President Wasserman.
Supervisor Simitian.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me first ask, there was some discussion earlier, but just in passing, about the fact that our numbers were bringing us down into what might qualify as the red tier. Let me just ask the staff, does that mean that we are anticipating a move back into the red tier with the permitted activities associated with that? I ask because I think one of the lessons we've learned over the last 11 months is that the more notice we can give people, the better in terms of preparation.
What I can tell you is that as of today, for the first time, we met the red tier metric. Under the state's current framework, we would need to meet the metric again next week, and then it would be effective the day following.
So next week, the measurement would be taken when?
Well, there's a number of different measurements. So the case rate, for example, is a 7-day average, moving average with a 7-day lag. They are reported out by the state on Tuesdays. So the metrics that are reported are the case rate, the adjusted case rate, the positivity rate, and the lowest HPI quartile positivity rate. So all of those metrics are used to determine which tier you're in. And there's the basics is that you have to meet the tier metrics for 2 weeks. And then if you stay in a lower tier, then you can, be in that tier the following day.
Okay, so to operationalize that, we have data for today, a Tuesday, that says red tier. If next Tuesday the data still says red tier, does that mean it is conceivable that on Wednesday someone will have told us you're now able to do red tier activities?
That's correct. And all of the data for every county are posted on the state's website after noon on Tuesdays. So all the data that I just described today is publicly available on the state's Blueprint website.
And when that happens, if it happens, does somebody at the state level or the county level need to make a determination, or does the data speak for itself and we are automatically rolled into red tier activities?
We make a determination locally and share that with the public.
And so that means that every week, including this coming week, you're looking at that data and then making a judgment about whether or not, in your best judgment as our public health officer, it is appropriate to say, okay, folks, red tier activity is now allowed or not. Yes?
That's correct. As always, between the state order and the local order, whichever provision is stricter is the one that controls. So right now, in some cases, we're stricter, and in some cases, the state is stricter.
Understood. And again, just as a process matter and trying to operationalize this for people, I know at various times earlier on, sometimes more notice was given, sometimes less notice was given. I know there's a tension between letting people know as soon as possible that they can move into a different tier as opposed to wanting to give them time to prepare. What is your current custom and practice at the Public Health Office of Santa Clara County in terms of that determination, or is it situational and going to vary from week to week and circumstance to circumstance?
Well, as you can imagine, we are in the thick of assessing what these new data just announced today mean. And as always, we would try to give the community as much notice as possible for changes. We also want to make sure that we take great care in thinking everything through.
Yeah, and Dr. Cody, please understand, I'm not trying to second guess any of this. I'm just trying to understand what we can share with the community accurately. So we really don't know today if somebody were to ask us. I was going to say at sidewalk office hours, except those are long a thing of the past. But if somebody were to ask us, the honest answer would be, we might hear something next Tuesday if we're again in the red tier in terms of the data, but we might hear tomorrow is good. We might hear, you know, the following Monday is when we move back into the red tier. We might hear a day or two after the data because it requires more reflection by our public health officers. Is that a fair summary of, you know, sort of the uncertainty about how the process will work from week to week and circumstance to circumstance?
It's 90% accurate, just with one amendment. The
Please.
Latest that the public would hear would be on a Tuesday, because we hear on a Tuesday, and the changes generally are effective the following day, the Wednesday.
Okay, no, that's helpful. If what you're so you're probably going to be routinely issuing some opinion / order each Tuesday based on if and when there's a change in the status, and you might say, sorry, notwithstanding the change in status, we still need to stay tight, or you might say, okay, good news, notwithstanding the, okay, good news, given the changing tier status, we're ready to move into red tier activities. Is that a little closer?
Yep, that's correct.
Okay, good. That's, thank you. So now I can tell people, hey, wait a week, and after our staff looks at the data on Tuesday, they'll have an opinion about what that means for Santa Clara County, and they'll communicate it probably on the same day. The next question is about appointment availability. And on the one hand, I was hearing about an excess of appointments actually being available at some of our county sites in recent days, which of course was no small irony if it's accurate. And then on the other hand, we just opened up today to not just teachers, but a wide swath of folks associated with education and childcare and ag and food industries. Again, a pretty wide swath. Can someone speak to sort of what the status of appointment availability looks like across these systems? Again, I was hearing that we actually had unused appointments, and of course that's a real concern if it's the case. On the other hand, I'm worried that we've got a swath of folks who are now possibly going to flood the system and frankly be a challenge to get to in a timely fashion. Anybody on our team able to respond to that set of questions?
Yes, just first one minor clarification. While if someone falls into one of those three groups, they can go online and make an appointment, but the first appointments won't open up until February 28th. So the appointments prior to February 28th are for the groups that we're currently vaccinating, 65 and up, and healthcare personnel.
Understood. Thank you.
And Dr. Fensterscheib, any other comments?
No, I would just urge again, if people are listening and you're 65 or older, to please make your appointment, because like was mentioned, there probably is going to be a lot of run on our appointments available next week as we open up to a lot more people. So please get an appointment this week and get vaccinated.
Yep.
Thank you for that PSA.
Okay. Let me ask, I may come back to that appointment availability item in just a moment, but let me ask, following up on Supervisor Chavez's question about the FEMA facility, who is or isn't eligible in our county's understanding to use that facility?
Are you referring to the facility in Oakland?
Yes, forgive me that I didn't geographically narrow it down.
I'm going to pass the, well, I'll tell you, my understanding is that anyone can make appointments there, but I also understand that the facility somehow is looking at the policy in each county. And so, for example, in Santa Clara County, our groups, we're not opening for those 3 groups until February 28th, and therefore the FEMA facility isn't taking appointments from people who live in Santa Clara County until February 28th. So it's become rather complex on the ground and created, unsurprisingly, a bit of stir.
So I'm trying to make it less complicated. So here's my question. In Santa Clara County, if you're a teacher, for example, you can make an appointment today. As you indicated earlier, your appointment cannot be scheduled until February 28th. And by the way, you have to live in Santa Clara County. I think I got all that right. Yes, Dr. Cody?
Yes, that's correct.
I'll jump in and try to clarify a little bit on this because we've had some real struggles getting clarity ourselves.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. My question then is, if you're a Santa Clara County teacher, can you sign up for a vaccine at the FEMA site in Oakland, since it is a federal/state operation and not county specific? And I hope that's helpful.
Yeah, the best answer we've been able to obtain is that anybody within 50 miles of the site, so if you're in a zip code that's within 50 miles of the Oakland Coliseum site, you can use that site. And if you're eligible to schedule for appointments in your local county, you should be eligible to use that site. In other words, if you can now schedule for next week or thereafter, if you're within 50 miles and live in Santa Clara County, and are in any of those 3 occupational categories. That's what we've been told. We know that other people are saying they're having other challenges. We've asked a whole bunch of folks. And so our best answer is if you're within 50 miles of the site, you should be able to access it on the same terms as any community site in Santa Clara County.
Okay, so based on what we know, we think if you're eligible in your home county and you have an address within 50 miles of the Oakland facility, you qualify.
Yes.
Okay, but it doesn't sound like you would take that to the bank, Mr. Williams.
No, I wouldn't. I would say that you're probably going to have better luck if you live in Santa Clara County identifying an appointment here locally. I also understand that the appointments for that FEMA site at the Coliseum are heavily subscribed, and so it's very difficult to find any availability at that location.
Okay, thank you for that. And last question is Dr. Smith, I think, or forgive me, it may have been somebody else now that I think about it, referenced concern about the fact that we may have to use the database that is being used by the folks at Blue Shield for, excuse me, making appointments. I just want to clarify, and presumably that would not apply to appointments that have already been made with a provider in Santa Clara County. So if you've already signed up but haven't yet had your shot through the county, Sutter, Kaiser, El Camino, Stanford, Gardner, they're not going to say, sorry, you just got zapped and your appointment no longer exists and we now need you to apply again through our database, or excuse me, through our new sign-up system.
So I have a very unsatisfactory answer for you on that, which is we do not know. That would be a very sensible position, but we don't know. We're trying to learn a lot more about the MyTurn system and platform. We have a lot of concerns about the system and platform. We have a lot of concerns. Our understanding is there's a standardized contract that they are saying is non-negotiable that with all the counties and all health providers. We understand that there is significant pushback on the terms by the large private health systems who are meeting with Blue Shield. I know other counties that are earlier in the implementation than Santa Clara County have expressed significant concerns about the contract. We're at the last wave, and so obviously we're going to be very interested in what actually happens with the earlier wave. And you know, we're in touch with counterparts elsewhere in the state, but we have a lot of concerns, and one of them is the continuity piece. Another is the allocation piece, and you know, what other kind of terms and conditions are imposed. We will know a lot more, I think, soon, because the good news for us, at least, is that we're in wave 3, and there will be a lot of large counties that will be onboarded before us, and so we can see how that transition goes, and we can know better what to expect by the time it comes to us in March 15th.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. I understand staff wanting to push back on all of those things. I would just ask that, you know, whatever we're, quote, stuck with as a result of this transition, that essentially negating the appointments that thousands of residents have made, and then multiply that by the 58 counties, would be a horror show. It would be a logistical disaster as well as a healthcare disaster. So I would really ask staff, it's just one supervisor speaking, to see if we can get some clarity on that issue sooner rather than later, which is, are appointments that have been booked going to be honored, notwithstanding a change in platform? I think you're understanding, Mr. Williams, what I'm asking, yes?
Yes, and that's definitely one of a few very critical items that we're interested in learning what the plan exactly is, and that we have serious concerns about. We obviously don't want disruption for our residents or our systems. In fact, you know, one of the big points for us is also we don't want disruption in the outreach efforts and equity programs that we've been working very hard to put in place, and have concerns about how the platform supports that too. If we have people out in the field doing scheduling, the worst thing would be if all of that work and organization were for naught. We don't want that for sure. So you can be assured that at a staff level, both on the legal side and the operational side, these are extremely significant concerns that we have, and that we will be bringing to the forefront in the conversations that we'll have with Blue Shield and the state, which are going to, you know, be forthcoming in the next week or two.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Thank you, Dr. Cody and the entire team. Back to you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Ellenberg.
Thank you very much. Just updating as I go here as other questions get answered. I want to start by thanking the staff, particularly Consuelo and your shop, for the dramatic, really significant improvement in the isolation supports program. It's really exciting to hear how much that program has grown and developed and improved over the last couple of months. So thank you very much for that. A couple of questions about the vaccination process. What do we know about the progress of the federal pharmacy partnership coverage of long-term care facilities in the county? And do we know what percentage of our local facilities have been reached?
Hi, Supervisor Ellenberg. Yeah, we believe that 80% of the long-term care facilities, and we have over 600 of them, have been reached out to, and they're in the process of being visited and being provided their vaccine doses, first and second. Right. And then we, the county, have a mobile unit that basically follows behind them to make sure that if nobody is missed. So it's a process because there's so many of those sites, but it's ongoing.
Do the pharmacies or the federal government provide data to us so we know how many people have been vaccinated, or are we guessing based on what we know of the populations there?
Yeah, the CVS and Walgreens are, when they vaccinate, they put their data on the CARE database. So we have access to the CARE database.
Cool.
I don't know, they may also use a federal, but we do have access to it because they're using our local database.
Got it. Okay, great. Thank you. I appreciated the summary of eligible occupational groups on slide 19. I'm not certain if the food system group also includes organizations and volunteers that are working at food distribution sites. Are those folks included?
They're part of the food distribution, so sometimes they're volunteers, and some, they are all included.
Great. So if somebody is volunteering a few times a week at Second Harvest to distribute or deliver food, they're eligible for a vaccine now?
Yes, that's correct.
Regardless of their age. I want to be super clear so I can give the best answers to my constituents.
Yeah, we believe that's so.
Okay, outstanding. Thank you. Aside from the Chibet on-site outreach mentioned, which I think is terrific, how are we getting this information about who is covered under the newly eligible occupational groups? Are we doing, for example, outreach to business associations, large employers in the food sector, farm worker advocates, child care providers, food-related CBOs, et cetera?
Yes, thank you for the question, Supervisor. This is Brian. We're doing a lot of outreach through our vaccine stakeholder working group, and we have several subgroups. So we're working with our labor subgroup, which has a lot of great connections, of course, with some of the unions that represent the workforce that's now newly eligible. So USWW for security guards, CSDA for school employees, 521 for childcare workers, Unite Here for food service workers, et cetera, and actually some engagement of the Fight for 15 for fast food workers. And then we've also been engaging the business community on that same communication. We have been in contact with farm workers, with UFW at least, and then through our ag commissioner, and our deputy ag commissioner, they've connected us to some of the ag businesses in preparation for trying to do outreach to that community and vaccination for that community. And we've developed some targeted messages for that as well. Thinking through I think you mentioned the community health and business engagement team. That is a big part of our strategy for doing worksite outreach now that it's a fairly easy pivot to just sort of layer on the educational work that they've been doing and really focus on the start of this week, because you can now book those appointments to do that outreach to the businesses that are now having employees who are eligible.
Good, great. Thank you for that. And I'm glad to see patient outreach from the Santa Clara Family Health Plan. Has Anthem also been engaged to reach out to their Medi-Cal members?
We have a meeting with Anthem tomorrow about that, actually.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thanks so much, Brian. Supervisor Simitian asked a little bit about doses that there might be concern are unused. So I want to just drill in on that a little bit. Do we require providers to report to the county the number of doses, if any, that are wasted in addition to daily reports of those that they have administered?
Yes, we definitely do. And we have a report of wastage also by provider.
Thanks, Marty. And can you tell us, how many doses have been wasted to date across Santa Clara County, and how does the board and the public get access to that report that you're describing? I haven't seen it.
Yeah, we just looked at it today, but we have looked at it over the last few weeks also. First of all, I think we need a clarification, because I think when people hear wastage, they think of, well, it was drawn up and then there's no one to give it to. Or
No, I'm not
sitting
talking
there.
about the
So-
no-shows. I understand that when we deliberately overbook and that there are no-shows and that we have a system to move vaccines from site to site. So I'm looking at the very end of what actually gets wasted as opposed to non-show appointments.
Right, and not even talking about non-show, but when they define wastage, it's also there's a large percentage that involve broken syringes or vials or misfunctioning. So all of that is included in wastage, and we don't have it broken down by which reason it was. But I just wanted everyone to know that it's not just the vaccine itself not being used, that there are a lot of mishaps, I should say. So
And what is the
here are the
number?
numbers.
Okay.
So here's the numbers. As of the 22nd of February, 506 doses have, for whatever reason, not been able to be used. And that is out of 413,233 doses administered in the county. And that is and if you're doing your math, it's 0.12%, 0.12%, which is I think in most people that are doing vaccinations, a very, very good number. I would also say that for the county system, which has given the most doses, over 210,000, the wastage is at 0.068%, which is probably one of the very lowest of any of those systems.
Wow.
So I think it's really remarkable. Which is a total
so
number of
impressive.
146.
Yeah, that is tremendous. And I'll do my part, I'm sure my colleagues will, to get that number out there, because I think there is a conflation of missed appointments and wasted doses. There are, just sort of in the rumor mill, flourishing speculation about how many doses are wasted every day or every week. And that's just, that data couldn't be better. So thank you so much for that. Are we going to track that on one of the dashboards just to show that we're maintaining that really good track record?
We haven't talked about it, but I'll bring it back to the team and we'll look and see how that might work.
Okay, thank you so much. And tell me a little bit more about how this, do we have a standby list? How do they know if there are going to be vaccines left over at the end of the day, if there's a particularly high number of no-shows? How do we let people know that they can show up and stand by?
Right, so we are working actually on putting together that list. Currently, we have a methodology, whereas if we have unused vaccine, we look at if there's any eligible people on site, or we send it over to another vaccine clinic that's operating at that point. But we are, we're taking back the whole issue of putting together a list, which we don't have a waiting list yet at this point, but we've been able to manage to utilize all the dosages up until this point, but we're taking back your suggestion and looking at how we best could use a waiting list.
Great, I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. I'm going to shift to a question about schools, probably directing to Dr. Cody. And it's certainly clear to me that reopening schools is a decision of each school district, not the county office of ed, not the health officer. But can you tell me anything that our county is doing to facilitate reopening so that school districts feel that they are ready to be able to do so safely?
Yes, thank
Go
you.
ahead. Sure.
Thank you, Supervisor. As you likely know, we have had a dedicated schools team in our Emergency Operations Center for many, many, many months, and we actually started working on trying to encourage schools to open. We've been working pretty hard on this since last July. And it's included everything from a very detailed reopening guidance to many webinars to one-on-one technical support and a whole team standing by, as well as collecting data from schools and childcare so that we can really understand in our county whether there is or isn't a lot of transmission in schools, because that was certainly an open question earlier in the pandemic. So I think, to be honest, from a public health point of view, we have done pretty much everything we can think of to help facilitate getting kids back to school for in-person learning. And I think actually we've been a little bit more lead into this a little harder than many jurisdictions. And of course, for a long time, our case rates were very low. And even during that, it was sometimes challenging to get schools to reopen. And so we remain very anxious for kids to get back into school.
Right, and I appreciate that there's a dedicated team focusing on reopening schools. I'm sure they're extraordinarily busy. My office sometimes has a hard time getting timely responses and information from them. So just hoping for a little bit easier partnership and quicker back and forth so that we can give answers to our constituents would be much appreciated. In a little bit of a follow-up to Supervisor Chavez's comments about the state versus the county approach to orders, and with the hope of moving to the red tier soon, do you anticipate any areas or activities that might differ for the county once we do move into the red tier?
These are questions that we're looking at and thinking about now, and I don't have anything to share at this moment.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Dr. Smith, just a couple of questions for you, please. During the consent calendar, I mentioned briefly some of the concerns I had with regard to item 75, the deletion of positions where we are fortunately looking at a little bit more positive financial outlook with the passage of the American Rescue Plan. I just want to kind of keep that in our in our minds as we are thinking about filling positions and how we are addressing the ongoing needs here. And related to that, are we able to extend the requested 80 hours of the Families First Coronavirus Response Act through March to make sure that workers can take appropriate time off to get vaccinated? Obviously, we don't want workers to forego getting vaccinated because they're worried that they'll have to use sick leave, either that they don't have or that they're preserving, should they actually get sick or need to take care of a sick family member.
Let me try a couple of answers to the question. In terms of the issue of the VSIP deletions that the board proceeded with, as the board knows and make sure the public knows, these were actions taken to balance the current year's mid-year budget and to prepare for next year at a time when we didn't have any idea of receiving any ongoing funding. What we're hearing from the state and the feds probably amounts to one-time funding, but you're right, we will, during the budget process, which we are currently involved in with the departments, reassess the need and reassess availability. And I can assure you that at least some of those positions will come back to you for approval to refund.
Thank you.
But I can't tell you exactly which ones because it'll all depend on funding.
That's fine. I won't ask right now.
And in terms of the federal program for extended leave, I understand that that's also in the $1.9 billion bill, but we don't have, complete authority over that. So we'll have to wait and see what they accomplish.
And what do we do in the meantime if workers are hesitant to get vaccinated because they don't want to leave work, but that's when the clinics are open? Are we giving paid leave time to do that, or how are we working it? Because obviously it's in everybody's interest for all of our employees to get vaccinated as soon as they're eligible.
Right now, we're actually, as the meeting is going on, formulating lists of each department and trying to arrange for the employees who are actually required to be at work to actually come in and get vaccinated. So I don't want to talk about a potential benefit until I'm sure that we'll need it. But we will do whatever we need to do to get them vaccinated.
Okay, when a plan is in place, I would appreciate an off-agenda report that just updates us on how we're handling that.
Yes, indeed.
Thank you. And finally, I want to express support that we work collaboratively with our employees to find solutions for disaster service workers. We talked about this a little bit earlier so that they can return to some sort of predictable schedule. Workers who have been called to this service not only are facing burnout in the EOC, but haven't been in their regular assignments for a long time. So I'm sure there's concern about work that needs to be done there. So particularly with regard to the DSW assignments, I'd like to see us find a collaborative solution that would ensure that all of the assignments can be filled and that our employees feel supported.
Yes, that gives me the opportunity to inform the public. The board knows this already, but as the pandemic changes, the activation of the EOC will change depending on what's needed and what's not needed. And obviously a lot of changes anticipated in the next month to month and a half as we go through actually finding out what's going to happen with the TPA and how vaccine distribution is going to happen and who's going to be available to do it. And so we are already planning a process to try to transition DSW workers or disaster service workers back to their regular jobs. And for the jobs that still need to be done, we'll have to look at additional staffing.
Okay. I don't have questions about that right now, but I may at some point. I want to just address my colleagues with a couple of questions about item 11, the referral from Supervisor Chavez and Lee. I really appreciate that this referral is building on the strategies that were outlined by the presenters, the COVID presenters last week and today. I'm really glad to support it. While the referral calls for a geographic focus, very much appropriately targeted to neighborhoods where the transmission is occurring, I know that we also need to abide by the state-directed eligibility groups. And given that overlay, I'd like to propose a friendly amendment with 2 additions to the required elements of the vaccination plan to be provided in response to this referral. The inclusion of targeted strategies to make vaccination easier for childcare workers, grocery, restaurant, or other food system workers in these higher risk zip codes, such as including worksite locations, utilizing grocery or retail pharmacists to vaccinate their on-site coworkers, and extended hours as noted for the pop-up sites. And second, strategies that continue to balance adding newly eligible groups for vaccination while still reaching vulnerable seniors that haven't yet been vaccinated. I definitely remain concerned about seniors with transportation challenges or difficulty scheduling appointments online in these targeted neighborhoods. And that might include expanded door-to-door outreach or protected allocations of doses for seniors in high-risk neighborhoods, so we don't skip over the folks that need more support as we expand access to new groups of essential workers. Does that work for the maker and the seconder?
Yeah, that sounds fine with me, Susan. Anything, Supervisor Chavez?
Yeah, I think that's fine. One thing that I would request is that perhaps at our next board meeting that the staff spend a little time sharing with the board the strategies they're using for outreach now. And part of the reason, Supervisor Ellenberg, that the expansion of sites and hours wasn't included in the memorandum is the staff's already doing that. I think, you know, we were trying to be acknowledge all the work they're already doing and just
Right.
add what we thought wasn't being done. That being said, I think that that perhaps by having that presentation, and then the second thing that you're raising, which I think is the actual point, and you're saying it in a better way than perhaps we did, which is we expect more people to come on board and to be able to meet this parity goal. So the whole point of the memorandum is to do both of those things.
Good, then perhaps I didn't actually ask for anything additional, just pulled it together in words that were clearer to me, but
No, that's really helpful, but I would like to include that the staff do that presentation next week
Great.
or at the next board meeting, because I think it's important to understand the strategies that they have.
Great, thank you so much.
Is that it, Supervisor Ellenberg? All righty. Just grab my questions here and try and zip right through them. First and foremost, I want to thank Dr. Tong, who's going to be bringing music to Levi's Stadium. So if those waiting in line will have a little background music and feel perhaps a little less anxious. I tried to tell her no Los Angeles Rams fans could come, but she said that wouldn't fly. But she is bringing music to Levi Stadium to help people while they're waiting in line. Thank you, Dr. Tong. My second question, please. We know that teams are now allowed to play sports outdoors, effective later this week. A question to whomever appropriate, Dr. Marty, Dr. Tong, James, Dr. Cody, whomever. Will teams be able to play two sports? I have a ton of inquiries from people who play high school sports and also play club sports. And I know I'm talking outdoors.
Yes. Yes, thank you, Supervisor Wasserman.
And outdoors, of course.
People would, yeah, for outdoors only, and people can play with more than one team. I think we got that clarified several weeks back, but just clarifying again, that's correct.
Thank you very much. That was question number 2. Question number 3, later this week, with the increased number of people and occupations that can be vaccinated, as Dr. Marty said earlier in his PSA, the floodgates are going to open. What are the current hours and days of operation at Levi Stadium?
The current hours and days at Levi Stadium, Dr. Marty, do you have those off the top of your head? I know we're expanding to 7 days a week. Let me get those details, just 1 minute.
Sure. I can ask my next question if you wish, or wait for that.
We're gonna find those details, and we'll come back to that.
Super. My next one, do you have any inside information that I can't find on the estimated approval date, assuming approval, of Johnson & Johnson, and then the first possible distribution and receipt date for us of the one-dose refrigerate only?
So this Friday, the 26th, the FDA committee is hearing the evidence for that vaccine. They're seeking EUA approval, and then traditionally it's been pretty fast. So they may, render an opinion as soon as Monday. I don't know. I can't tell you about the timing of then distribution and when it might reach our county, if it gets EUA.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I thought it was last Friday, 3 days ago. I was getting concerned. So if it's this Friday, I'm very optimistic, and us getting a week later is what I'm going to be hoping for. The last thing I have, besides needing the answer on the hours for Levi Stadium that you're moving to when you go to 7 days, I just want to say, and I'll use this opportunity. I don't know how many hundreds of people we have watching this exciting broadcast, but anyone who has any parent or grandparent over the age of 65, please confirm with them tonight that they have been vaccinated. And if they haven't, please help them make an appointment as soon as possible. The numbers we have are great, but it's going to be more and more difficult for people over 65 that have technology limitations, communication limitations, transportation limitations, whatever they may be, to get an appointment as more and more people become eligible to make an appointment. That's the end of my questions. Do you happen to have the hours when we go to 7 days a week for Levi's?
So here are the current hours at Levi's. So Tuesdays through Fridays, Levi's is open 12 noon to 6:30 p.m. and on Saturdays from 9 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. So I don't think we have Sunday hours as yet, but we do have the Tuesday through Saturday. And so we don't have Sunday or Monday at the moment. But coming soon, but I don't know the exact date.
Okay. My question, Dr. Cody, 12 to 6:30, Tuesday through Friday, 9 to 3:30 on Saturdays. Are we at that because our appointments aren't getting filled up and we don't need to have more hours? Or are we at that number because we don't have the infrastructure in place at this time to be, say, 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. 7 days a week? Is the need not there yet?
This is Jeff. I'm sorry to be switching people on you. As with the other sites, we're scaling up in a paced manner. So when we get up to the full capacity, presuming we have vaccine, we would be able to be open for essentially a regular business day with overlap, going to 2 shifts a day for 7 days a week. And then when we have 2 shifts a day, we'll be able to do the 15,000 doses a day if we can manage it. Right now, it's just 1 shift a day. And that's because we're building and we obviously have limitations on our vaccine, but we're pushing all of our sites, not just Levi, but all of the sites to be as full as possible. We anticipate being able to get up to those numbers if we get the vaccine.
Wonderful. And I shout from the mountaintops, it's not getting the vaccines that's holding us back. I mean, it's not getting the vaccines that is holding us back, is what I'm trying to say. If we had more vaccines. So if we were told we could have 150,000 vaccines next week, how soon could we ramp up to full capacity, doctor? Does that take a week?
I think probably it'd be more like 2 weeks because it's really logistically a bit of a nightmare in terms of all of the staff and freezers and equipment and directions and everything else like that.
Okay, but, we'll probably have our supply ramped up as we ramp up.
Yeah, and I should also point out to the board, Marty said this, but in case anybody was questioning it, the dosage that we got that was held up in the storm in Tennessee came in late and came in basically at the same time that the next dosage came that was on time. So for a glorious short period of time, we have more vaccine in storage than we expect, and we're pushing it out as fast as we can. But that's not going to be something that's sustainable because there won't be the missed dosage and the backup.
Thank you. I meant to mention the clarification too on the point Supervisor Lee brought up about having the 42,000 because that's 21,000 from last week we didn't get, plus the 21,000 this week that we did. And if nothing else changes, and I don't think it will until the Johnson & Johnson comes around, because we're now getting less than our 5% dosage based on population and average age of 65. So thank you for that clarification. All right.
I just got a clarification on the Levi timing from Paul Lorenz. When we do go to the double shifts, which we're anticipating starting in the first week of March, it'll be 7:30 till 6:30, Monday through Friday.
Wow.
Saturday and Sunday, 9 to 3:30.
That's fabulous. That's absolutely fabulous. Thank you very much for that.
Yeah. All of that depends on getting the vaccine, obviously.
Yes, that is the bottom line on everything. And I think in a couple of weeks, that's going to improve greatly. Supervisor Simidian, you have your hand raised?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, and I apologize. I had one more question, and I'm this is a daunting one, I'm afraid. But Dr. Cody, every year in our Health and Hospital Committee, gently reminds me that it's time for me to get my flu shot, and that, of course, is because that's an annual exercise. We have not really talked much about when, based on what we know about the vaccine today, we're going to have to do this all over again. And I know that's a little daunting, as I say, given what we're going through right now, but I think we need to start thinking about whether this is an exercise that we're going to have to get used to on a regular basis, and if so, how often? So could I ask staff what they know about that set of issues at the moment, please?
I think we don't know yet what the recommended frequency of vaccination will be, or if boosters will be needed, or if a different vaccine will need to come out annually. It's just we don't have enough experience with the vaccine yet to know. However, given that this is a virus that changes rather frequently, it's certainly not out of the realm of possibility that there would need to be periodic revaccination if the virus changes such that the previous vaccination doesn't cover what's circulating, similar to influenza. So too early, in summary, too early to know, but it would be a possibility.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll look forward. Well, look forward is the wrong word. I anticipate the need to revisit that question in the foreseeable future. The one thing I would say, and hopefully it goes without saying, is we're going to want to make sure we preserve the infrastructure that has been created, refined, amended during this difficult time, so that if we are at it again in the foreseeable future, we can be ever more nimble about it when the time comes. And that's something that I'll just share with Dr. Smith and ask him to be mindful of in all of our work going forward, which is we better save our work product. Thank you.
Thank you, and hopefully we don't need a negative 71-degree freezer then. Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you. All good questions and points. One thing that I wanted to ask the staff is, I saw the in the report the work that the Family Health Plan is doing with their members, and I'm wondering if Valley Health Plan is doing something similar, and if so, if that can be included next when we do our next presentation, when you all do your next presentation, or if off agenda they can tell us how they're addressing their own patients.
Hi, Supervisor. Yeah, we can provide you details on that. Valley Health Plan and Family Health Plan have been sending out direct mail, Valley Health Plan to their covered California members, and Family Health Plan, of course, to their over 65. But then in terms of calls, Valley Health Plan is looking at doing some targeted calls to IHSS workers, so folks who may not have gotten vaccinated, though they've been eligible for a while. But we'll get those details and get them to you.
Yeah, and Brian, that's an excellent point. That's a lot of folks that are eligible and that are probably pretty high need. So yeah, that'd be great. If I'm happy to get it next week, but when we have our next board meeting, when we do that, if it could really be for both plans delineated the who's in their list, and then how are they doing the communications, and what's the rate of communication would be helpful. And then the other thing I just wanted to remind the staff is, a couple weeks ago, I asked for the disaster service worker policy. And one thing I want to just say to our staff is that I would be really interested in making sure that we're having conversations with the labor movement to see whether or not we have new volunteers for disaster service work. or if we have people who are doing disaster service work that would like to continue doing it before we start hiring more people. Because I do think, I just want to say something that Supervisor Wasserman said a little bit ago, and this is Dr. Smith, you remind us all the time, you know, what's one-time money versus ongoing, and I'm mindful that the caches of resources we're going to be getting are really one-time in nature. So I want to make sure that we're working closely with our unions, getting their feedback, because if there's opportunities for some subset of them to want to continue to volunteer and or who weren't called for disaster service work that would like to, I'd like to make sure we're working with the unions on that. And then the last,
Whoops, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Supervisor, you're absolutely correct. I didn't go into detail about it, but you're right. There are some workers who are very happy being disaster service workers. Actually, some have applied to do different jobs because of it that are more satisfying to them. But we have been communicating with all of our employee unions about the process. And when I was talking earlier, what I was referring to is that there clearly are some individuals that are, shall I say, burnt out, and you know, they need a rest. And there's also some needs that we don't currently have, or we're going to anticipate not having in the near future. So you're right, we're going to have to be doing a lot of labor relations work to make sure that we get the right person in the right job at the right time.
Right, and also just being mindful of the other overlap that I know you've been thinking a lot about is making sure that we have, you know, language capacity and then other just understandings of the community. And I know you all have been doing that. And what I would also say for next week is that, or when we meet in 2 weeks, would be to make sure we take a deeper dive into the numbers of people that you're still going to need for contact tracing. I think that's something we should not mess around with too much, because I don't know if we're going to have another peak. And then the other is, you know, the ratcheting down and how much and where on testing, so that we can, you know, better utilize that workforce. I know that's all stuff you're thinking about, but I think it would be helpful just for the board to understand that.
Yes, definitely.
Thank you. And then the only other thing I wanted to raise is that I just wanted to ask our staff that for the folks that were working on compliance, where we've used our compliance officers to go door to door, and where we've given citations where we haven't given a, where it's been a first warning and people have been cited. I want to make sure that that we're in the process of not collecting money from folks, but we really are in the process of compliance. And so I know we have a grace period for folks, but I'm nervous that the smaller businesses won't understand all the detail of whether or not they get a grace period and how they resolve it. So I'm very interested in making sure that for the small businesses, and I'm not talking about the folks who've been flaunting the regulations and putting people in harm's way, but more the folks who maybe didn't know or don't understand the online forms and all that, that we're really working to reduce the number of people that are writing us a check for a violation, but really are improving. And so if staff could give a report back on how we did that at our next meeting would be helpful. Thank you.
Sure, we'll do that.
Supervisor Lee, you have your hand raised? You're muted.
Thank you again. Thank you, President Wasserman. The question, just a couple of follow-up questions at the end, is really about the mobile vaccination vans. Really great to see that those are out there, and also the pop-up tents. So my first question is that I have some constituents who have asked if the church could be a location to host these vans. Anything that the constituency can do? Can they contact our office to request to get these vans there due to the need of that locality around there?
Somebody want to mention?
Hi, yes, Supervisor Lee will follow up with your office to get that information.
Yeah, that's possible. Okay, great. Yeah, thank you. And then the second question is in terms of pop-up tents. What do they actually look like? Do you look like a drive? Is it like a drive-through process, or is it actually more like a walk-up process for these pop-up tents that you're putting up?
They're actually a pop-up vaccination sites. Some of our are external outside, and some are partly internal, like in a gym or a community center. And then some of the observation sites are actually under a tent, like several 10 by 10 tents that you would see maybe in your backyard. But we have several of them with chairs and tables, etc.
Right, and these sites are designed so that it's more of a walk-up, first come, first serve, not really a something that you need to go sign up on the website, correct?
That's right. They're all walk-up, no appointment.
Great. Okay. During the outreach early today, I also heard that, like, say, the Emmanuel Baptist Church is open now. I would just like to ask staff if you could please notify the supervisor office within the district where these locations opening, so that, like, say, if in District 3, I would love to find out ahead of time so that we could actually do some outreach efforts to our constituency. I think that would be great. Thank you.
Yep, and that'll be 467 North White Road, Supervisor Lee.
Great. Okay.
You betcha.
All right, and that's all I have. And now I believe on that item, I thought I'm not sure if I made a motion. If I did, I believe Supervisor Chavez has seconded. I just double checked to make sure the procedure, if we have missed making a motion earlier.
I think we'll do the joint referral makers as the motion maker, Supervisor Lee and Supervisor Chavez. You're okay with seconding it?
Second.
Thank you. We'll take item number 10 as received, which does not receive a need a vote. So I'll turn back to Jill for item number 11. We have a motion by Lee, a second by Chavez. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please take a roll call vote. Jill.
Supervisor Lee.
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez.
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian.
Aye.
Vice President Ellenberg.
Yes.
And President Wasserman.
Yes, as well.
Thank you.
That now we handled 12 before. We will now move on to item number 13 because that comes after 12. And I believe this is Supervisor Ellenberg referral. Supervisor.
It is. Thank you very much. I'm asking my colleagues for consideration of two sponsorship items today from my district. The first one, and this item, is sponsorship of an event that's taking place on March 13th at Westminster Presbyterian Church. And I would invite all of you, as well as all county residents, to participate. It's sponsored by Trash Punks, which is a volunteer-driven 501c3 that serves the entire Bay Area. This event is bringing folks to a central location to gather safely and properly dispose of e-waste that is certainly very prevalent in our area. E-waste is items that includes televisions, computer components, batteries, and other products of the 21st century that can cause significant environmental harm if improperly discarded. The event will allow free of charge drop-off and disposal. Residents who would like more information should visit the Trash Punks, that's punx.org. It is a small amount. It's a request for $500, but I want to reiterate the importance that my office has tried to place on 3 screening questions for these types of requests as a note to other organizations that may be interested. First, that the organization is a 501c3 tax exempt entity. Second, that the event or program serves a public purpose in line with our mission. And third, that the request is made to our office more than 30 days prior to the event. All 3 of these criteria have been met in my case, in this case, and I would ask my colleagues for support of item 13.
Thank you. Before I go to the public, any clarification as far as the funding comes from? Supervisor Ellenberg?
I believe it comes from my object 2.
Okay, that's what I assumed. I didn't see that, and I
don't think that's in there. So thank you for that.
I just wanted to confirm that because I know how you've been on these items coming forward in the process, and I knew you would be following your stuff, but I didn't see it there. That's why I asked.
Yep, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm happy to second that motion.
Thank
and
you.
I believe we have 3 speakers. Other supervisor? Oh, Supervisor Smitty, go right ahead.
Thank you. I wonder if we could just get an update either from Dr. Smith or Mr. Williams about where we stand in the ongoing series of conversations and resolution of, if any, of sponsorship criteria. We, I think, took some action last August, and I think the criteria, I'm not sure that the criteria, which I think are good criteria, but I'm not sure that the criteria that Supervisor Ellenberg referenced made their way into our policy at that time. And if not, we may need to revisit that for use in future consideration. So I'm frankly taking advantage of the fact that she's brought this item to us to sort of say, okay, where do we stand again on that? What else needs to happen? Dr. Smith, Mr. Williams?
So the board in August of 2019 adopted board policy 3.68 related to sponsorships. It's a very abbreviated policy. It does require that an eligible organization be a 501c3 or a government entity, and it does require that there be a county purpose. But those are really the 2 criteria that are incorporated. My recollection is that at that same time, there was discussion about creation of a process and additional criteria for board initiated sponsorships, and that was deferred to establish I believe an ad hoc committee to bring back a proposal to the board, and I don't think that happened. COVID, so forth, may have affected all that. So I think that's still pending. The abbreviated policy that the board's adopted leaves those important pieces unfinished, is how I would characterize it. So I think there's still additional work to be done. But the two pieces that are clearly there is that it has to be a 501c3 or a government entity, and that there has to be a county purpose.
Public purpose, consistent with the county mission.
Yes.
At the county mission. Supervisor, is that satisfactory to you? And then we'll go to Supervisor Ellenberg.
I thank you for the reference to the policy. I'll now look it up while I'm deferring to Supervisor Ellenberg, who I think is trying to lean in again if I heard her right.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Thank you. I believe it was Supervisor Wasserman and myself who had said that we would be an ad hoc committee to investigate, to develop a more robust policy. And yes, along with COVID, this was jettisoned. The reason that I had tried or was interested in the 30-day request, and you'll see in my next request that I've actually violated my own recommendation, and I'll talk about that too. But the reason for the advance notice was specifically so that we could take advantage of the opportunity of sponsoring an event to do some county branding, to be able to help promote the event, and to really let the community know, frankly, where we are stepping up to support, righteous and worthwhile events that the community can openly access. So just as a refresher, that's why I was thinking about the 30-day. That hasn't been codified into a policy. And Supervisor Wasserman, whether you want to take this up together in the next few weeks or months, I am here when there is an appropriate time to develop that a little further.
And Mr. Chairman, if I may, I note that having found as I squint at my fine print on my iPhone here, I do find the reference to 501c3. Thank you. I do find the reference to, it does actually use the phrase county purpose, and which I think is noteworthy because there could be something that was a public purpose but not a county purpose. So I look forward to the 2 members of our board coming back with their thoughts on that. And then I think Supervisor Ellenberg's notion of trying to get advance notice is a good one. And I take her point that it's hard to ask people to do that if it A, isn't in the policy, and B, we haven't told them about it. So I look forward to hearing what you all come back with. And I want to close on a positive note, which is I think this sounds like a great program, sounds like a lot of fun and a good result. So I'm looking forward to supporting it in a minute. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands. We do have 3 speakers. Let's hear from them, please, Jill. 2 minutes each.
Very much. Our first speaker is Urvish. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you very much. I think on item number 13, I wanted to mention about the administration's report of the board on a trash punks e-waste recycling event. It is important that to connect the board of supervisors to the waste recycling commission, and also work along with the South Bay stakeholders to work on a different landfills that's available within the Silicon Valley area. It is to note here that as Silicon Valley, since from 1970 it's getting developed, there are a lot of landfills that's been around the ocean. When you have a landfill around the ocean, it's just not contaminating the land, but it is also contaminating the ocean. So it is important to preserve the water and the land usage, and also to make sure that the Assembly Bill 83, Assembly Bill 91, Assembly Bill 1381 for the greenhouse gas reduction being implemented, so that such facilities be in compliance, and also implement the standards and report those standards to the city, county, and the respective district jurisdiction and agency, so such that what are the different categories of disposal that are being reported as a part of a dispose methods. Also, it is important to ensure that since this landfill disposal facilities being closed one by one, they are required to be moved to the 50 miles away. I am representing the South Bay stakeholders group as a part of a district representative, county representative, as well as a city representative. I request all the board supervisor to consider that the Republic Services facility, the Newby Island facility, the Santa Clara facility, within the county of Santa Clara, as well as within the city jurisdictions, are required to report their complaints on a daily basis, such that they evaluate that what are the reports they have to generate and provide to the county, city, and as well as the district in order to maintain those landfills and provide the proceeding on the closing as well. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Justin Imamura. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, good afternoon. First of all, just want to say thank you so much, Vice President Ellenberg, for bringing this to the board today. My name is Justin Imamura. I am the founder of the Trash Punks, and I started this in 2017 as a response to myself complaining that no one is cleaning up the trash here in the Bay Area. So I'm putting my money and my hands and my feet where my mouth is, and decided to start this organization. And I am born and raised here in San Jose, and I am a professional musician. And so the Trash Punks is actually branded around my music experience and background. And so we bring people all ages, retired folks to young scouts, out to help clean up trash. And this particular event that we're doing is the prevention of trash out in the streets. And so, for example, we had an event last year, and we brought in 6.3 tons of electronic waste that got recycled properly. And this is something that we love to do for the community. And I want to be completely transparent. This $500 is actually going to go back into small business, because this is how we're going to feed our volunteers on that day. So this doesn't go back to the Trash Punks, goes right back into our small business community. And I just want to, again, thank you, President, thank you, County Supervisors. And I'm also really excited to share this opportunity with you, because I'd like to as well partner up, with other events or activities that we are able to do. And we're all about conservation, and we're all about bringing the community together safely. And thank you again so much. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you, Justin.
Our next speaker is Scott Largent. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon, everyone. Scott Largent. I do think that these are fantastic events to sponsor here in Santa Clara County. I went to one that was over in Willow Glen. It might have been a little different than what's going to happen here, but they brought in a ton of different dumpsters. They kind of had, different things from old computers to just different things that could be properly recycled. And a problem that we have going on here in Santa Clara County is people put their old stuff up onto Craigslist, and then they put it right out in front of their house. Now, this goes on everywhere, and we have a major meth problem here in Santa Clara County. So every tweaker that's walking by any one of these homes or businesses, they grab all that stuff. Now, it's good for recycling, but most of this stuff can never even work again. The computers are shot. I mean, it's stuff that needs to be recycled. But they then take this stuff and start building the most bizarre things. You guys can see that everywhere you drive by. Maybe we can kind of branch this out to maybe furniture also too, and mattresses, and because the current route of putting your stuff on Craigslist for free and sticking it out front is what's making Santa Clara County look like a toilet. I mean, it's just bad. So that's just my opinion. I watch people pick this stuff up all the time, and yeah, so I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
That concludes our speakers, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. We have a motion by Ellenberg, a second by Wasserman. Anyone else wish to comment? Otherwise, I'll have a roll call vote taken. Seeing none, Jill, please call the vote.
Supervisor Lee.
Aye.
Supervisor Chavez.
Yes.
Supervisor Semidian.
Aye.
Vice President Ellenberg.
Yes.
And President Wasserman.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now move on to item 14, Supervisor Ellenberg.
Okay, thank you again, colleagues, for your consideration. My second sponsorship request today is the sponsorship of a whole series of events taking place over this month to address the underlying and ongoing health disparities plaguing underrepresented communities through advocacy, racial equity, and resource connection, particularly in light of the hardships of COVID-19 still being felt acutely by these communities. This sponsorship in the amount of $50,000, and Supervisor Wasserman, it was an oversight by myself and my team that we didn't put fund direction here. This is intended to come from the contingency reserve. This meets two of the 3-point criteria that my office has been using. The 501c3 and the county public purpose. The date didn't quite make it, but what I want to make sure of and what I'm very cognizant of is that if our CBO partners don't know about that 30-day preference, and of course it's not an official board policy, it's hard to expect them to adhere to it. And I don't want to penalize programs that frankly we do support every year from taking advantage of that opportunity this year. I would also add that programs that we support every year should really be moved out of the sponsorship zone and into, I would say, the county executive's budget. There are a number of these types of events that we look at and have agreed to support each year. And I think there's a better way to doing what I'm trying to accomplish today. As for the substance, we are in the midst of February, which is Black History Month. Every year, this series of programs offers an opportunity for our community to reflect on the historical contributions that African Americans, African ancestry, and Black Americans have made and continue to make to the American and California human fabric. Many celebrations are rightly held, but the best way to reflect on this change, of course, is by taking action for future change. And this action and sense of purpose is well represented by the Black Leadership Kitchen Cabinet and their Black History Month community engagement. Over the month, they're hosting 25 events around health and wellness for the African ancestry community in the county, with an emphasis on children and families. The events and programs are committed to increasing awareness, offering education, and providing valuable resources for the county around building healthier lives free of COVID-19, along with cardiovascular disease, stroke, diabetes, heart disease, HIV, and issues related to nutrition and mental health outcomes. For more information, residents can visit blkc.org. I urge them to do so and to participate in the remaining events. Proud to have been a supporter of this program in the past and hope that my colleagues will join me in supporting it again this year.
All righty, I don't see any speakers. Supervisors, comments?
So I'll second the motion, and I just have two quick requests.
Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you. Just three things that I would acknowledge that I would hope the ad hoc committee could take a look at. One is the overall investment in sponsorships. In general, they've been really between like 500 and about 5,000 on average. And that isn't to say that they shouldn't sometimes be different, but if the ad hoc committee could just maybe talk about that. The second thing I hope the ad hoc committee can take a look at is an issue that has been raised, I think, when I brought some of these forward for the same reason you have, Susan, that the groups get us a little bit late, around the sponsorship and acknowledgement and how that gets used, because we do want people to understand that the county is supporting these particular efforts. And then the last thing that I would request is that Supervisor Ellenberg, if your office could send out to everyone the sponsored events, because especially when you have the size of the grant, the events would be really helpful to have, and then any kind of acknowledgement. And just one point I want to make about the acknowledgement issue. You know, when we make sponsorships on behalf of the county, I think it's really important that the public know when the county's invested. And I think, Susan, actually you made that point with me, which I totally agree. But again, I'm more saying that because I think for the ad hoc committee, just thinking that through for one really particular reason, which is the point that Supervisor Ellenberg raised, that not all the groups always know how to do that. And so as an example, for next Black History Month, we may want to ask that the county be, with the Black Kitchen Cabinet, be afforded the opportunity to be sponsors of that event in the future if we couldn't fully do that this year. That's an example. I'm not suggesting we do that today, but for the ad hoc committee. So I'm happy to second.
Thanks, and I appreciate all of those pieces, including and certainly I think that, you know, talking about a cap or range that's appropriate for us to bring up individually is appropriate. The report back, if this is approved today, will include a list of all of the sponsored programs, but I'd like to get that out to all of you sooner so that we can all promote programs that are happening over the next 2 weeks rather than waiting until the report back. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments from supervisors? For myself, what I'll say is tough to say. I agree with Supervisor Chavez. The dollar amount is very, very large. We've got a current projected deficit of $100 million, and we're hoping for federal one-time monies to avoid laying people off. That's concern number one. I have moved this up now. I didn't have it on my list. I forgot about it. Supervisor Ellenberg and I serving on a subcommittee, as the board approved a while back, February 25th. And I definitely want to meet with Supervisor Ellenberg and start to lay out some rules and guidelines that we can bring back to the board for your thoughts and comments, revisions, whatever it is. But I think it's very important to have this in place. We talk about equality and equity, those words now. This is a very large amount. Supervisor Chavez mentioned, 500 to 5,000. I'm in for that. The $50,000 number to one group, I now have to think about when another group of individuals comes forward wanting similar treatment, similar benefits, similar dollars. I don't know what we do with that. I don't know what's going to happen going forward. So I think it's very interesting, and I think this particular item that she's brought forward is making the issue come to a head and will be addressed by your president and vice president on the assigned task force, because our doing this during good times is easy. Our doing this at this time is tough. Our doing this with one particular organization, I don't know what precedent we're setting or what that does with other organizations coming forward, and what issues we may have at that time. So I just had to get those uncomfortable feelings, thoughts out of my head and express them. That's it for me. Anybody else?
I appreciate that, Supervisor Wasserman, and I don't disagree, and I realize that I am putting us in a little bit of a challenging position, wanting to support some really good work and well aware of the circumstances in which I'm making the request.
All righty, looks like we now have one speaker. Jill, would you ask that person please to speak, and he or she will have up to 2 minutes.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Urvish. I am muting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you very much to all the supervisors. I think I wanted to mention about the one part about the e-West for the agenda item number 13. It is to ensure that when the landfill facilities that we spoke about, they have been generating a lot of trash, but it is also equally important to make sure that the county, city provide the respective resources and grants to establish the e-West services. Also, those e-West services are not just to be procured at the city level, but that is also required to be implemented at the county level. And so should be the funding, should be provided to the city. When city ordinances city laws, they are being implemented, those becomes local ordinances and the law. There are also county ordinances and county laws are there as well. But when the county laws and city laws are to be combined, it is important to evaluate that the county does not impose any laws on the city. Instead, it is required to make the customized law such that the constitution be updated in a way where the people gets a facilitation from the law and the constitution that is being implemented. And so is the case with the ordinances. The local it has been noted that sometimes the local ordinances takes a precedence over the county and as well as the state. However, the state Assembly Bill and Senate Bill does state that what is the jurisdiction that state laws, what is the jurisdiction of a national law where the local applicability applies. And so would be the case with the county. However, it is important that the land, which is considered to be a part of a city, that is also a county land as well. However, when any properties, any laws, any ordinances being implemented on that property, it has to be applied with the city, county, and state law with the customized law such that the constitution be maintained. Thank you.
That concludes our speakers.
Thank you very much. So we have a motion by Ellenberg and a motion by Chavez. Any other comments? Seeing none. Joe, will you please call for a vote on
Supervisor Lee? Yeah. Sorry.
On agenda item 14. Thank you.
Supervisor Lee?
Aye.
Supervisor Chavez?
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian?
Simidian, aye.
Vice President Ellenberg?
Yes.
President Wasserman?
Yes. We will now jump to, I believe, item 18, 14, we did 15, we did 16, we did 17, yes. And Joe, if I make a mistake, let me know. We are now on item 18, receive report from Child and Adolescent Psychiatric Facility and Behavioral Health Services Center. And I'm going to guess Mr. Draper. I see Kevin Day. I see
Mr. Draper is here, but we have a team of people who will present. Mr. Wasserman.
Yeah. All right.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, members of the board. I'm Doug Koenig. I'm a Deputy Director for Capital Programs, and I'm responsible for the new Child and Adolescent Psychiatric Facility and Behavioral Health Services Center project. With me today, I've got our project manager, Kamal Sodi, and also several members of the HGA architectural team who are the architects of record for this project. This time I'd like to turn it over to Craig Blackhurst, who is the project manager for the design team, to begin our presentation.
All right. Thank you, Doug. I just switched screens here. So yes, I'm Craig Blackhurst. I'm the project manager with HGA Architects. We are the architects of record in the Behavioral Health Services Center at Valley Medical Center. And with me today, I've got Craig McEnroy, who's our principal in charge, Kevin Day, who's our design principal, Heather Bachman, who's our lead interior designer, and Bianca Harris, who's our lead project architect for one of the packages. We wanted to run through our vision statement today. We'd certainly want to strive to provide a safe, friendly, attractive place, age-appropriate facilities with indoor and outdoor spaces for therapeutic environments and emphasizing care, the care community. We can go to the next slide. Here we go. Wanted to touch upon our schedule. We've been diligently working for the past little over a year now on the project, and we recently submitted our first package to state agency OSHPD. We're currently in meetings with them to establish the specific review schedule. They've agreed to work with us on a more collaborative review process, which is really fantastic news for the project in order to keep us on schedule. And had a great meeting with them this morning, as a matter of fact. So our first construction documents package has been submitted to them. It's going off to the state agency, the licensing agency, as California Department of Public Health, and for them to review a part of it. And we'll be submitting another package to them in the next week or so to get the ball rolling on the structural review of the project as well. We are still aiming toward that November 2023 completion date. Go to the next slide. I just want to touch upon a couple things here in the program. Remind folks that this facility will have emergency psychiatric services. It will have an urgent care and outpatient component, including an outpatient pharmacy. There are 2 adult inpatient units. There's also an adolescent unit for teens, and also a child unit, which is a new service for the county at this facility. It will also connect to the ED expansion, which is a parallel project happening and under OSHPD review right now. We can go to the next slide. And I'll pass it over to Kevin.
Thanks, Craig. So I'd like to start, well, actually, I'd like to just start by thanking you for having us here today to present this project. And I think, sort of coming full circle to hear the acknowledgement of Wanda Alexander as we began today really sort of brings us back home and back around, knowing all the great work that she did. So I'm really happy to be a part of that sequence here. What I'd like to do is just bring you to the site and the campus of Santa Clara Valley Medical Center. You can see the new children and adolescent psychiatric facility is just beyond to the west of some major buildings with the main hospital, Sobrato Pavilion, and the West Wing where the current emergency department is located. This site is the current site of the PS3 parking structure. It's a single level parking structure that will be demolished. Those spaces plus more will be placed in a new parking structure on the current Della Maggiore site that you see here. So this site has got some really key advantages in its adjacencies. One is to the receiving and support center just to the south. This is a place where we'll get all of our services, the goods as well as the waste will come in and out via a tunnel below Middle Drive to service the new facility. Second key adjacency is to the West Wing, and I mentioned the emergency department. We will be able to transport patients that present to the emergency department, but really need to be treated in the emergency psych services or over in the new facility via a bridge. So you'll be able to move patients directly from the emergency department up to this bridge and over, and then diagnose and treat them here in the children and adolescent psych facility. The third thing I want to point out is the parking structure 2 just to the north, existing parking structure that'll give us great access for people coming to visit the new facility, parking there and then moving along Turner Drive to access this new facility. Just to talk quickly about how the building is organized, it's a 3-story structure. Craig presented the program. There's approximately 190,000 square feet in these 3 stories plus a basement. The benefit of this 3-story structure is that it begins to take on more of a residential scale rather than institutional. All of those public engaging programs are really on the ground floor. So the emergency psych services, the pharmacy, the urgent care, the administration, the main lobby, all of those things are easily accessible at the site here, where we're located between Middle and Turner Drive and Ginger Lane. The upper 2 stories are all inpatient units. Level 2 has 2 adult patient units on the east and west, and then level 3 has the adolescents to the west and the children's unit to the east. I just want to point out here, we'll talk a little bit in a few minutes about how the plans of each of these work, but I wanted to point out these green spaces that you see. Those are recreation yards associated with every one of these units. And so it's very important, you know, this is a large facility, there's a lot of care being provided here, but all of those units have a way to get outside, to have open sky, and this connection to nature is so important for what we're doing as it aids with the healing and the rehabilitation process. So it's really key that these outdoor spaces are connected to all of the clinical spaces, and you'll hear more about these as we go forward. This aerial view starts to help understand how the building is organized here as it sits actually on the site. You can see the main drop off along Middle Drive, and you can start to see how these outdoor rec yards are actually stacked and open to the sky. So for each of the units, including the emergency psych services program on level 1, which is both an adult and a minor program, has their own recreation yard. And we've purposefully staggered the building as it steps back to provide these view gardens. Now, in some cases, these, you know, where you see trees, they may not be planted in the recreation yards themselves because of the safety risk of those, but they're placed just outside of those yards so that patients who are in the recreation yards can actually see to the trees and have that connection to nature. Even if they can't, say, touch those trees, they're part of their environment. So very important. As we start to look more carefully at the site here, you can see how we have landscaping around, how someone can come from the parking structure to travel along Turner Drive in what we're calling our entry garden. The building sort of pulls away a little bit to create a more comfortable space with plenty of seating and some public art. And then you can travel beneath the building to the front door, the lobby, and the drop-off along Middle Drive. And then ample landscaping and trees planted around to really soften the structure and again make it more welcoming. You also see at the north side what we call the Sally Port. This is very important. This is a place where you can bring the patients in via emergency vehicles, police, other transport vehicles that are bringing and taking patients from the child and adolescent psychiatric facility. That's a secure with gates on 2 ends, controlled by cameras, and really not visible to any of the areas around here for privacy of those transactions that happen there. And here you can see again the Middle Drive as the main primary drop-off and front door to the new facility. Just to talk about the architecture a little bit, we're creating a modern expression here that's very much in keeping with the rest of the campus, modern, but we're also introducing some natural materials and colors and making the details of it more human scaled so that we can connect with the function that's happening here in the more residential nature. Primary materials here are a cream colored terracotta tile. This is a clay fired product, so it has this sort of natural variation in tones. It should be very warm and welcoming. We also have sort of a warm silver aluminum panel at the base of the building, and then clear high performance glazing with earth toned curtain wall frames and window frames as we identify each of those patient spaces. Here you can see this is the this is the southeast corner. So this is basically Turner on your right hand side and Middle Drive on your left. You can see the front door in the distance under the bridge. Some of these larger window areas are our day rooms. So it's really important to organize the individual patient units so that there was a lot of daylight and views in those communal spaces. So we've been able to achieve that. And then you can see these vertical strips that represent the patient windows. They have opportunities for ventilation in those windows, and we've sort of called all of that out, and it's collected under this sort of prominent cornice element that really is a symbol of kind of the protection and the healing that's happening here. We have some double occupancy rooms and some group rooms for therapy that give us a little bit different articulation in the facade. As you go a bit closer now to the southeast corner, you can see how you travel underneath. We've introduced this wood-toned resin panel for the canopy overhead that should be inviting. There's also some public art being proposed at the corner here that will connect with many different cultures and introduce multiple languages and such, seating and landscaping, making this all a very comfortable and welcoming corner. As you move under the building, then under the canopy, you address and start to move towards the main vestibule that will have, weather conditioned double set of automatic sliding doors. There's some signage for drop off, which would just allow you to park for a few minutes as you bring your loved one in. You can see the signage as well for the Santa Clara Valley Medical Center happening there. As we back up a little bit then along Middle Drive, you can see the two-story lobby space that you enter into. There's some security areas in there. They'll have great visibility to the street so they can see everything that's happening. We also have, like we do on many floors, at the third floor, we have a space for staff and for the public to get outside, to get some fresh air, to maybe have a meeting or to have lunch, just to kind of, center themselves and deal with the hard work that really happens inside of the facility. So there's a little bit of an outdoor space available on every floor. And in this case, that's the space for the third floor that you see up above. You can also see here on the left-hand side of the screen, these are the screen walls for the emergency psych program for the minors here along Middle Drive. And then you can start to see back towards the entrance as well. If we move a little bit further to the west, you can see the corner. Now we're at Ginger Lane and Middle Drive, and you can see how that same language carries around the building at the corner. This is the emergency psych program at the base of the building. That will have frosted glass so that there's no ability to see into the building, but we'll have plenty of daylight coming into that ground level program. You just won't be able to see in from the outside. That's for privacy reasons and safety reasons. We want to make sure that people inside of the facility are protected in that way. You can also see how we're introducing some exterior sun shading to help with the light that's coming from the south here. That'll be very strong. As we continue down Ginger Lane, we come to the entry to the Sallyport area. So you can see we're proposing these gates that'll be secured by cameras. We'll bring you in. Emergency vehicles and transfer vehicles will come into the Sallyport in that way. Similarly,
Kevin, this is Supervisor Wasserman. I'm interrupting for just a minute.
Yes.
We have all these PowerPoint slides in our binders.
Okay.
And I can't tell what page you're on. It looks like package page 109 in my binder. I don't see numbers on your slides. But I'm going to need you to kind of wrap this up in a few more minutes.
Okay.
Just so we can continue moving through. I don't have any speakers on this item.
Okay.
And, absolutely beautiful building, and I appreciate that. And I really appreciate the fact that you provided with all this information in advance, so we all had time to review it ahead of time.
Okay, great. Let me then skip right ahead to the interior portions of the building, so you can we can share the planning and the interior design concepts a little bit. Maybe 5 more minutes. Is that acceptable?
Yeah, that'd be good.
Great.
I can do it in 5. Hi, everyone. My name is Heather, and I was the lead interior designer for this project. I wanted to bring us back before we start to look at plans and renderings to the overall concept design that is guiding the interior of the facility, because it really forms the story and it kind of tells you how we got to where we got with the design. We reviewed several different concepts with the stakeholders, but sanctuary is really a concept that resonated the most. And sanctuary envisioned as a calming place, a safe place set aside where patients can begin to heal. Next slide. Now this concept still works generally for adolescents and children. However, we have to keep in mind that a sanctuary for those age groups is very different than a sanctuary for an adult. And so we adapted the concept to include more creative areas, more expressive areas, areas of play, areas for individual expression, and areas for therapy that's more focused on groups and the family in some ways. These are some elements that we hope you'll see reflected in our renderings. These were some ideas that we defined a sanctuary by throughout the space. We can move on to the next slide. This is the level 1 plan. So very quickly, just taking you through it, the light yellow area is the public entry lobby. If you proceed straight from that space, you'll see the pharmacy straight ahead. And if you go in the lobby and then turn right, that's how you enter urgent care. There are separate entrances for both adults and minors, as well as separate programs. The big teal area to the right of the plan is the administrative suite, which supports the rest of the facility. EPS, or Emergency Psychiatric Services, makes up the majority of the rest of the floor plate. Everything you see in red is those services targeted for adults. And everything you see in sort of this wine, almost maroon color is the minor program. It's important to mention that this care is intended to be less than 24 hours. There are both day rooms and dormitories where a patient could lie in a recliner and rest while they're in EPS, and that we are providing, again, a separation of adults and minors. Next slide, please. The public spaces in this facility are really a balance. We try to strike a balance between the warmth of, for example, the wood look panels and the wood look ceilings you see, some nice timeless neutrals, such as the tile on the floor, and then some whimsical elements to provide a little bit more welcome, especially aimed at the younger population. So you'll see a chandelier here with some glowing orbs that is reminiscent of fireflies. And you'll also see some green walls, which is the biophilic design integration that we are incorporating in these public spaces. Up on level 2, so next slide, levels 2 and 3, those elevator lobbies have a similar design language. Of note, or something else to point out here is that the courtyard, which is accessible by staff, can be accessed from this level 2 area, and there's a rendering just to give you an idea of what that will be. This next slide is really staff respite spaces. Kevin already mentioned that providing those spaces was a very important goal of this project for the staff that work so hard every day in this facility. Next slide, please. This is a page that kind of summarizes some of the urgent care spaces. You'll see adult and minor waiting rooms to the left. And on the right is an idea of what the corridor is once you're in the clinic itself. Those are interview rooms, and we have, this rendering shows that we are trying to incorporate artwork throughout. Next slide, please. Adult EPS. This slide summarizes that department. On the right, you'll see views of the day rooms, and bottom left is an image of the dormitory I mentioned, where a patient could take a rest, lie in a recliner if they're there for a few hours. Just to reinforce what Kevin said before, each department does have the ability for safe, protected outdoor access for all patients. And the rendering of the rec yard at the top left shows you that, and then how connected it is to the day room. You can see it visible from those windows. Next slide. This is the minor EPS. You can see it's a similar design, similar features, but brighter, more appropriate for children, and furniture of appropriate scale. Next slide. The inpatient units are laid out very similarly, very quickly. The patient rooms are on the periphery, and there are group rooms to support the patients. And then everything in the light blue color is the day room space. That brown color in the middle is the nurse station. Next slide. So these are some views of the adult inpatient unit. The top left is a view of the nurse station looking down the corridor. The patient rooms are entered off the right. The bottom image there is of the day room. We have worked hard to create what we call destinations within the day room so that the space feels differentiated from other areas of the day rooms. The one that you're looking at the bottom is the library, and you can see the cafe beyond. And then the top right image is a game room, but then what we're really trying to illustrate here is how integrated those rec yards are to the day room. So you can see it's really right off the unit. Patients have the ability to go out, and there's clear visibility. Next slide.
Heather, I'm going to have to get close to cut me off here.
Okay. Okay. Well, let's just go to the adolescent renderings. You can see brighter colors, more appropriate for children and adolescents, and the child inpatient unit as well. That concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Super. Supervisor Smitty, and before I turn to you, we have one speaker, if that's okay, we'll hear from first.
Great.
Thank you. Jill, go right ahead.
First speaker is Urvish. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
I think it is important to understand the architecture of the facilities, and also to understand that, what is the purpose of the facilities to be served. When you have a facility which is going to be serving the purpose of, as well as the facilitation of a psychiatric facility, behavioral health, for the seniors, for the child, for the youth, and as well as for the middle generation to come up. It is important that how these facilities are going to be performing, how these facilities would be serving to the cities and as well as to the county. From an architecture perspective, it is important to evaluate that the seniors be provided the right set of standards for the facility, illuminations, different kind of architectures, setting up the space, as well as the labeling the structure, different pieces to place in, what should be the art of the facility that derives the culture that county or the city is going to be representing for the facility. Though they are the medical facilities, it is important that they exhibit certain culture, they exhibit certain diversification, they exhibit the momentum which is required to be built. There are a lot of aspects to consider other than the facilitation that is to be provided to as a part of a facility. Also, it is important to evaluate the other side that when such facilities are being built, what it is take to maintain the facility as well. Maintaining the facility is also equally important. So is the educating the staff, educating the services that are being provided, and kind of a service that the facility is going to be providing. It is important to evaluate the cost structure, as well as that what it is take to build such facility, and then what is the versus what is the purpose it is going to be serving, as it is the citizens' tax money that is at the.
Thank you, Supervisor Smitty. Thank you, Jill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I think I might be able to help move this along while still giving the project the note that it deserves after 6+ years in the hopper. First, this item was heard at Health and Hospital just last week, so I want to let colleagues know that we had an extensive presentation and discussion there. Next, just a series of thank yous, if I may. First, Mr. Blackhurst, thank you for the edit to the title page. In case you wondered whether it was noticed, it was. But on a more serious note, thank you to all the folks at HGA for their work to bring us to this point. There is some history here, Mr. Chairman. Please bear with me while I go through it, because for newer members, they will perhaps not have all of this history, and it's relevant to where we find ourselves today and where we're headed in the next couple of years. It was literally 6+ years ago. I was at a holiday party in my community, and I had a parent who walked right up to me and said, "How come our county doesn't have a single secure bed for teenagers who are needing acute care and a very difficult time and place in their lives?" And I thought, surely that can't be right. This is December of 2014. Did a little quick research and discovered that tragically it was absolutely right, and that the place that youngsters had to go when they needed that kind of care was all over Northern California, because there wasn't a bed in the largest county, Santa Clara County, in Northern California. They go to Sonoma, they go to Contra Costa, they go to San Francisco, they go all the way to Sacramento with less than beneficial effects. So we spent 2015 working with the newly arrived director of behavioral health Tony Tully's to identify the extent and nature of the need. Then we spent 2016 in an RFP process that regrettably did not produce a proposal that staff could support. Then in 2017, we worked to see if there was a way to work collaboratively, but with the county taking the lead. My thanks to Dr. Smith for taking that leap of faith at the time. And then in the intervening years, we worked to get us to the point where we have the design before us today. I have been anxious about the fact that this has taken 6 years. You will see that there is a timeline for the next couple of years, and we have been pressing on that timeline, as staff will tell you, in the Health and Hospital Committee. I should say thanks to Supervisor Chavez, who was an early advocate on this front in her role as chair of Children, Seniors and Families, forgive me, and both expanding and refining the notion of what kinds of kids we could and should serve and what kind of needs that they would come to us with. Along the way, Dr. Smith saw the opportunity to make sure that we address the need for 21st century facilities for adult patients as well. And that's why you see a project that is somewhat more expansive than originally envisioned. Supervisor Ellenberg spent the last couple of years as a supporter and a booster at the Health and Hospital Committee as well. My thanks to her. She and I were both anxious that if we were going to have both adults and young people served in the same facility, that those functions be separated. And I say thank you to the team for having achieved that goal. And as I say, now the focus is on trying to deliver this thing in a timely basis. We have a marvelous product, and just because it was mentioned in passing by our one speaker who talked about taxpayer funds, I should mention that the project will be funded by leased revenue bonds as a way to provide for the cost of construction. Why don't I stop there? And even though we don't need a motion, Mr. Chairman, I would like to offer a motion to formally record in the minutes, move that we receive the report contained in item 18.
So noted. I think I was Supervisor Ellenberg's hand first, then Chavez, then Lee.
Thank you very much. I also appreciate the report and want to express thanks again for providing a specific briefing for the neighborhoods surrounding the VMC campus this past November. I do expect to see continued engagement with surrounding neighborhoods on both facility operations and construction issues as this project goes forward. And my office will continue to work with our neighbors to coordinate periodic meetings. I believe that there are still a few questions by neighbors that have not been fully answered. Thank you. I think it was, oh, I'm so sorry. I can't remember who sent the, I think maybe Tony, an off agenda this morning answering some of the questions, but there are two that are still outstanding from the neighbors that they asked me to pass along. The first question is, what is the status of an environmental impact report or other environmental mitigation planning for the project?
We were working on a initial investigation. We would expect to publish that in the next week for a 30-day public review, and then receive the comments back. And once we address those comments, we'll be taking it to the board for approval of the CEQA document.
Oh, okay, great. And forgive me for not being more familiar with the process, but that's the standard time that the EIR comes in. To me, it feels late in the process, but I just want to understand that this is the norm.
I don't think it's late. It just has to be complete before a decision is made to actually construct the facility.
Got it.
With the contract we have with our construction manager at risk, the only thing that we are committed to is the pre-construction period, and the approval for construction would not take place until the the subcontracts are bought out. And there is a clause in our contract which says we cannot issue a notice to proceed to do that until we have the CEQA approval from the board.
Got it. Thank you so much. That's really clarifying. Also, does that planning include assessment of the traffic issues for the project and related changes in the parking structures?
Yes, they will address all the traffic impacts of the project, as well as whatever changes they would expect to come as a result of the demo of PS3 and the reconstruction of the new PS3 on the Dillon and George site.
Great, thanks so much. And I'd ask that you stay in close touch with my office as these different pieces come out and comment periods open, so that I can make sure that my community is engaged to the extent that they're interested in doing so, please.
Sure.
Thank you. And just finally, on a separate note, I'd like to request that an update come back to CFSC at a future meeting as to how the continuum of existing youth crisis services, including crisis residential services, which are currently provided by Uplift, would be aligned with the operation of this new facility.
Supervisor Ellenberg,
Yes.
We will follow up on that request for you.
Terrific. Thank you so much. That is it from me.
That's what happens. I'm muted. Supervisor Ellenberg, was that your last comment on this item?
It is, yes. Thank you, Mike.
Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you very much. So to Supervisor Simitian, I really appreciate that this has been a labor of love for you. And I do just want to reinforce that there was a vision that you let a lot of people jump onto that I know was frustrating, but I think in the end it's actually going to be pretty magnificent and really helpful to a lot of young people. I want to just ask a little bit about the architecture, and then ask staff, are we using the our policy in terms of the percentage of art that will be in around or in the building?
Yes, we haven't identified uses for all of it. I mean, it's at 1% of construction costs. It's a significant number.
That's the intent. Yeah.
And so we have initiated negotiations with at least one artist for. I don't know if we saw it in our presentation. If we showed, what we're going for, but there's one significant art piece at the entrance, and we'll be, working with. Right now, I think we don't have a art consultant on contract with the county. That's something that is being resolved. But once that person is on board, or until that person is on board, we're actually working with, I guess, a retired art consultant from the city of San Jose to help us with the rest of our art budget.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that that as often as possible. One, I'm really excited about this policy. I think it's actually very important that buildings that, particularly that serve our community, demonstrate the respect that we have for our community based on the architecture and the way they respond to the public. So on that front, I also think that it's a great opportunity to embed art throughout the building, and just hope that body of work also includes the VMC Foundation. And the reason I want to recommend having a conversation with them is that they both get lots of opportunities for donations to them, and anyway. So I just want to make sure we don't miss an opportunity to work with them. Sure. Second is, as the building, I saw the walkway that does the connection to the main building. Could you just remind me the tool, like why we have that connection and where it will actually go into the hospital itself?
Are you putting that up? Currently, one of the main deficiencies of the current situation is that these patients will present themselves in the emergency department.
Yeah.
And if they're going to be referred or held over and sent over to emergency psych services, or if they're going to be admitted, into acute care. Essentially, they have to be wheeled outside.
Yeah, I know. The reason you have that bridge is I've been very annoying about it. So I get it. I just want to know, like, physically, where does it connect?
Oh, okay. Yeah, Kevin, if you can show that. There's
Sure. And essentially, it's as kind of direct as we can make it. So it comes right off of the ED expansion that's currently being
Got it. That's what I wanted to know. Perfect. And now the ingress. So from that, does it also connect at the I don't know what you call it, at the elbow here into the building? So you can either connect into the emergency services or into the building itself?
It connects between the emergency department and into the new child and adolescent psych facility. It actually bypasses the children's rec yard on level 3. So you cannot see into the rec yard. And I should also add that the bridge is proposed to have translucent glazing, so it'll be daylit and feel safe, but you won't have visibility into people being moved through that bridge.
So let me share a concern that has less to do with the actual your building and more to do with ours, which is that part of the other thing that we wanted to make sure of is that children and or adults who had a significant dual diagnosis that may have them be mentally ill but also have a physical challenge, you know, some sort of medical challenge in addition, that two things: one, that they could get help in the building they're in, so we're not wheeling them back and forth, but second, that for tests like MRIs and other kinds of scans, that the path into the building is direct. And so as it relates to those kinds of medical scans, is the only way they get back into the building through the emergency portal? I don't mean physical portal external, I mean the new emergency facility.
yes, that would be the intended pathway if a patient is being moved from the new psychiatric facility to the main hospital.
So yeah, so I'm just going to say that's a little bit of a concern of mine, because what I'd want to make sure I understood is how, you know, I know that we have the path to get I'm using MRI because that's the one I can think of, but also x-rays or other things that I know I don't know exactly how those two, the new facility, the new emergency room, and this new building will nest together in terms of making those tests easy for people to get. One of the reasons that we wanted to make sure there was this tunnel was so we weren't wheeling anybody outside of anything to get services. But I'm concerned about how somebody gets into the emergency room, gets their services, comes back up through the emergency room, back into the psychiatric center.
Supervisor Chavez, if I may. So first of all, the emergency room itself will have some imaging capability. The patients would be transported into areas that are staff-only areas. If the patient requires a much more technical evaluation in terms of imaging, the distance between the ED and the imaging area is not that far, because obviously we transfer a lot of trauma patients and other patients requiring imaging services from the ED to that area. So I think the patient experience and the ability to move the patient, child, adolescent is addressed to the full extent possible. And should we have to have the ability to have mobile C-arms and other types of imaging equipment, we would be able to move that equipment into the psychiatric facility as well. Our goal is to limit the movement of the patient between the two facilities unless we absolutely need to.
Got it. Perhaps at some point, if somebody in a little more detail can just lay the two buildings for me, just so I understand that. And then the second question related to that is a child or an adult, but most likely a child that is diagnosed, that comes into the emergency in the psychiatric facility, that when they're diagnosed, could they be diagnosed will we have the capacity to diagnose a child that has PANS, for example, and know that in the psychiatric facility, or would they need to be moved somewhere else to get a full medical and mental health diagnostic?
Dr. Curtis Ohashi is also online, but my understanding would be that the patient would receive the appropriate evaluation by the pediatric consultants. They would be able to come to the unit to assist at the same time they're receiving the psychiatric evaluation. If further evaluation is required, they may be moved to the medical clinical side of the operation to ensure that the diagnosis and testing and et cetera is being addressed to its full extent possible.
So a child that has PANS, for example, that has that's got a significant medical component to it. They come into the emergency psych ward, and then if we wouldn't fully diagnose them there, is what you're saying?
That is up to the clinical team. If we can diagnose the individual within the psychiatric facility and admit the child onto the medical psych unit, we will do that. If further evaluation is required, then the patient may end up moving into the pediatric unit of the acute hospital. So it would be based on the clinical presentation of the child to the clinical team.
So what would be helpful to understand is the diagnostic capacity of the psychiatric center relative to the capacity and the children's medical side, because one of the issues, frankly, that a lot of parents raised with us was that their children tend to have more than one diagnosis. So they'll have a significant mental health issue that also has a physical issue. And so my understanding was that they would be able to be served in the psychiatric ward, even if they had a significant medical issue, cancer, PANS. Is that accurate?
That supervisor, that is their goal. And again, it comes down to the clinical presentation and the issues relative to their medical needs. And to the full extent possible, we would attempt to serve that child within the psychiatric facility or the acute medical side, depending on where the most optimal care can be provided to that child.
I guess what I'm asking, and this may be circular, Paul, is that what I'm trying to understand is what will be the full capacity in the psychiatric hospital relative to the pediatric center. And I recognize that human beings that work for you can work, come over the bridge. I'm just really trying to understand what happens for a child in one area versus another. And perhaps when this comes to the Children's Family Seniors Committee, you could just be ready to walk through that, because what I think a lot, obviously we don't understand enough about the human brain yet to know everything that is happening for every child or adult that comes into your care, but understanding, based on what we understand today, understanding the capacity of the psych hospital versus the other services would be huge. And I think also Supervisor Ellenberg raised what we'll be doing at this facility versus Uplift, and how they will or won't complement each other would be helpful as well. So thank you for that. I just have one other question, and this is really more for Dr. Smith and for you, Paul, just kind of writ large. And Mr. Ohashi, it's good to see you. I've only communicated with you via email or the phone. I feel like I know you-ish, so it's nice to see you. And that is that I'm a little concerned about what happens with the other buildings on the facility while we're trying to figure out whether or not we need more supportive services, an expanded set of supportive behavioral health services for mentally ill adults. So and I'm just looking at what got my attention was the off-agenda report related to the questions that Supervisor Ellenberg's community was asking about. And what I just want to ask the staff is, at some point, as we're having the expanded discussions about AOT and we're looking at the behavioral health audit, I want to make sure we can revisit the physical needs, including the physical plant at Valley Medical Center, which may or may not need to be included in the body of work that we're going to next. So, or concurrent to all of this. So that would be enormously helpful. And perhaps again, there's an opportunity for us to better understand that as the as new developments come on board. Can I ask, do we have an update on the Valley Medical Center campus just plan that's coming, and has it already gone to Health and Hospital and it's coming to the board at some point?
For the entire campus?
Yeah.
I mean, we've got, I don't know, we have a comprehensive plan. We've got a a site plan that identifies all of the upcoming projects, and there are many. And many of those have been in the pipeline for some time because a lot of them are related to the seismic upgrade to comply with the California law. So.
I mean, I don't remember seeing it at the full board, at least for a while, or I'm just wondering, has it gone to Health and Hospital just for an update or refresh or anything like that?
This is Jeff Draper. I would say no. We need to bring it back to the board, get you up freshen up, I would say, on the whole picture, if you will.
I think that might be helpful, and Supervisors Committee, and I don't want to put more work into your committee, but if something like that could go through your committee and to the full board, or to the full board, depending on the committee chair, I think it would be really valuable to get a large, just an overview of all of the activities, because it has been a while, and it would be helpful in terms of putting this into that bigger puzzle that you all call Valley Medical Center campus.
Through the chair, if I may, Mr. Washman, I was going to say, I would suggest, I'm thinking out loud on the fly, those are a little bit dangerous, but to Supervisor Chavez's request, I would suggest perhaps, since it's, quote, just an update, end quote, that it comes straight to the full board, since all the board members will have an interest, I expect. And then if there is follow-up following that update, that follow-up where we could do a deeper dive on what about this and what about that might be referred to the committee. But I think it makes sense to just send it straight to the full board, given the wide-ranging interest of the board and the fact that it has been a while.
I appreciate that.
And I would say to both of you supervisors, we can probably support that by the 23rd of March, if not sooner. So.
That would be great. I would really appreciate it. Thank you. And Supervisors Committee, and congratulations on all the good work. And the one thing I want to just say is that there were a lot of parents who came to the board and really implored us to get our act together. And I just want to say thank you to all of them. And I know you've been working with them on the design, but just a big shout out to the parents who made us so aware of the challenges. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Lee.
Thank you. So I did hear this report at the HXC meeting last week, and thanks for the good work. This is going to provide 2 times 21, right? 42 beds for our adults, in addition to 21 adolescent and 15 children. And at the time, I did remember asking the question regarding just more lighting and windows to be able to look out, like either from the rec yard or from the one on the very top where there's the basketball court. And you mentioned that you could potentially get some type of glazing or screening so that people could look out. I just want to see if there's any follow-up on that, please. Thank you.
That was it there.
Yeah, Supervisor, we can follow up on that request and provide an off-agenda report to you in terms of the status of that.
Right. Yeah. And yeah. Thank you. Yeah. No, that's really all I have. I think is at least based on the drawings and everything we've seen is phenomenal, and we really hope that this will be finished in those 2 years on schedule or earlier, that would be great. And huge kudos to Supervisors Midian for the good work of pushing this through. My only minor detail would be, I wish we could accommodate more people here, because obviously the needs is great in our community, as we spoke about this morning, for a completely different item, but clearly related. So that's all I have, and thank you very much.
Supervisor Lee, I might say that, okay.
I'm sorry, Doug, did you have something more to say?
No, I was just going to say, one thing that might be helpful. I know that your concern is looking at it from the outside, that you don't see a significant percentage of glazing versus the terracotta tile. But I think if we showed you we have the capability to show you a 3D walkthrough from the inside, and I think you would see that it's actually a very well lit area on the interior. So maybe that's something we could put together.
Yeah, I think that's helpful. And then my main concern really is that, like, for example, at the very top where you see the outdoor areas, they could see above, right? But they could not see out from there. So I think it looks a little bit,
Yes.
Yeah, so I think the ability to be able to see outside, horizontally looking down, I think is something that would be nice.
From the sports court, I think was your comment.
That's one.
Yeah, and we're going to try to incorporate that. Yes.
Thank you.
Good deal. Thank you. Supervisor Smitty, I see your hand up. You have the motion on the floor. Did you have other comments?
Just one, and then I'll ask for a second, and that is, I know when we talk about 30 or 40 beds, it may not sound like an awful lot, but keeping in mind that the average stay is 6.5 days for one of these kids in crisis, you realize then that means you could have as many as 50 youngsters and families served in a single bed over the course of a year, which means we're talking about, literally thousands of folks whose lives will be impacted by what sounds like a small number of beds, but is really transformational in terms of its impact. And I hope there's a second.
Second.
Thank you. And I'll just chime in here at the end. I'll say it's an absolutely beautiful looking building. The need is definitely there, and we're starting something. Hopefully it'll grow over the years, but you can't get to enough until you get started. So thank you. Thank you very much for this. We've got a motion and a second. No further discussion. Jill, if you'll please call the vote.
Supervisor Lee.
Aye.
Supervisor Chavez.
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian.
Aye.
Vice President Ellenberg.
Yes.
And President Wasserman.
Yes. So that passes unanimously. We now move on to item number 19. Considering recommendations related to the Valley Homeless Healthcare Program. And Paul, are we back to you?
Yes, President Wasserman, Paul Lorenz, Chief Executive Officer for Valley Medical Center, board members. In your package, you have an operational report addressing quality improvement initiatives as well as the budget. I did want to give you a brief update on the vaccination efforts. So we did on January 28th start vaccinating eligible homeless individuals 65 and older. We have so far vaccinated about 136 individuals. And in fact, this Thursday, we'll be returning to provide the second vaccination to those individuals. So we are well along with respect to that effort. But given the recent approval to expand vaccination to our clients and staff in congregate settings, we are starting to gather that information in terms of both eligible clients as well as staff, with the expectation that beginning March 1st, we'll begin that vaccination effort. We are working closely, obviously, with Office of Supportive Housing and the shelter providers to make sure that we, in fact, have a complete and comprehensive schedule. The other item that I wanted to share with you is that we are working with both Office of Supportive Housing and Lived Experience in terms of their advisory board to make sure that we launch a vaccination ambassador program to ensure that, again, we are providing support to individuals that are homeless that may not have a full understanding of the importance of the vaccine. So that program is important, obviously, for our homeless population that have a higher percentage of individuals that may not be vaccinated for one reason or another, including social inequities that may come about through this vaccination effort. So I'm pleased to report that we are implementing a program that we hope will be effective in that regard. But with that being said, I'm happy to address and answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Paul, and I appreciate that report. We have no speakers, so I'm going to look for a motion. We have 4 possible actions. Anyone wish to
Move approval?
Move approval by Vice President Ellenberg. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Lee. Any discussion? Seeing none. Joe, will you please
wait. I'm sorry, I had my hand up. My
Sorry,
little, my virtual hand.
It was hidden in your drapes. Oh, your lampshade. All right, go ahead.
My bookshelf, I know, I'm sorry. So first of all, thank you, and your team is doing amazing work. A couple of requests that I wanted to make. I wanted to ask that we ask through HRSA for a separate allotment of vaccines for unhoused persons. And I'm really looking to see how we can go directly to the federal government to access vaccines. So I'm hoping that we can ask for an allotment for our unsheltered community. Paul, would there be a downside to that?
There is no downside to that. HRSA did announce that they are working with certain health centers in the distribution of vaccines. And we are trying to make sure that we're on that list of providers.
Excellent.
We can follow up.
And I imagine that for unhoused populations, we're one of the largest in the country. I mean, California in general, but our county too. Is that accurate?
That would be true. We were one of the largest FQHC HRSA grantees for homeless individuals.
Yeah, and that might give us a step up in doing that. So I would really appreciate it if you could just let us know how that goes, and also if we can be helpful. This seems like a federal task force opportunity too for us to work with our members of Congress. And then the second issue is I do want to make sure that when we do the COVID reports, that the testing and vaccination of unhoused persons is part of that every 2-week report. We get a lot of questions about it, and I think just making sure we can report on that distinctly might be helpful if it's part of the overall issues. And then I know you've got some great folks out trying to get people to get tested, and that you've had some challenges getting people tested. And it makes me wonder whether or not it makes sense for us to move right over to vaccinating everybody instead of trying to be so distinct. And I say this really more to Doctors Smith and Cody and Fensterscheib as to whether or not, given the number of people we're talking about and the number of folks our folks are able to see a day, whether or not it just makes sense to start vaccinating them and not trying to frankly vaccinate a needle in a haystack. That if you're able to do it in a more fulsome way, that may give us more opportunity to get people vaccinated. And that's those are 3 additional requests. They're directions to get information and direction to try, but not, I'm not presuming any of these are going to be easy to do. And that's to the maker and seconder of the motion.
Supervisors Ellenberg and Lee, you all right with that? Yes and a yes. All right, super. Jill, will you please give us?
Sorry, my hands is up to President Wasserman. Just a couple.
Your hand is up right now?
Yes, sorry.
Huh.
I raised it and I lowered it.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay.
Sure. First of all, I just want to say, thanks for the very good report. And one item I just want to mention is that due to the lack of housing, it turns out people's diabetes is becoming uncontrolled diabetes being a root cause. So having medication storage being identified by having the ability to have housing really shows that the importance of giving housing to people would actually solve so many other potential problems in people's health. Second thing is very glad to see that we're going to be able to do the vaccination to many of the homeless in our community starting March 1st. So I really do I'm excited about that development, and thanks for that potential outreach that you're planning on, Paul. And the third one is just more of a number question. It says that back in 2019, there were 7,200 patients served, 2020, it went down to 63 or 6,400. Just wanted to check in with you. Is the decrease due to COVID, or you think it's a decrease due to the less need of the services or some other reasons?
Well, I would say it's definitely not the less need of services. I think it has other factors at play in terms of those numbers. More so than anything, our ability to connect with those individuals on a personal level relative to the COVID situation. So it's been much more difficult for us to engage the clients as we have in prior years.
Right, it's a difficulty of engagement due to COVID, and hopefully with the vaccination, this could potentially help, but I hope that will be the case this year.
Yes.
All right, and that's all I have. Thank you, President Rosenman.
Thank you. We've got a motion and a second to approve items A through D. Jill, please give us a roll call vote.
Supervisor Lee.
Aye.
Supervisor Chavez.
Yes.
Supervisor Smidian.
Yes.
Vice President Ellenberg.
Yes.
And President Wasserman.
Yes. Thank you. 20 was held. 21 is under advisement from November 17th, 2020. Receive a report from Santa Clara Valley Medical Center hospitals and clinics related to clinical clerkship options for international medical students. And Paul, because we just can't get enough of you, you're up again.
Well,
no, you weren't present here for a while, so it's nice to have you in a run.
Well, thank you, President Wasserman. And again, Paul Lorenz, Chief Executive Officer for Valley Medical Center. At the November 17th board meeting, your board requested that we report back on the clinical clerkship program at O'Connor Hospital, which is a program for medical students in their 3rd and 4th year from international schools. Your board had asked us to consider 3 options. One for the extension of the program as it currently exists, a termination of the program, and 3, a running of the program that would be different, which would possibly include the county operated option, as well as possibly looking to a procurement process or an RFP process. So at this point in time, what staff is recommending that we move forward with option 3, and that is whereby we would transition the program to the county operations team, and then it would be operated internally and managed internally by the staff at O'Connor Hospital. We have spent a great deal of time looking at this recommendation, and we've actually connected with a number of different public hospital systems that currently operate such a program, as well as speaking directly to the international schools about how this may work. And as your board is aware, we're fully committed to medical education in all aspects of healthcare, not only in terms of medical students, but nursing and the ancillary services. So since the acquisition of O'Connor Hospital, this did present an opportunity, and we are actually looking forward to this opportunity to work with the medical schools internationally to offer this opportunity, not just at O'Connor Hospital, but potentially in other parts of our healthcare system. One of the things that I think there's been a lot of question about is, how do we continue to partner with community physicians? Our intention is to continue to partner with community physicians, but also extend that opportunity to our own employed physicians and workforce, so that this can be a much more comprehensive and complete program from our perspective. We also believe that we can further enhance the program in terms of having a much more robust inpatient rotation at O'Connor Hospital and potentially at other facilities such as St. Louis. And we would, again, as I stated earlier, broaden the program through other locations within our healthcare system. There are, finally, the recommendation is to make sure that we move forward with an agreement with the schools and have them in effect by June 30th of 2021. With that being said, I'm happy to answer any specific questions that you may have regarding the staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Lorenz. We'll hear from the public first. We have 1 speaker, Jill.
We'll set the timer for 2 minutes, sir. Our next speaker is Irvish. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you very much. I think from a Santa Clara Valley medical center hospitals and clinics perspective, I think it is very important. It is very important that the international students are being accepted, and they get the right set of internship. They get the right set of experience that how it is to treat the seniors, how it is to treat the different patients out there. It is also during the pandemic. There are different type of cases that are being received. Some of them having a phobia, some of them having a disorder, some of them having a disability, some of them having a mental healthness issue, some of them having a behavioral healthness issue. I think it is important that during this pandemic, this medical facilities continue to evolve and provide the right set of standards for the international medical students, and continue to evolve at the international level, such that the medical facilities they continue to maintain that standard and provide the right set of a diversification and the cultural set of experience to the international student. It is also important that the international students be accepted from a different countries to the facilities, so that also the Santa Clara Valley facilities being in a Silicon Valley understand that what it is the technology takes the precedence in developing the international students, and what is the importance of having a facility within the Silicon Valley and providing that substance to those students. International students are pivotal to the education system, and as well as establishing the system at the initial level. But also, if we see the other side of that, what international students would be able to learn, but also it is important that what they would be serving towards. If any international students having a less experience, it's important that they get educated, get the right set of experience, and also provide the right set of a treatment. That is also important, and also those facilities to maintain the standards as well. So accept the students accordingly.
Thank you. Thank you. That was our last speaker, Jill?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Paul, I think it's a well done report. I like your option 3. Do I see we've got Supervisor Lee?
A question for staff, if this is the right time, President Wasserman?
Yes, it is. And if you wish to make a motion, that's the right time too.
Sure. Let me ask the question first before I make the motion. Paul, the question I have is regarding the students. I mean, at the end of the day, I think at this point, the most important one that potentially be affected are the current students in the program. Because of the fact that if the program ends on June 30th, for example, as suggested here as option 3, how they will be affected? Do they have another year left? And how is the program going to be taken over by us here? So I just wanted to see if you could explain that to us, how that handoff would happen, so that there will be least or no impact to their education.
Mr. Lorenz.
So thank you, Supervisor. So for over a year now, we have notified both Genesis Medicus as well as the international schools of June 30th date in which the program, as it currently exists, would no longer be in place unless the board took a different course of action. And so the schools, along with the students, as we understand it, have been notified of the date. And they have made accommodations for the students at other sites and locations, if in fact there is a need to do so. So our understanding is that the students have options and that it would not affect their curriculum relative to meeting their core requirements of the program.
Thank you.
And then the second question is, since the idea is that we will be able to continue this program moving forward, do you believe there will be a time where the new program has to be started, like you say, by the RFP program, or do you think this would just continue smoothly without any interruption in terms of one school year versus the next one for those other students from the other schools to be able to start the program?
Our goal, Supervisor, is to make sure that we implement our program and initiate our program as soon as possible to offer the opportunity to international students for a rotation here at O'Connor Hospital and possibly at other facilities. So our goal is to get this program up and running as quickly as possible. As far as there being a lapse relative to current students and their core curriculum requirements, as I said earlier, they do have options if in fact O'Connor is not an immediate option or choice for them.
Okay. We received a letter from Genesis Medicus that talked about they were trying to get extended to December 3rd, 2021 instead of the June 30th date, which is another, I guess, only 5 months. And one of the things they mentioned is that if the contract's not extended, they're afraid that the students will have to cancel the housing lease at great expense, financial hardship and traveling and things like that. I just want to make sure that those issues has been addressed by us so that we're not going to disrupt these kids' education right in the middle, right before they finish. So that's my biggest concern.
Supervisor, we share your concern, but at the same time, the expectation has been very clear from the very beginning in terms of the date. And our expectation and our hope is that Genesis Medicus will make the appropriate arrangements to support and accommodate the students. That is their commitment to the students, and that is their obligation. We will do our best to make sure that we transition and have a program up and running as quickly as possible so that we can be a choice for them to rotate through and remain here in Santa Clara County. So that is our goal and our hope.
Right, and because right now this program is only with O'Connor's because it's a leftover program basically from the purchase of the hospital, right? So do you intend to have these students be able to continue O'Connor's or be able to go to any of our other facilities immediately as soon as this happens?
So the answer is yes. The expectation first and foremost is O'Connor Hospital, and also working with the community providers that have been a part of this program. We would continue that partnership, and then we would work with the Department of Education and the universities to extend it to other facilities within the county healthcare system.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Ellenberg, your hand.
Thank you. Paul, I just want to express strong support for your recommendation that we bring this program in-house. I think the operations of our healthcare system have been of outstanding quality. Our training programs, the work that we already do with residents and the number of specialties that we house, I think affords us a tremendous opportunity to be able to do this, to run this program at the quality we've come to expect, and with very likely success, highly successful outcomes for the participants. So I'm glad to see this and glad to support it today.
Thank you, Supervisor Ellenberg. Was that a motion?
Of course it was.
Thank you. Supervisor Lee, did you want to second that? You're muted.
Yes, go ahead. Yes, I will be happy in a second. Yes.
Thank you. Supervisors, any other comments before I call for the question?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Mr. Lorenz, I've had this conversation briefly with Dr. Smith, and I just want to have it with you as well and air the concern. I am going to be an aye vote on the recommendation, but after 8 years now on this tour of duty on our Board of Supervisors, I have to tell you I have been frustrated over the years because whenever there is a suggestion that someone from outside can do something, the response of the organization in a way that I'm sure is, indicates pride is, oh, we think we can do it as well, if not better. And candidly, I have been disappointed on more than a few occasions when ideas from members of our board have been pushed aside in favor of a county-run operation with less than great results. So I am expressing that concern to you today. I am looking you in the eyes right here on Zoom and saying I'm counting on you to deliver on this. I have, as you know, high regard for you and your work over the years, but I I'm sort of imploring you, please don't make me a disappointed board member when I'm prepared to let the county do its best effort. Okay, so I've documented my concern. I will be an aye vote, and I'll let it go there, Mr. Chairman, because I know we have miles to go before we sleep.
Thank you, and you're on the record. So we have Supervisor Chavez.
Very briefly, the only thing I wanted to say is I do want to make sure that, irrespective of what Medicus is responsible for or not, I want to make sure the students are cared for. And so I just want to ask that as we take this action, that the staff do follow up so we make sure those students are not, that they're held harmless in this debate between us and this organization.
Hear, hear.
Thank you.
Agreed. Thank you. So we have a motion by Supervisor Ellenberg, a second by Supervisor Lee. I don't see any other hands raised. Jill, the vote, please.
Supervisor Lee.
Aye.
Supervisor Chavez.
Yes.
Supervisor Semidian.
Aye.
Vice President Ellenberg.
Yes.
President Wasserman.
Yes. Thank you, Jill. We handled 22 on consent, 23 was held. We go to 24, which is in regards to 25 Charleston Street. And I'm going to start applying a little pressure to staff whenever possible. Consuelo, you are on for a wonderful brief presentation.
Thank you, Board President Wasserman. We don't have a presentation. Happy to take questions from the board. We did provide a general update through the staff report.
Thank you very much. We have no speakers on this item. Do we have anyone?
Supervisor?
This is receiver report, so there is no vote necessary. Supervisor Semidian.
Thank you. This item is on the agenda because of concerns I've expressed, and I just want to remind the board that it was in February, a year ago plus, that I brought an item to our board and a referral asking for a report back in April so that we could proceed on this project. The board approved unanimously, 5-0. Thank you again. And then, of course, we were struck with the COVID challenge. So the administration asked for another 90 days. 90 days on top of April would have made it April, May, June, July. And here we are 7 months after the promised date with still no real product. We have a timeline, and we have what we hope will be a developer partner chosen sometime in the next couple of months, which will mean a year and 3 or 4 months after the first referral. The referral, by the way, followed, a good solid 6 months worth of spade work with our county staff. So I asked that this item be highlighted, it be included in the packet because I wanted it of record.
Supervisor, we're losing your voice. Thank you.
I wanted to say to Dr. Smith that I expecting adherence to, if not improvement of, the timeline that has been shared with us today. Supervisor Wasserman has been kind enough to indicate that we can and will hear this project on a monthly basis to make sure that it is staying on the timeline. For example, I'm not looking for answers today. We can follow up at committee to save time for the full board, but why it would take November, December, January, February, 4 months to demolish a small structure on this site when we know that it's already there is beyond me. And we've known for 5+ years that we were going to get this site back. I described it as a unique opportunity when we had the conversation more than a year ago. We will rarely, if ever, be in a position where we have a piece of property that we own coming back into our possession in an ideal location just around the corner from a nonprofit that has a long record of serving folks with developmental disabilities. So thank you for letting me say my piece. I felt it needed to get said today so people understood that, we are a long way into this without product, and we need to start moving if we're not going to miss the opportunity to literally roll up a bulldozer the day that we get the property back in October of 2022. Thank you very much. And I take your point that a motion is not needed.
Thank you. And you can borrow my sledgehammer when you want to help out. I totally get it. It takes too long to demolish things. I get it. I get it. Supervisor Chavez.
Actually, there were two things I wanted to comment on, or three. One, I wanted to say that I knew you'd volunteer to do the demolition, as he has done for buildings in my area, my district. But second, I just wanted to say that, I really appreciate the frustration that Supervisor Simidian has. I have a similar frustration with the project, the hub, for the same reasons that I'm having a hard time with looking at the timeline and figuring out what happened. And, as we just talked about, every year it's an opportunity that somebody doesn't get to access this service. So I really appreciate that. The real question I had, and I want to just leave this with Dr. Smith and Consuelo, is that, it's a mighty department. It's relatively small, given the body of work that it has in it. And I just wanted to say that, Consuelo, I know you've hit the ground running, and Key's now moved on to a different body of work. And Dr. Smith, I would just like to request that in the near future, that you and Consuelo come back to the board with the assistance needed to keep us on track with all of these projects. And I say that specifically because I know that Supervisor Simidian pointed out that some of these challenges, at least with the hub, actually happened before COVID. So I'm not saying that everything's because of COVID, but now with the changes in the office and with the even more work and we'll be talking about those in the next vote. I just want to make sure that Consuelo has the resources she needs to continue to knock it out of the park. That's really what where I want to get us.
Will do.
Thank you.
All right. And without objection, we'll consider item number 24 received. Consuelo, you're up on 25 as well. And you're muted.
Thank you, Supervisor. I will share my screen to deliver the presentation. Good afternoon, Board President Wasserman. I do have a brief presentation, and then I'm happy to take questions. Before I get started, I did just want to share that 4 years ago, on February 7th, 2017, he and I came to you, or the board at the time, with our first Measure A report, which included this framework of how we proposed to implement that. And I just wanted to give you all that context, that it's just a coincidence that we're coming back 4 years later. So today we present our 6th round of developments, which includes 5 new projects totaling 566 apartments, which includes 233 rapid rehousing units. And I wanted to just quickly define, our rapid rehousing program generally doesn't consist of dedicated rapid rehousing units. But what we found in our program is when households graduate from the program, they enter a regular market rate unit. And what happens oftentimes is they are cost burdened from a rent perspective. So what we did in our implementation strategy to you all is wanting to construct this set aside, which will restrict the rents to 30% of the area median income. And to give you an example, for a household of 1, earning $33,810, their rent would be restricted to $829. Currently, people in our program are paying an average of $1,568. So that delta will basically give them the opportunity to start saving some resources. Here is a quick table summarizing for you how the 5 new projects from a unit mix, from an AMI perspective and supportive housing set aside, what that means. If you vote to approve the 5 developments before you today, you would be authorizing us to set aside $106 million for these developments. And we've provided you some data below the table that part of this commitment includes contributing less than $154,000 per unit. We do have overall in our program an average of about $200,000. And then for every $1 of Measure A funds, we are bringing in 2.98 in other funds. We have a goal of $3 in essence. Some of those averages are lower because of some acquisitions that we've completed over the last year. From a goals perspective here, just sharing with you that the majority of the work that we are working on now is around the rapid rehousing goal. With today's action, we bring that body of work up. If you look at our performance to date in the other goals, we are doing very well. But in the rapid rehousing, we have been engaged with the development community to understand the reservation and not wanting to focus on this specific area. And we hope to bring forward future projects that include a higher set aside of rapid rehousing units. Sharing with you a few milestones. These 4 projects are set to be completed this year. As you know, and as we shared with you in August, we have experienced some delays with all of the projects, but I did want to give a little context that generally speaking, from the time a site is identified for housing, it takes 5 years from that day until it's open. You know, the construction is complete and people are moving in. And COVID has created some challenges because of social distancing or physical distancing requirements. We've also seen some delays because of the tax credits and the bond allocation. And we're working together in collaboration with a few colleagues to address those directly with CIDLAC. But I did want to share that we have 5 projects of the projects that you previously approved. 5 are in operation, 8 are under construction, 6 will begin construction in the next 6 months, 6 have entitlements, but we're waiting for funding, and 3 are working on their final entitlements. We also wanted to share with you a projected of our actual expenditures. If you vote to approve the 5 projects today, we will have committed $605 million of the $950 million bond. To date, we've spent a little over $217 million. We are projected to exhaust the first tranche of the bond in the next few months. We are coming back to the board in April with the finance agency for approval of the second tranche or the second bond issuance. This is a table that we created in 2017 to show our progress in terms of supportive housing. One of the critical elements of the bond implementation was to increase the production. Prior to 2015, that was not the focus around our community to build this type of housing. Happy to report that the bond has significantly contributed to that. In fact, 1,500 plus units through the housing bond have increased that production overall. This does not reflect any of the properties that the county currently owns or that we are in negotiations for other developments. This just shows the pipeline for projects that you've previously approved. We also wanted to share some additional metrics. In August, we came to you to share with you our strategies moving forward to accelerate the bond. There are 2 basic critical junctures that are out of our control. One is the land use, the second is the financing beyond the county's control. And we're moving on those fronts, particularly on the land use side. As was mentioned in the prior item, we did release a request for offer in December, which included 4 properties. We have proposals now for 3 of those sites, and we will be providing an update through Hewlett on a regular basis to let you know where those are. And Supervisor Chavez, this Thursday, we'll be giving you an update on the hub. Happy to report the committee panel did meet this morning, and we expect to have somebody selected in just a few weeks. Also wanted to share some new partnerships that we have with cities. One of the goals of Measure A has been to look at providing housing across the county in every city. And some actions that happened last year that were overshadowed because of the crisis is we've been working with the city of Cupertino to develop a housing development plan in response to their endorsement of the community plan to end homelessness. Part of their implementation includes a housing development strategy. We also, through the board, adopted a memorandum of understanding with the city of Los Altos that will bring the first affordable housing project to that city. We've had 2 community engagement meetings, and I'm happy to report that over 90% of the participants, and we had over 150 people connect with us, are in favor of housing at that site. We also received proposals for development partners and hope to come back to the board in April. And then our most recent effort is with the city of Mountain View. They have about 6 or 7 parcels that we are trying to create a program for them that will include leveraging their resources with Measure A, with their housing goals, and lining that up with Measure A. And then finally, partnerships with other governmental and academic institutions. One big highlight for you is that last week we did host our first community meeting in Gilroy with VTA. And tomorrow night, we're actually hosting the same meeting, but in Spanish, 100% presentation in Spanish to connect with the community in South County and engage people differently given the constraints with COVID and how it all has to happen via Zoom. And then the next body of work that we hope to present to you over the next few months is the board referral we received about school districts and community colleges. And then just a quick update on all the other work we've been doing. Over the last 12 months, we've permanently housed 3,209 people. This is permanent housing, people that have moved from shelter or other different situations into permanent housing. As you all know, our team has taken a lead role in shelter and outreach of unhoused individuals during COVID. This provides you a very high-level report out of everything that we've been doing, including the work that's happening through our Joint Department Operations Center. We have 2 key managers from our office managing that entire effort and working with cities, City of San Jose specifically, Destination Home, on making sure that folks have the critical needs, that the needs are being met. Our homelessness prevention system, this summarizes our joint effort on our regular homelessness prevention and the COVID relief effort. Our board you all did allocate resources towards this effort and wanted to highlight this. We are working on our report back to you regarding the new emergency rental assistance program. Yesterday, the Treasury Department did issue revised frequently asked questions, which they're using to implement that resource. We're incorporating those changes into our program now. In short, it will add a lot more flexibility than the first draft of those FAQs. We hope to come back to the board in March with our implementation plan, communication strategy, and give you an overview of what we plan. And then this, just circling it back to Measure A, this does provide a summary of progress overall on Measure A programs that have been approved and funded. If the projects are approved today, this last table on the right shows you our progress to date, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Dr. Smith, is your hand raised from something else or for this?
No, for this, I just wanted to let the board know that we asked Consuelo to go through this presentation to illustrate to the public what a fabulous job the board has done with housing and homeless prevention. And I want to just congratulate Consuelo and the OSH team for all the hard work they've been doing. They're brilliant and they do a great job. So thank you very much to the OSH team, and thank you very much to the board from all of the community for being leaders in attacking homelessness.
Thank you. Absolutely fantastic, awesome numbers. I think everything in mind when Supervisor Chavez first brought us Measure A that she had intended to hope to accomplish, and phenomenal job. Absolutely awesome, Consuelo. We have 2 members. We now have 3 members from the public I want to hear from first. And members, if it's all right with you, 25 is just to receive a report. 26 through 30 is the actual approved delegation of authority. And after we hear from the speakers, I'd like to get 26 through 30. So speakers, if you're speaking on those as well, now is the time to do so. Jill, if you'll please invite our speakers.
Thank you. We'll set the time for 2 minutes.
Yep.
Our next speaker is Urvish. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you very much. It is to all the supervisor, it is to note here that the Project Home Key that has been pioneering the efforts within the state of California and converting all the hotels as well as different land usage facilities that are available in County of Santa Clara and convert those facilities for the homelessness. along with the supporting the homelessness, I think it is also important to provide the health care to the homeless. Now, it is to note here that for the homeless, education, addressing the education, poverty, clothing, as well as the medical and the necessary resources under the COVID-19 is important, as most of the homeless they live under the shelter where they hardly get the food, they hardly get the clothes, or they hardly get any day-to-day resources to provide. It is important that this homeless people gets the right set of tickets or coupons from the Santa Clara Valley Medical Center or the respective medical centers in order to ensure that they receive those coupons, tickets, or a tagging that they are being considered for the medical services, and then they be provided the right set of resources as a part of being under part of a medical homeless program, as well as providing the right set of insurance needs for them would also be equally important. It is also to ensure that when this homeless are being provided those facilities at the medical center, they should be treated equally, fairly within the facility, and provide the right set of necessary things to live within the facility and being treated as well.
Our next speaker is Alex Shore. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hey, supervisors, how are you? Good evening. Thank you for the time. This is Alex Shore speaking on behalf of Catalyze SV. I hope you had a chance to see our letter that came in yesterday, talking about a couple of the projects that you'll be voting on in a minute. So President Wasserman, this will be my only public comment, folding in with your request. Just wanted to say we score about 12 projects a year. Our members get together, a developer presents a project, our members ask questions, the developer heads out of right now the Zoom room, and then our members are able to score that project using criteria such as affordability, sustainability, vibrancy, etc. And so our members had a chance to score 2 of these projects in the last many months. The one from First Community Housing, item 30, and the one from Danco, item 27. And they scored very, very high among our members. Both got over a 4 out of 5. The First Community Housing project was the highest project we have ever scored as an organization. I think it's really a model for how to do development. But both of those projects are really, really great. Taking nothing away from the other ones, we just didn't have a chance to score those, but would welcome working with those developers in the future. We're so grateful to Consuelo and her team for bringing these projects forward to you, for the developers for pursuing this Measure A funding. Thank you again to Supervisor Chavez for being one of the leaders of this measure and getting it passed years ago. It's making a difference, and we do want to continue to see more affordable housing. One of our core values at Catalyze SV is housing solutions for all, and we think today you're taking another important step forward in this cause. Thank you so much, supervisors and staff, for your efforts and your time today.
Excuse me, Alex, before you go anywhere, this is Supervisor Wasserman. We were also including number 51 that had been pulled by Supervisor Simidian in with 26 through 30, which is considering recommendations relating to our intent to purchase real property on De Anza Boulevard. So I just wanted you to know that in case you had any comments about that, or you just wanted to say we're doing a great job.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, those are my comments. Really appreciate the time.
Thanks, Alex.
Our next speaker is Rod Sinks. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, supervisors. As you know, I'm a former Cupertino mayor and a council member, and I saw during my 9-year tenure the housing crisis really build. I was inspired to look at solutions in my city during last fall's Unhoused Task Force, which was ably led by Supervisors Chavez and Ellenberg and Consuelo Hernandez and her team. In Cupertino, in the past year, unhoused folks who were out of sight along our creek beds previously moved to a highly visible location along Wolf Road. And the encampments actually grew rapidly. So I'm here on behalf of a coalition of nonprofits who want to help. We believe that every city needs to do its part, as San Jose, Sunnyvale, and Mountain View have. We want to bring our hearts and minds, our social capital, and other resources to the table to partner with the city and the county to create more affordable housing in Cupertino. So we are grateful that you would consider acquisition of this site for affordable housing using Measure A funds. We believe it's an ideal location. It's within walking distance of transit, West Valley Community Services, food and drugstores, and current zoning allows for up to 68 very low-income homes at this site. We understand this is just a first step. There's much to come. We know that we have a lot of communication and planning to do should the county move forward and elect to continue to work with us. So I just want to say thank you very much, and thanks to Consuelo and her team and your real estate team's work in furthering this project.
Thank you, Mayor Sinks.
Our next speaker is Ingrid Granados. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you. This is Ingrid Granados with Destination Home. We'd like to thank the board and the county staff for their continued leadership in implementing the 2016 Measure A housing bond. Developing more supportive and affordable housing is absolutely critical to addressing our community's growing homelessness crisis, particularly as the COVID-19 crisis pushes more families and individuals into financial crisis. We are pleased to hear about the significant progress to date towards achieving our Measure A goals, as well as to see 5 more affordable housing developments coming before the board for approval today, 3 of which Destination Home is proud to be financially contributing to, thanks to our partnership with Apple and Cisco. With this next round of projects, we will have approximately 3,500 new affordable apartment homes in the pipeline for some of the lowest income and most vulnerable residents in our community, and another important step towards ensuring all of our residents have a safe and stable home. Please continue building on the momentum we've created to date by approving this next 5 affordable housing developments. And thank you again for your continued support of our efforts to end homelessness in Santa Clara County. Thank you, board.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jeffrey Morgan. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good evening, Board of Supervisors. I'm Jeff Morgan, President of First Community Housing. I wanted to support and thank Consuelo and the entire board for their leadership in Measure A. My item will be item 30, McAvoy, and I'll be available for questions at that time. Thank you so much for your support.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Neil Park. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name's Neil. I am the chair of Cupertino for All. I'm also a longtime Cupertino resident and grew up there, and I recently moved back. I wanted to express my excitement for item number 51, and I'm excited to see that move forward on behalf of the county. But coming from Cupertino, I've seen in the past year how we had 0 project permits that were awarded outside of the Oaks, also known as Westport, which was a result of the Housing Accountability Act. So we were practically forced into that situation. So having an ambitious project, and like Rod Sink said, that is possible on the current allotted zoned plot is exciting to me. And I think it really signals a positive step for Cupertino moving forward, despite the fact that there has been a lot of leadership pushback in our city. And so any partnerships that can help change that can help change the hearts and minds of our leaders who don't seem to be very proactive when it comes to supporting housing is greatly appreciated. And I wanted to thank the county for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes our speakers, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Just so we're clear, and I'll just be a little bit assertive here. 25 we received. We're now talking about 26 through 30 plus 51, which can all be handled in one vote. Supervisor Simidian, turning to you first. then Supervisor Ellenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I have some questions about item 51. I appreciate the fact that our board has pulled the item from consent. And let me just ask Ms. Hernandez and/or County Counsel and/or the County Executive a couple of questions. The proposal is to acquire a piece of property, but I read the recommended action today as simply being a first step. And I'm looking at packet page 472, where it says under recommended action C that the closing of the acquisition of the property is subject to the approval of the Board of Supervisors at a subsequent meeting. And I just want to make sure that we are not taking an action today that is final or binding. Do I have that right or no?
Yes, that's correct. Your action today is to declare intent to negotiate, basically, and the action does not become final until there's a public hearing and further input, and the board has the opportunity to make a final decision.
And that is notwithstanding the delegation of authority that is requested, yes?
Correct.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman and colleagues, the reason I asked this question, and I have a couple more, is at the risk of stating the obvious, we know that land use, housing development, politics can be challenging throughout our county in the 15 cities and towns and the unincorporated area. But I dare say that it is, Cupertino is perhaps one of the most challenging, if not the most challenging, venue in which to take up matters of this type. So I thought it wise that we shine a little sunshine, not have the item be on consent, have it right out here in public for discussion, make it plain that any action we took today was not final or binding, and also provide the city of Cupertino with the opportunity to discuss the item as an information item, since there's no application, obviously, haven't even acquired a property. But I know they have a March 2nd council meeting coming up, and I've chatted with both the mayor and the city manager to say, want to make sure before we take final action that this issue is fully vetted in the community to the extent that it can be vetted when there isn't an acquisition yet, and there certainly isn't a proposal. But I just think we are better off making sure we look before we leap, making sure we do everything in an open and public meeting, not on consent. If this item comes back to us, as I hope and expect it will, I will ask that it not be on consent at the time. Again, so that we have it. Let me just ask either Dr. Smith or Ms. Hernandez, the purchase price, and I am familiar with the site. I was broadly familiar with it and then had a chance just recently in the last few days to go visit the site. It says the acquisition cost of up to 8.1 million would be drawn. Do we reasonably expect that if for any reason the project does not move forward, we'd be able to recover those costs by selling the property at some point in the future, if that unfortunate eventuality was necessary?
I would say that if the board in the future decides to actually consummate a deal for a fair market value, that there's every reason to expect that you could sell the property again at a profit because of the current market conditions.
All right, and then let me ask Mr. Williams or his team. My understanding of the item from the enclosure on item 51 is that we understand and expect that ultimately the development process will involve obtaining entitlements from the city of Cupertino, given the nature of the use and the income levels that would be anticipated. Is that our understanding? Is that correct?
That is what's indicated in the report. And I would just add on your earlier question, just to be very clear, the board has to approve property acquisition at a public hearing, which this action would set for March 23rd at a time no earlier than 10 a.m. So that could not be on consent.
Great. Then I am happy to move approval of all these items, Mr. Chairman, and including item 51. I do think we will be glad that we sunshined it. I do think it's important to note that this is a preliminary action. No final action has been taken. I think it's important to note that if for any reason the necessary approvals and entitlements can't come from the city of Cupertino in some years from now, that we have the ability to sell the property again on the open market to recover the funds and put them towards some other worthy effort. And I'm glad that the city of Cupertino will have the opportunity, should they choose to use it, to talk amongst themselves at a council meeting before we take action on the 23rd. With all that being said, motion is on the floor.
Thank you for your motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Supervisor Chavez, since you seconded, you get to speak first.
Thank you very much. So first of all, I do want to just say to the staff, you know, you're ahead of schedule. And I want to say one thing to my colleagues. This is just more for history. When we put Measure A forward, and the commitment that I was making as I was going out and talking to the public was, we're gonna spend down these dollars within 10 years. And the developers told us it was too fast. The community told us it was too slow. And lo and behold, Key and Consuelo have really demonstrated that it could be done. And I just want to say, let's stay on it and make it so. So thank you for that leadership. I also just wanted to make a couple of comments about what's before us, and as part of the motion, want to make a recommendation to the staff, a supervisor submitting, and if you're comfortable with this. And that is that even when we partner with public agencies, I want to make sure that the county's investment, and frankly, the voters' investment, is protected in perpetuity. So even with public partners, I want to look for joint ownership of property where it's appropriate. And if not, I want to make sure that we have a right of first refusal, either to leasehold interests or improvements, or to the property itself. And to my colleagues, the reason that's important to me is I think one of the things that we've learned is that it's important for us to keep public assets in the common, in our common good, and especially with the agency that is charged with the preserving the outcome. And so, for example, you know, we're never going to be out of the business of being safety net providers. We're going to be at least in the prevention business in perpetuity. That means that we have a higher level of interest in protecting the affordability covenants. And frankly, what has often happened is the affordability covenants, when they're removed, we have developers coming back to us saying, well, if you want it to stay affordable, you have to give us more money. So essentially, we're paying for projects more than once. And I'd like us to really stop doing that. So I don't want to make any changes, but I observed, for example, in Tamian, that because our partner is BTA, we're saying it's a public agency. That's good, but long term, we really should be looking for these alternates. And what I would like, Consuelo, as you all think about this, is at some point, just give the board a set of options to secure the outcome that we so desperately want to make sure that we benefit from. I recognize there are trade-offs, but want to make sure we're examining those carefully. The second thing that I wanted to just ask of my colleagues is that I do think that you know, just as a reminder, I think the point that Supervisor Simidian raised, and Supervisor Ellenberg has raised this before, is that as often as we can sunshine what we're investing in, I think those are all to the good. I don't think there's a downside to that. And I really just want to acknowledge that, you know, especially Rod, because I think Rod actually even helped us think about this piece of property in particular, but that we really do have some active council members across the county that are really vying for the Measure A money. And what's great about that is that, you know, that tells us that we've got a lot more buy-in on addressing homelessness in our community. And Consuelo, I think you and Destination Home really deserve a lot of the credit for really helping people understand that. And I do want to also thank Supervisor Ellenberg for co-hosting or co-chairing the task force we did that really led us to reinforce the outreach to the community around the community planned and homelessness. So if Supervisor Simitian's comfortable, I just want to ask the staff to investigate those options, report back, because even if we have a public partner, I want to make sure there's ownership opportunities and right of first refusal opportunities long into the future.
Thank you. I'm happy to incorporate that with one addition, if you're amenable, Supervisor, and that is that we also explore a permanent covenant for affordability on the project, because I think that's what I heard you driving at, and that might just be another tool. If so, I don't care quite so much about ownership as I do about the core issue that you identified. So if we can add that to the mix of things we asked for the report back on, I'm happy to incorporate that as the motion, into the motion.
Yeah, great feedback. Thank you.
She said yes. All right, Vice President Ellenberg.
Thank you. Thank you and congratulations, Consuelo and your team. And thank you to Joe and Mike and Cindy who made this, this measure possible for the community to benefit from it. Really, it's exciting, even belatedly, to be a part of this exciting work. And I do love metrics, and I'm very impressed with how, Consuelo, you were able to just so specifically demonstrate for us how the money is being spent, how many people are being housed, and at what cost, and what is yet to be done. I also appreciate that you heard me and my colleagues in asking for opportunities to engage our communities around proposed projects before they're brought to the board for Measure A approval. And in the case of the two projects in D4 in this tranche, I'm really glad to report that both of the developers have already held community meetings and provided opportunities for input. I'll expect them to continue that engagement going forward. And this is just such a huge piece in building neighbors' support for these important projects. So thank you again for helping us as supervisors be better serve our communities. I want to flag for you here, but we can talk about it offline. Neighbors near one of the developments in D4 have concerns not about the project itself, but about the impact on the sewer system and the Burbank Sanitary District, along with a few other issues. I appreciate your working with David Fernandez on my team to answer all of the neighbors' questions, and appreciation all around again.
Did that finish, Supervisor Ellenberg? Yes?
Yes, indeed.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Lee?
Thank you, President Wasserman. First of all, extremely great work from our Office of Support Housing Director, Consuelo Hernandez. I do have a couple of follow-up questions I just want to clarify. You mentioned earlier that the county's contributions approximately $154,000 per unit, because we're able to leverage what, for every dollar we will get $3 from other sources, correct?
Consuelo?
That's correct, Supervisor.
Great. Yeah, no, that's really exciting news, because as we know, it's so hard to get all that together, and that's why it's trying to take so long. Now, the second question I have is regarding the home ownership opportunities. Certainly, there aren't that many. Based on the numbers we talked about, only a couple dozen have purchased the homes, and only another less than a dozen or so is still pending. The amount that was stated is that we are committing about close to 2.3, 2.4 million. For the 24 purchased homes, and then the rest of it's another 1.3 million. So I just did a back of envelope type calculation. Looks like we're spending about what, $100 to $120,000 per purchase homes. Is that how much we are subsidizing basically through this program?
Thank you, Supervisor, and apologies, given the lateness of the day, I didn't touch too much upon our homeownership program,
Right.
but it is designed to provide 17% of the purchase price as a down payment. And so some of the investment is a little high, over $100,000. We are planning to come back to the board in June with an update. We've made some improvements to the program, but we're still seeing that only 24 households have been able to purchase a home over the last few years. And so we do want to come back and report to the board some of our findings.
Right. Yes. No, those are difficult, but I honestly do believe that in terms of long-term affordability, paying rent's one thing, but able to have folks to actually own a home is by far the best long-term way for people to gain wealth in the long run, and for the family to plant roots. So I really am excited about that program. Certainly we have similar programs in Sunnyvale that has been successful. Obviously, cost of housing is so high these days, especially for ownership, seems unaffordable. So the fact that if all we are only spending is $100,000 or so per home for purchasing, I think that actually is extremely outstanding investment that we're doing. I just want to make that comment and say thank you for that. And then we put down about 25 million is what been put out in Measure A fund for that. So technically speaking, that should cover what 250 homes. If the approximate number is $100,000 per unit. So I just want to mention that, yeah, the number might not look huge, but I think the impact to our families at the end of the day is much more, even more meaningful than apartments, but certainly the numbers are not as high because of the cost.
All right.
And yeah, but other than that, I just want to say it's one of the best report I've read since being a supervisor in terms of the allocation of funds. You also mentioned some of the Homegi projects that we have, and it's really amazing to see how Measure A funds are really being used well. It takes time, and I just want to make that point with the public that as much as we have $950 million approved at the ballot box, but trying to get the funding moving, and like the time to find the land, and then another 5 years or so time frame to get something built. That's the challenges, but I'm really delighted to see that so many of these multi-family projects are in the pipeline and getting done. And I'm very honored to be a part of the vote tonight, and certainly expect to support this strongly. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, it's been absolutely phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. All right, we've got 25 received. We have a motion by Supervisor Samiti and a second by Supervisor Chavez to approve items 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, and 51. Jill, please have a roll call vote.
Supervisor Lee.
Aye.
Supervisor Chavez.
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian.
Aye.
Vice President Ellenberg.
Yes.
President Wasserman.
Yes, as well. All right, everybody, let me tell you where we stand. We've got a decision to make. We have items 31, 32, and 33, 34, which we're hearing together left. I'm going to recuse myself on 32 because of my financial interest in McDonald's. Vice President Ellenberg will chair that. Do you wish to take a break now for 30 minutes and come back and do 31, 32, and 33, 34 together? Or do you wish to go what I'm hoping will not exceed an hour on those last three? I see a Supervisor Chavez plugging through.
Keep it going.
Okay,
Is that okay with staff though? Do we need to give
staff
or anybody a break? Want to be?
Clerk's office is okay to proceed. Carry on.
Okay.
Clerk's office is very gracious and generous. Thank you, Rhonda.
Yes, they are, and I'm encouraging everybody, supervisors and staff and everybody else except the public, to speak as only as much as needed. How's that? That's cup is half full, right? 31, held from February 9th, receive report relating to California Rebuilding Fund Small Business Loan Program. Who are we going to?
Glenn Williams is going to take this one.
Thank you, Dr. Smith.
Good evening.
Oh, Glenn, sorry you got the short end of the stick.
Oh, that's perfectly okay. Fortunately, I'm in the comfort of my own home. We did not do a presentation for this. We're open to any questions that you may have. I also have Dennis King available for you from the SPDC, who has agreed to help us with the widespread publication and information sharing of the loan program. So if you have questions of him and the Enterprise Foundation, that's available. I have two small items to add to the presentation that were late arrivals. One is I made a reference in the package to the fact that Dennis King would be distributing this to 2,000 small businesses that he has a database of. I undershot that horribly. The 2,000 that he made a reference to were 2,000 that he has actively been doing grant programs for. His database is actually more than 10,000 small businesses in Santa Clara County. So I wanted to correct that for the record. The second thing is that in addition to what distribution we've given you in the package, we're planning to also make available flyers and information to each of the economic development officers for each of the 14 cities that we have here in Santa Clara County, so that they can share it with their businesses as they in fact may wish to do. And with that, I'll leave it open to questions from the board.
Thank you. Yes, I think there's 6 or 8 clones of Dennis out there. And Glenn, you're lucky wherever you are, the sun hasn't set. I see your background. All right, we have one speaker. I'm going to hear from the speaker first, then we'll turn to Supervisor Simidian, who has his hand raised. And this item 31 is to receive report only. Jill, take it away if you're still there.
Mr. President, we do have 2 speakers.
All right, 2 minutes, please.
Thank you. Our first speaker is Urbish. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you very much. I think during I wanted to mention on the item number 31 with regards to rebuilding the fund for the small business loan program. I think it's important to evaluate that during the pandemic there has been so many small businesses has been affected, especially the small businesses related to the restaurants. They've been hit hard with the different taxes that has been put up across. So it is important that those small businesses be provided the right set of a grant in order to develop within the city as well as within the county programs, and those programs also be liaised to the city as a part of developing the grants as well as funds and providing those funds to small businesses. Also, it is important to evaluate that once the funds are going to be allocated, it is also important to evaluate that those funds are being monitored by the respective city and respective county, that how the funds are being monetized towards, and what small businesses are actually running in the city and also in the county, so that they are being actually funded for the program. On most of the occasion, it happens that when any small business is shuttered down due to the no businesses, it might happen that the grant that has been utilized towards the developing and the rebuilding the business, that might not be appropriately utilized, or the funding that has been utilized towards developing the business, that might not be appropriately utilized. It is important to receive the right set of tax and audit reforms from the small businesses to ensure that the funds that is being provided by the government and the tax money that is being provided by the citizen, that is being given to the right set of people with the right set of a permit, and as well as with the right set of a small business that they are developing, and such that the county, city, and the state can ensure that where the funds are being utilized for the small business program.
It looks like that concludes our speakers, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Jill. Supervisor Simidian, this is a receive only. Do you have comments? And then Supervisor Lee.
Thank you. A blending of comments / questions. While we had talked about the earlier $6 million, I just want to confirm with Mr. James Williams, to keep our folks separate and distinct. Mr. Williams, our county counsel, my understanding is that through the negotiation process, your office was able to secure a commitment that from the loan package of something like $7.5 million in loans to be delivered here in Santa Clara County. Am I remembering that right?
Yes, we were able to obtain a additional commitment that at least 4.5% of the non-county funds in the program will be targeted in Santa Clara County. That exact dollar amount will depend on the ultimate size of the fund, which is still being fully funded, but we're pleased that we were able to obtain that additional commitment above and beyond, of course, the county's contribution, which is only for loans within the county.
Thank you. And for Dr. Smith, our CEO, my my understanding, which I want to confirm at the meeting today, is that the California Rebuilding Fund has gone a little, somewhat more slowly than anticipated. So our first $6 million was timely. The 19 million that our board had asked you to identify for a subsequent tranche is likely to come out of a one-time only budget allocation in our next year's budget. That would be the 21-22 fiscal year, and that would still allow us to participate in the second or next California Rebuilding Fund issuance. Do I have that right, Dr. Smith?
Yes, you can expect that in the recommended budget, which you'll receive on April 30th, at least hopefully April 30th, no later than May 1st. There'll be a recommendation that the board can consider during the budget process for another 19 million.
Great. Thank you. That addresses next steps with clarity from me, and that was my goal. And if you need a motion, I'm happy to offer a motion. If you just want to say received report, I understand that as well, Mr. Chairman. Either way.
Thank you. No motion needed. Supervisor Lee?
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thank you, President Wasserman. So the only question I have for staff is that good job of processing this through and really look forward to the funds after the approval a couple months ago that we could finally get it out. And with the outreach program that was mentioned by Dennis King with the 10,000 addresses he has, that's really exciting. One thing I would like to ask staff to be able to report back, if you might, is when the loan's been made, if it's possible to give me some fidelity as to how many of those loans actually get made to the minority business owners and woman-owned businesses. Is this something that is doable?
Glenn?
Yes. I thought there's a report that is required under the contract that county council negotiated. And so we get monthly reporting, and then we get quarterly reporting that would give you the kind of detail that you are looking for.
Thank you.
And that's, of course, available to the board.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Supervisor Chavez.
I want to follow up on Supervisor Simidian's question, because I know that at a federal and state level, there are lots of new programs coming out, grants and loan programs. And I'm not quibbling with the 19 million at this moment, but I do want to make sure that we've looked at options for utilization that may even be more productive than the California Rebuilding Fund. And not because I think I don't know the answer to that. I just want to make sure the staff is really abreast of the options that may exist for the board to support small businesses when this comes back.
Thank you. Understood. Mr. Williams?
We will be happy to do that.
Super.
Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our public speakers and our supervisorial speakers. So we'll consider 31 received. Vice President Ellenberg, I'm turning 32 over to you again because of my need to recuse myself due to my financial interest in McDonald's.
All right, so you can go off and get a Big Mac, I guess. And I will actually tee up item 32. This is a report. I'm sorry. Yes, 32. I think I just misnumbered something. I'm so sorry here. We're on the ordinance for hero pay, hazard pay ordinance. Thank you. Do we need a report back, or can we go right to questions?
Happy to answer questions that the board may have on this item.
Okay, then why don't we do that? And I'll start actually by thanking Supervisor Chavez and her staff for their partnership, as well as, again, thanking administration for a timely report back on this item. Of course, I'm going to support the ordinance today, as I believe that helping even one employee during this time is a valuable function of our county, and that it's even more critical as it relates to corporations that have benefited from the public health crisis. But I also want to take this opportunity to make just a couple of points for going forward. One, I understand that this ordinance does not meet the test for either emergency or county-wide implementation. That is, to be sure, disappointing, as there are so many workers who are struggling, and I'd hope that this would be an opportunity to support more of them. What I would like us to do, if this ordinance is approved, is ask our county council to share it with the 15 cities in our county and encourage them to adopt the same language and as quickly as possible. Consistency across the county would certainly be of some value to employers, even those that feel burdened by the ordinance, and would help us to be more broadly impactful on behalf of those who could truly use some extra support right now. Second, I want to thank County Council for the thoughtful way in which this ordinance was drafted, given the limitations of the law and our desire to be truly airtight enforceable. This ordinance advances a significant public purpose. It seeks to compensate certain essential workers for facing increased risks and incurring increased costs during the pandemic in order to ensure that they continue to have stable and reliable access to food, medicine, and other daily necessities of daily life, while also protecting those small businesses least able to withstand additional economic challenges. Contrary to the argument of some opponents, this is not special interest legislation. The fact that this ordinance only addresses workers at restaurants and large grocery and pharmacy chains, but not all workers, is not a reason to be concerned about motives. It's an incremental step to remedy some harm. And just because we can't do everything all at once doesn't mean that we should not try to do anything. There are tough balances at every turn, and I really am proud of the step that's before us today. So with that, I will make a motion to approve the ordinance and look for a second, and then go to public comment, and then to my colleagues.
If I could just state regarding your first comment, we would be very pleased to provide a copy to all of the cities, and indeed crafted the ordinance with the idea that it would be a model that others could adopt. So be very happy to do that.
Very much appreciate that, James. Thank you. Is there a second for the motion?
Second.
Thank you. Do we have public speakers on this item?
We currently have 8, Madam Chair.
8. Okay. And I think we need to continue the 2-minute allocation of time, please.
There are now 12 speakers. Our first speaker is Charlotte. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, I just wanted to voice strong support for hazard pay. It's sad that it's taken almost a year for something like this to get hopefully implemented. It's long overdue, and it's much more important to support even one person than it is to deny this for some sort of defense of a business's profits. The function of civilization, the function of government should be to protect people and the environment. It should not be to protect business interests. It should not be to protect profit. It should not be to protect wealth. It should be to protect actual human beings. This is really overdue, really critical, and it's frankly one of the smallest gestures we could possibly do for those who are putting their lives on the line every day to make sure that everyone eats. It really does need to get implemented all over the world. the fact that you guys are pushing to have it done in this small scope of your jurisdiction is critical. And again, your function as a government entity should be to protect people first and foremost, not profits. I yield my time. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Before we go to the next speaker, I just want to note that we are at 15, which is really, we're now at 16, which takes our cutoff to 1 minute. But now that, that the first person has had 2 minutes, can I get some advice either from my colleagues or the clerk as to whether we should go back to 1 minute because we're now at 16 people?
It's to your discretion, Madam Chair.
Yes, it's your discretion.
All right, and now we're up to 17. So with apologies to those who expected longer as the list grows, we are going to limit public comment. We're still at 17 to 1 minute, please, going forward.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Eddie Trong. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good evening, Vice President Ellenberg, members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Eddie Trong with the Silicon Valley Organization. I'm here today to ask that you please reconsider the hazard pay ordinance proposal. In particular, Supervisor Ellenberg had mentioned that she would like for this ordinance to be a model for other cities to follow. And this would set an alarming precedent for other cities to target restaurants, grocery stores, and pharmacies without a thoughtful consideration of how unintended consequences could eliminate service jobs and make food insecurity worse for vulnerable neighbors in our community. Restaurants are where minorities find their path to upward mobility. They are where families can share the food of their homeland country with those in their new home and to earn a living to have a degree of dignity. It should be noted that their workers are often minorities and will suffer the most with potential job losses or reduced hours if restaurants close. Please reconsider the hazard pay proposal, and thank you for your consideration of my comments.
Our next speaker is Rebecca Armendariz. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good evening, supervisors. I'd like to speak in, to thank you. Excuse me, I have to change my speech, but I would just like to thank you for, on behalf of the workers who work so hard to make sure we have food to eat, medicine to take, clean and secure buildings and workplaces to go to. These workers often receive lots of platitudes, but not enough pay to feed and provide for their families or the benefits to protect themselves. So I appreciate the county offering this acknowledgement and an actual monetized form of appreciation that will directly improve their quality of life and is a positive step towards an equitable and effective recovery for the working people of our community. And I certainly hope that other cities in our county, including Gilroy, follow your lead and do the same. Thank you again.
Our next speaker is Rohin Ghosh. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, good evening, Board of Supervisors. My name is Rohin. I'm a high school student and a District 5 resident. I'm speaking today just saying that passing this hazard pay ordinance right now is the very, very least we can do to, actually do something actionable for our essential workers who are the reason we have our, we're able to have food in our refrigerators, we're able to have the medications we need so that, some of us don't die. Making sure these workers get the very bare minimum of, having a little bit more pay for putting their lives on the line every day for us is the very least we can do as a county. So I really hope you approve this ordinance and encourage all the cities in the county to do so as well. Thank you.
Our next speaker is phone number ending in 570. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Phone number ending in 570. We'll move on to the next speaker. Our next speaker is Katie Hansen. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good evening, supervisors. I am Katie Hansen, Senior Legislative Director with the California Restaurant Association. I testify before you today to respectfully request that you exclude restaurants from the hazard pay ordinance before you. The ongoing pandemic has created uncertainty for restaurants and made it impossible for restaurants to plan for the future. The proposed ordinance before you requires restaurants to provide a $5 an hour pay increase for 180 days or the duration of the declared county emergency. There's currently no end in sight to the pandemic. We don't even know when restaurants will be able to reopen their dining rooms at full capacity, and it will be extremely difficult for restaurants to sustain this mandated cost increase for any period of time. The proposal also expands the universe of restaurants the pay increase applies to. This expanded definition of restaurant applies the ordinance to businesses that have been hit the very hardest by government mandated closures of dining rooms and patios. Restaurants have suffered major financial losses. If there was ever a time to do no harm, it is now. We ask that you exclude them. Thank you.
Our next speaker is B. Wheatley. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good evening, supervisors. I'm Brian Wheatley, a retired teacher, union leader, D4 resident, and currently the San Jose Unified School District Board President. I'm speaking in support of hazard pay, both for the families I taught for 35 years in Evergreen and those I now represent in SJUSD. Passing this ordinance is absolutely the right thing to do. On a personal note, my wife and I opened our home to someone who needed a roof over her head. She's 5 months pregnant and hopefully will begin working at Target in the near future. Josie wants to work and deserves the additional pay for the risk of being on the front lines of the ongoing COVID-19 crisis. I ask that the Board of Supervisors do what is just and needed in this moment. An equitable and effective recovery is about more than the technical dimensions of how outdoor dining should operate. It should entail a moral commitment to leave no one behind during this pandemic. Please pass hazard pay ordinance so that our brave workers can share in some of the semblance of stability that we feel as we seamlessly bring home our bags of groceries to feed our families. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tim McKenzie. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Tim McKenzie. I use he, him pronouns. I am a member of Stanford Solidarity Network, and I'm the chair of the labor working group of Silicon Valley Democratic Socialists of America. I wanted to come today to speak in strong support of hazard pay for workers. I'm really encouraged to hear how this was framed at the beginning, that if even only one worker is helped by this, that it's something that you consider worthwhile. So I really like that framing. I think there are a lot more people that will be affected by this. I am extremely grateful for the people who are working at the Safeway around the corner from my house so that I can go get groceries. Please, honestly, I think that this should be backdated as well. The pandemic has been going on for nearly a year, and some of the worst conditions have been going on, and this is only going forward. I'd advocate for even backdating the hazard pay for the duration of the pandemic. And thank you for considering this, and I hope that you move forward with it. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Randy Polak. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good evening, supervisors. The International Franchise Association respectfully requests all businesses, whether large or small, franchise or non-franchise, be treated equally. Unfortunately, as being considered, the hazard pay ordinance will treat certain franchise businesses differently, placing an additional burden on these local businesses not borne by similarly situated non-franchise restaurants. The view that franchisees with 10 locations or more in California are somehow better situated than others is not based in fact. Under the franchise model, it is the franchisees who own the stores, not the corporate entities. The franchisees pay the rents, salaries, and any other costs associated with running their businesses. This cost is not deferred or in any way aided by a national brand. Additionally, I would ask, how was it determined and on what basis that a 10-restaurant franchisee has less expenses than a 1 or 2 store franchise or other community restaurant? Thank you.
Our next speaker is J.R. Fruin. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good evening, supervisors. My name is J.R. Fruin. I live in District 5 in Cupertino.
Thank you so much, Madam Vice President, for your opening comments. I'm also here to voice my very strong support for the institution of $5 of hazard pay for people working in the food retail sector. We've seen San Jose already take a similar step, and if the board makes the same move, it'll signal to the other half of the county, the other 14 cities that are here, where our values are and help us to create a level playing field for employers. You can show real leadership tonight, and I encourage you to do so. Thank you.
Speaker is Vivian Dye. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Vivian. I'm a District 1 resident and also speaking as a member of the Silicon Valley Democratic Socialists of America, here in favor of the $5 per hour pay hazard pay ordinance. Workers have taken the brunt of this pandemic. They have suffered definitely the most out of anyone in our country. They were the least liquid before the pandemic, and the pandemic has, hurt them the most. And I think that this hazard pay ordinance would go a very long way in making our communities more equitable. Of course, this will not solve the problem entirely. It doesn't solve the massive transfer of wealth away from the working class towards the upper class that has occurred over the course of the pandemic. But this is the least we can do and a very good first step. So I urge all the supervisors today to vote yes. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Nicholas Barron. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, supervisors. My name is Nicholas Barron. I live in District 1. I also teach community college, and I'm also a member of the Silicon Valley Democratic Socialists of America. Please pass the $5 hazard pay for people working in food retail. The proposed hazard pay, as I understand it, applies to establishments that have at least 300 employees nationwide or 15 employees in Santa Clara County. Therefore, while not entirely equitable, it stands to target larger businesses which have experienced record profits during the pandemic. These profits have been earned on the backs of workers, predominantly workers of color, who put their lives and the lives of their families on the line day in and day out. Hazard pay will help to ensure that retail food workers are being appropriately compensated for the risks they continue to take during the pandemic. Thank you, and I'll yield the rest of my time.
Our next speaker is Kathy Tran. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good evening, Board of Supervisors. My name is Kathy Tran, and I'm speaking on behalf of IFPTE Local 21. I'm here to share our strong support to pass this hazard pay ordinance for our essential workers. The work our frontline workers do every day puts themselves and their families in danger, and we are grateful for their sacrifice. This is a tangible step for improving their lives, and I hope you stand with our working families. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Arushi. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Arushi. I'm a resident of District 5 and a representative from Stanford Students for Workers' Rights. As we discuss our community's economic recovery, the needs of essential workers and their families must be at the center of our agenda. That's why I'm strongly supporting a hazard pay ordinance in Santa Clara County. Our society runs on the contributions of essential workers. The pandemic has shown that without the labor of farm workers, grocery clerks, delivery drivers, custodial workers, so many others, our society can't function. Essential workers have been asked to shoulder immense personal risk to care for those of us lucky to work remotely, and now we must care for them. Workers and labor unions should have a seat at the table to define what an equitable recovery looks like. It's time that we insist that corporations provide the people doing essential work with respect, family supporting wages, adequate protective gear, paid sick days, and other basics we all need in our jobs. This ordinance is an important step forward, and I hope this protection can be expanded and extended to other essential workers as well. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Olamide Abiosi. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Olamide Abiyose, and I'm here to share my perspective as a graduate researcher at Stanford University. I'm also speaking as a member of the Stanford Solidarity Network. As we discuss our community's economic recovery, the needs of essential workers and their families must be at the center of our agenda. As a worker at Stanford who does not put their lives on the line every day and whose work depends on essential workers constantly showing up and helping support the institution's daily operations, I think it's critical that we keep essential workers in mind and in the forefront. The pandemic has shown whose labor keeps our society running: the farm workers, grocery clerks, and delivery drivers who supply our food, and other essential workers who take care of us when we get sick and help keep our lights on. I strongly urge the council or the Board of Supervisors to vote in favor of this ordinance. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Monica Mallon. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Monica Mallon, and I'm a resident of unincorporated Cambrian in District 4, and I want to speak in support of hazard pay. Essential workers have been risking their lives throughout the pandemic to keep our essential services running, and they often aren't paid very much. So I really think that they deserve this hazard pay. And as an unincorporated resident that shops at unincorporated businesses, I really know that this is going to have a positive impact on workers in my community. So really want to encourage you all to support this, and I hope that this is something that will be implemented in the cities as well. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Raphael V. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good evening. My name is Rafael Villagrasha, a resident of District 3. I'm here today urging you to support the hazard pay ordinance before you. Since before the time of the pandemic, our need for the services of grocery, drugstore, and restaurant workers hasn't changed, but our friends and neighbors working in these environments now clearly risk their very lives just to provide them. Just as we are ensured that these services are faithfully available to us, we need to ensure our essential workers by giving them the paycheck they deserve, especially when their risk for a health emergency is drastically heightened by just working their jobs. I simply believe that it's the right thing to do, and if you've ever hailed these essential workers as our modern day heroes, I hope that you do too. I'm asking you to please pass this much needed hazard pay ordinance. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Urvish. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you very much. I wanted to mention about the ordinance 298. The hazard pay ordinance is the nation's first mandatory ordinance. It's not just applicable to the restaurants, grocery stores, but it is also applicable to the workers that deserve the hazard pay under the COVID-19 situation, as well as considering the leave, the people working in the military, people working in the construction, people working in the healthcare, personal care, cashiers, janitors, laborers, nursing, stock, retail salespersons. So this particular ordinance requires a lot many updates in terms of not just in terms of a restaurants or a drugstore or a grocery store. The ordinance is required to be updated all across the small businesses and the major businesses which is affected with the COVID-19, and as well as provide the right set of a standard for the essential workers to provide the safety, hazard prevention, and as well as a premium pay with this ordinance. Thank you.
Next speaker is Stephanie. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Stephanie. I'm a resident of Cupertino, and I am a junior researcher at the Brookings Institution in Washington, D.C. I am calling to support hazard pay for all workers or all essential workers who fall under this proposal within Santa Clara County. A lot of research has shown that while top retailers' profits have soared, the frontline workers who are creating this profit off of the risks to their health, they have not been compensated at all to the same tune of these windfalls that their companies are experiencing. And this county would not run at all if we were not taking taking the labor of these essential workers for what they give us. And they are not being properly compensated for the internalization of the risk to their health. And I strongly ask any restaurateurs who are worried about this, or any retailers who are worried about this, to consider what it means that their business model, is being run off of not properly compensating employees.
Our next speaker is Madera Lind. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, I am a student at Homestead High School, and I'm here calling in to support the hazard pay because times are different than it used to be, and workers still aren't getting paid as much as they deserve to be for how much they do for our communities and for our cities. And they're not, and even now, when every single time they come into work and face many people, they still don't get compensated for for the risk they're taking. So it's important that we pay them extra $5. Thank you for your time. That's all.
Our next speaker is Kevin Ma. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Evening, supervisors. My name is Kevin Ma, a resident of Palo Alto, District 5, and I'm speaking in support of this hazard pay ordinance. We've been talking throughout this pandemic of our frontline workers being essential, being heroes for providing the social services as well that people need to do to still survive during this pandemic at home. But unfortunately, they have not captured the profits that has gone up the leadership ladder of the companies, even though they're the ones who are risking their lives to keep us fed, honestly. As such, we need to be making sure that this ordinance is going to be done as quickly as possible to as many workers as possible to ensure that they are actually paid what they should be. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Myra Pelagio. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Mayra Pelagio, and I work directly with the Latinx community in East San Jose. And I am speaking here on behalf of LUNA, Latinos United for a New America. And working in East San Jose through the COVID-19 pandemic, we have seen our community members risk their lives to ensure that we, the broader community, have our needs met. Our essential workers deserve this hazard pay. It has been over a year since the pandemic started, and we have been falling behind in compensating them fairly. We must shape a future for our region where essential workers are rewarded fairly, where families have safe and affordable places to live, and where we all have a voice in the political decisions that shape our lives. I ask you to support the hazard pay ordinance for essential workers. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Alexa Russo. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Alexa Russo, and I'm here to share my perspective as a graduate student worker. I'm also speaking on behalf of the Stanford Solidarity Network. As we discuss our community's economic recovery and the need for essential workers and their families must be at the center of our attention. As a graduate student worker, COVID has brought some significant challenges to my own ability to do research and graduate on time. What it has not done is put my life at risk. I currently am able to work from home and I prepare to do research for a later date while I depend on others, essential workers who regularly risk their lives so that we can all be safe and continue with our own. The pandemic has shown whose labor keeps our society running. We can't exclude the voices of these workers. It's time we insist that corporations provide the people doing essential work with respect, family supporting wages, adequate protection gear and paid sick leaves, and the other basics we all need in our jobs.
And that concludes our speakers.
Thank you. I see Supervisor Simidian with your hand up.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I'm supportive, as I've indicated previously, but I wonder if the maker and the seconder would be amenable to removing restaurants from the ordinance. I think, as our prior discussion indicated, we were really focused on grocery and pharmacy workers. I think we have all expressed concern over these past months about the adverse impact of the COVID crisis on restaurants in particular, that motivated in part, at least in my work, the work we did on delivery fee charge caps and the work we did on small business loans. Restaurants, of course, have been closed while grocery stores have been open and actually in some respects have benefited from the increased demand. I went and looked at the ordinances. Truth be told, I asked my staff to go look at the ordinances from Los Angeles, Oakland, and Santa Monica, as well as Long Beach, Berkeley, City and County of San Francisco, and the City of Seattle. None of them included restaurants. Again, Los Angeles, Oakland, Santa Monica, Long Beach, Berkeley, County of San Francisco, City of Seattle, none of them included restaurants. And that's not to say that, that makes it right or wrong, but I thought it was a telling indicator. I think we find ourselves in this situation in part because of the interest, which I had as well, that Supervisor Chavez expressed in fast food restaurants in particular. Ultimately, the staff determined that wouldn't work for a variety of reasons and came back with a proposal that's much broader than that in one respect. And yet, irony of ironies, probably doesn't affect even a half dozen restaurants in the unincorporated area, given the rules that are there. I'm particularly concerned about this, Madam Vice Chair and colleagues, because if we do indeed send it along to the 15 cities, which I think is a good idea, I think that's going to be a problem in those 15 cities. I represent all or part of 8 of the 15 cities. I know my communities well from my service and interaction with locally electeds, as I know you all do as well. And I think restaurants is a bridge too far. So let me just ask the maker and the seconder if they would be willing to go with grocery stores and pharmacies, which I think is the right move on the merits and is also consistent with what's been happening in other comparable jurisdictions.
James, can you remind us what category of restaurants in terms of size? We're certainly not looking to impact small restaurants, but could you remind us specifically what the minimum size is that would be impacted?
Sure. 1 second, let me just make sure I get it exactly right by pointing to the spot. So the entity has to either employ 300 or more employees in the United States and 15 or more in unincorporated areas, or be a franchisee where the franchisor's network employs more than 300 employees in the United States and that particular franchisee owns, operates, or controls at least 10 restaurants in the state of California. So these would be large entities.
Thank you. I'm interested to hear from the seconder, but I'm not concerned about limiting or dictating what other cities do. Each council and mayor certainly has the opportunity to adopt in full or take some parts of our ordinance or create or add their own. And given the fact that we're intentionally limiting to larger sizes who presumably would be better able to absorb this cost, I'm not inclined that way, but I'm interested to hear from the seconder and my colleagues because I'm open for the moment. You're on mute.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I mean, I think one of the goals here was to make sure we weren't impacting small mom and pop restaurants in our community. And I think the staff crafted something that addresses that. I'd be interested in what Supervisor Lee thinks, because obviously we need to figure out how to get us all over the finish line. But I think, partly I think the staff was protective of the small businesses we've been trying to protect.
If I may, through the chair or the vice chair, I want to underscore the irony of this conversation, because it's a figment of protection, because it's not clear to me with 180 restaurants in the entire unincorporated area that anyone is in fact protected or covered by it by the time we go down this path. And if it is, it's a relatively small number of folks. Again, when we've all expressed concern about the adverse impacts on restaurant operations, I guess if there isn't a willingness to take restaurants out, I would at least ask that the maker and the seconder agree to divide the motion as the expression goes, or a division of the question, so that we can vote on the two pieces separately, restaurants and everything else, as a courtesy, because I would like to support the broader motion.
I appreciate that. Is there a size that would make you feel more comfortable, or is it restaurants in their entirety? Could we, if we went bigger?
I just think as I say, by the time we get into these numbers, we've ended up with sort of a figment. So no, I just like to take restaurants out altogether, again, consistent with what seems to be happening in other comparable jurisdictions up and down the West Coast. And I think we're buying ourselves a lot of potential trouble, not to mention aggravation and litigation, without actually accomplishing anything. And I think it's, for me, and I understand you may have a different take, sending the wrong message to the 15 cities and towns about restaurants. If I were a council member in one of those cities or towns, which I have been, I would not want to take that path. I think that's likely to be the case. I'd rather have something that everybody really can rally around, which I think is what we would get if we went with just the grocery stores and the pharmacies, which I strongly support, just so there's no confusion about that. Thank you.
I think you raise good points, and I'm interested to hear where the majority of our board is, because as Supervisor Chavez said, let's get to ideally 5, but at least 3, and see where those land. Supervisor Lee.
Thank you, Chair Ellenberg. President Ellenberg. I have actually a couple of questions for staff first before I make my comment. First of all, San Jose just adopted the ordinance, right? I believe they were only for $3, but they do not include restaurants. Am I correct?
It is for $3. I don't know if they include restaurants.
James, do you remember?
San Jose was $3, and I do not believe they include restaurants. No.
Right. Right. Okay. And I just want to double check. We discussed about the set-off provisions for organizations that's already given the hazard pay. Like say, if they only give $2 or $3, then they would not need to provide a complete $5, and that's being incorporated in Section 4C. Am I correct?
Yes, we have specifically included that, and that's a unique provision that I'm not aware that anyone else has included.
Okay. Now, one other question that was asked earlier by one of the marijuana dispensary is they were trying to make sure that this definition of drugstores does not include them, right?
That's ironic, right? Drugstore.
Hey, Tanya, I'm gonna look to James. I'm not gonna touch that.
Well, as long as we're asking Mr. Williams, I'll give him a moment to think it through, but I'm now trying to figure out what the sale of brownies will bring on in the way of a definition of restaurants or bakeries.
Oh, this crowd is getting punchy at 7:15.
Just saying, just saying.
The ordinance defines drugstore as a retail establishment that has a pharmacy as defined under the Business and Professions Code. I don't believe that any dispensaries would qualify, and we can look and try to see if we can definitively answer that, but I don't think they would qualify because I don't think they're defined as a pharmacy under state law.
Great. Thank you, James. Yeah, and first of all, I just want to say comment is that James, great job. It's very hard to put all this together. A lot of ordinances has been passed throughout the state and also in other locations. So I'm going to give you my comments. The premise of coming up with this referral that I'm so glad to see that I did a referral, and also both my colleague Supervisor Ellenberg and Chavez came up with a referral basically for the same idea, that during this time of COVID pandemic, especially grocery stores have clearly done the large grocery store have done extremely well. And part of the reason why they did so well is the fact that many of the outdoor dining or indoor dining of the restaurants have actually not been doing well at all. As a matter of fact, many restaurants have actually closed, and I've been to places where restaurant that's been open for decades have actually closed. My family owned the restaurant years ago, and I certainly appreciate the difficulty of the long hours and the difficulty of running a restaurant. So for this measure to work, to me, I think we need two things. One is the fact that we want the industry to do extremely well, like the large grocery store I mentioned. and two, that the individuals working in that industry is not really being compensated fairly. I've used the term hazard pay because having served in the military, we do get this thing called the hazard pay by serving in a war zone. It's not significant. It's about $150 a month or so, but it basically gives rise to some type of recognition that we are availing our bodies to this hazard of enemy fire. In this case, our enemy is COVID, and COVID is invisible. We cannot see it. And I certainly do agree that even restaurant workers are being availed themselves to hazard. However, the first part of the premise, which I have a problem with, is the fact that I see so many of the restaurants are still suffering. I appreciate the James' willingness to try to carve it so that only the larger entities of restaurants seems to be able to do well. But I've also, been able to reach out to quite a few different people. I understand that even many of the restaurants with more than 10 franchises have suffered greatly as well, and come to cash flow problems and things like that. So in that sense, I would agree that in order for this to work well, I would lean toward what the Supervisors Committee is suggesting, is to exclude restaurants from this and really apply to grocery stores and the pharmacies. And that's why
well, thank you. So clearly hearing at least half of us right now preferring to carve out grocery stores. Is that an amendment, Supervisor Chavez, is a seconder that you would? I'm sorry, did I interrupt you, Otto? You weren't finished?
I'm sorry, you said carve out grocery stores. I meant carve
restaurants.
Out
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate the correction.
Sure.
I will
you want to
accept
speak
that.
to?
Yeah,
You would
I'll
accept that?
Yeah, I would
All
accept
right.
that.
Then Supervisor Simidian, you have yourself an amended motion that carves out restaurants and maintains the ordinance with regard to grocery stores and pharmacies. Are there any, and of course, reminder to the public, Supervisor Wasserman has recused on this item. Are there any other?
To be clear for the record, because we're talking about an ordinance, and so I do need to, it's not a simple amendment to the ordinance. So if I could just walk through it for the public record, we'll of course post that an edited ordinance, but we have to, there's a lot of, we have to strike restaurants all over the ordinance. It's not just like one sentence or a clause. So obviously the word restaurant will be struck from throughout the ordinance, but in addition, in section 1, subsections G and I are specific to restaurants and would be struck, as well as the definition of restaurant in section 3, subsection M, as well as the other references to the word restaurant throughout the ordinance. I think those would be the edits that would be made. I just want to make sure for public disclosure, it's clear.
Thanks, James. And does this preclude it from coming back for a second reading? Do we have to do another first reading when it's changed, or can we accept the changes now and just have the confirmation second reading at the next board meeting?
Well, just give me a minute.
Okay. We can chat amongst ourselves.
think that's an aye vote, Madam Chair.
I got 3 votes in here.
Sorry about the wait. Needed to confer and review. We have I think here's what I would like to recommend. I would recommend that in light of this, we proceed as follows: that the board move to items 33 and 34, that in the interim we post a red line of the ordinance that we can get to the clerk's office trying to strike restaurants. I want to make sure that we have the public record there clear to try to avoid having to do another first reading. But I want to make sure that that's clear for folks. So we'll work feverishly to get that done. But I think that's the best way to proceed, given that it's not just one clause or one section to be deleted.
Thank you so much. Supervisor Sminian, go ahead.
I think that's a fine idea, Madam Chair. I am happy to take that path. And the other thing I would say is that if the county council needs, an extra 15 minutes to a half an hour, even after we complete our business, in order to pull the red line together so that we have a written version tonight and can establish tonight as the first reading, I'm perfectly happy to take a 15-minute or 30-minute recess, whatever it takes, to make sure that we can act in a timely fashion.
I appreciate that. So I think right now, Supervisor Lee, did you want to add something?
Actually, I have a legal, I have conflict question for James. Since if we are removing the issue of restaurants from this motion, would it mean that Supervisor
Mike should be able to come back in?
Right? Would we be able to let him back in?
Not until the board votes to actually do that.
Okay.
So no.
So we're going to table table's maybe not the right word, but pause on this item. Invite President Wasserman to come back to preside over items 33 and 34, and then return to item 32. Does that sound correct?
Yes.
All right. Would somebody like to text? Oh, he's back.
Hello there.
Just like magic. The gavel is yours.
Now we know the magic.
All right, thank you. So items 33 and 34 will be heard together. Chief Garnett, you are still there. Hello there, trooper.
I am still there, and you guys are the real troopers. Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you perfectly.
Great. Okay, hopefully we can do this fairly quickly. So good evening, Mr. President, members of the board and administration. We're here to discuss items number 33 and 34 tonight, directly related to juvenile justice realignment. Here with me tonight to answer questions from probation are Deputy Chief Nick Burchard and Deputy Director of Administration, Mariel Caballero, Behavioral Health Director, Sherry Tarot, and Behavioral Health Division Manager, Rachel Telemontes. Before I open it up for either questions or if you want us to go through the referrals, we will. I would like to make one note that we are making a change on the application that's attached to this referral. The change is going to be that we are deleting. It has 2 changes. Hang on, I'm sorry, I've got notes in various places here. We are deleting the question, are you on probation or parole? And we are adding a sentence that says 2 membership seats are reserved for young people with lived experience who, at appointment, have completed probation or parole. And with that, we have a PowerPoint. We have the 2 legislative files, and I'm happy to go through the PowerPoint and the files if you guys would like. And I'm also happy to just answer questions if you would prefer to do that.
Thank you for getting us your PowerPoint time well in advance of today's meeting. I appreciate that. Supervisors, Supervisor Ellenberg, I see you have your hand raised and we have a couple of speakers. Would you like to speak first or after?
I'm happy to wait till after the public speakers.
All right, thank you. And fellow board members, seeing that we have the PowerPoint here, is there a majority that wishes to see the PowerPoint? Or can we continue on to public speakers? Continue on. Jill, are you still with us?
Still here, sir.
You are. You're awesome. You are awesome, Jill.
Thank you.
You betcha. All righty, go ahead.
Our first speaker is Raimundo Armendariz. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good evening, supervisors. Good evening, Chief Garnett. Also, I wanted to mention that we did, as a group of nonprofits, review the plan that was submitted to the board. So thank you for making time to hear it for the public today. I have reviewed the plan with some of our CBO network partners and have some concerns on some of what was shared in the report. First is community inclusion in the process of developing the plan, as well as role on the Juvenile Justice Coordinating Council subcommittee. The current plan was developed without an open invitation to grassroots committee members or groups of CBOs. Other than those already in close partnership with the probation department, the process of developing the plan was conducted without notification to the many service providers in our county who work with youth in the justice system. This only leads to a limited perspective that is less critical and lacking a complete perspective. The plan lists 4 panels that were convened, where only the last panel charged with reentry programs, but not on the panels focusing on in-custody services or recommendation for court commitment. Was not on the previous 3 panels, so that is definitely an issue that we're concerned about. Next is the selection process for the 5 subcommittee panel seats created by the board, referral 104141. The criteria were developed without inclusion of committee members. Though the spirit of SB 823 originally included a JJCC or Juvenile Justice Coordinating Council in order to ensure community involvement at every step of the process. So not just those agencies or individuals selected by the probation department for their being more agreeable to stakeholders and law enforcement agencies, but also to include those who have a critical eye. It is our understanding that of the 5 positions created by the board referral, 2 have already been filled before the process is open to the public, not showing a fair process or attempt at a fair process, and that for us feels very problematic. And third, youth alternatives to juvenile hall are not included or considered in the current report as it stands. Some portion of pursuing.
Thank you. Next speakers.
Our next speaker is Rebecca Armendariz. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good evening. I swear my brother and I did not coordinate to speak one right after the other.
All right.
But we are speaking in regards to item 33, SB 823. This is an opportunity for us to apply all that we have learned about what works, and more painfully to think about what doesn't work, particularly what hasn't worked for my community and the young people who need our guidance and support. We know that there exist many alternatives to incarceration, which has been the very least that we could do for these young people, and that the alternatives that we should implement should be evidence-based and include housing with an appropriate budget, as well as a better design that provides youth rehabilitation, mental health, educational, recreational, and other services. The community should also play a robust role in the process, not just the probation department, as these young people are all of our children and we need to treat them as such. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Urvish. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. Timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you very much. I wanted to mention on the justice juvenile system that Considering the police brutality and racial injustice, the California legislature has sent a slate of a juvenile justice bill, and that's been introduced in the September 2020. The Assembly Bill 901 would prevent the probation officers from working with the California students who are not accused of the crimes and subject to any court action. And also the bill's final language is far that the original form also decriminalized the truancy. Again, it is important to understand that how these bills are changing the juvenile justice and as well as the policing reform package for the state of California. It is also important to evaluate how the AB 1196 introduced by Governor Gavin Newsom and AB 1506 introduced within the Assembly, which will allow to conduct the investigation into the officers involved into shootings, unarmed individuals resulted in death. There has been occurrence of such incident within the county of Santa Clara, as well as the respective city, especially the city of San Jose and city of Milpitas. It is important that this legislation reforms the juvenile justice system to put more emphasis on the rehabilitations, education, and creating a more just a probation, more than a probation system. The probation system only allows certain person to limit them to work at certain point of ability. But rehabilitation and the education about the juvenile justice system and implementing the assembly bills allows American across the country not to take the streets and understand that what is the rightfully demanding more and better of a criminal justice systems for self, and as well as understand that what is the right set of action that is required against the racial injustice, police brutality, as well as different graffiti, theft, many.
That concludes our speakers, Mr. President.
Thank you. Vice President Ellenberg.
Thank you. And thank you to all of the juvenile justice folks for hanging with us for so long. Chief Garnett, do you know about how many kids will be returning to our county once the DJJ closes on July 1st?
So sorry, I'm on my phone and hitting the little mute buttons hard. So the intent is not to have youth return to us. The intent is to have all youth after July 1 who would have been sent to DJJ to stay locally. But that doesn't mean that either the public defender, alternate defender, or a judge could bring youth back. But at this point, that's not what we're planning on specifically.
So does that mean that there aren't kids from Santa Clara? Oh, kids that are already there can stay. New kids are not going to be sent. Thank you for that clarification. Then that sort of makes unnecessary my next question, I think, which is that the plan that you're working on is coming together in September, even though DJJ closes in July, still works for our timing here. I want to thank you for amending the document to show that. I'm so sorry. I'm so tired.
No, I fully understand.
that there are spots for youth who have completed their parole time. Are you eliminating the background check on the membership application entirely?
Yes, I'm sorry. That was the other thing that I meant to say.
Okay, good.
At the beginning.
So it's not just with respect to those two seats, it's for everybody.
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you. I really am just so pleased that we're making progress on this so quickly. It is important, obviously, to have a plan based on last year's success from the community conversations that my office held in conjunction with PSJC. I'd like to ask staff to include in the potential work plan a conversation around having a public forum as part of the process of getting public input from our community. My staff has done the research and told me that some other counties have been holding public forums on the subject. And as I noted this morning, which feels like 10 years ago, having the community provide meaningful input through a public forum at the very beginning of a process really helps us set the tone and create the community support that we need to surround our youth who will be staying with us for longer periods of time.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. That is all.
Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you. And thanks for the good work. I just would like to say thanks for the thorough report. It was very helpful. And I would just like to ask if we could have a report back to the board in September with the implementation plan, with the SB 823 implementation plan.
Does that work, Chief?
I believe so. It's due to the state in January. I'm just trying to think, to get it to you guys by September means we have to back up to. Yeah, I think so. I think so.
Maybe October might be better.
October.
October
Yeah.
might be better. Just because then it can go to the JJCC concurrently with the board for feedback.
I think either way, the only thing I would like to say is I want to make sure it comes to the board in enough time to get input if it's necessary, and it's also a very public venue. And even if it's in very draft form, I think that's fine. So, whatever you'll have, I know you guys have to figure that out. So October, September, I'm fine with either, but I just, that way we don't do anything that then you say, oh my gosh, we won't have time.
No, completely agree. And I completely agree about the public forum. It needs to be very public.
October, fine.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. You're welcome.
Supervisor Lee.
Thank you, President Wasserman. Very, very comprehensive report. Thank you very much, Chief Garnett. My question is actually regarding funding. The cost, it says, is $125,000 per youth under our system, and that there's a annual funding of initial 3-year plan that the state is going to refund the county for the housing of the service to youth. So basically, those who would have been sent to DJJ, if we keep them after July 1st, all those costs will be borne by the state and get reimbursed. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Through a cost reimbursement model. Yes.
Right. Good. So we do it first, but then they would reimburse us so long we keep track of the dollar amounts. Okay. Great. That's only for 3 years, and hopefully with future funding that
yes.
Okay. Very good.
Yes, and frankly, Supervisor Lee, we're fine with that. I mean, we very much are excited about keeping our youth local. We think we can do a great job with them local. It makes all the sense in the world, and we're fine with the cost reimbursement model. We want a lot of sunshine on this, a lot of transparency, a lot of input, and yeah. So yeah.
No, I cannot agree more. I mean, sending them far away to some DJJ facilities is absolutely honestly the most dangerous thing in the future. And I think keeping that back in the community is such an important part of the continuum of care that we could do to help for rehabilitation. So thank you. Yeah.
All right, supervisors, we've heard from the public, we've heard from ourselves. Item 33 was to receive. We'll consider ourselves received. Item 34, possible action A, is to receive. We'll consider that received. Item B is an action item, which is to approve, I believe, the proposed, let me just get that right, the proposed Juvenile Justice Coordinating Council bylaws.
Move approval.
Thank you. Got a motion by Ellenberg, a second by Chavez. Any other discussion on this item? Chief Garnett? Oh no, I thought your hand was raised there for a minute. All right, seeing none, Jill, could you please call roll? Call roll. That was 10 hours ago. 10 hours and 10 minutes ago. Could you please take a vote? Call a vote.
Supervisor Lee?
Aye.
Supervisor Chavez?
Yes.
Supervisor Simitian?
Committee aye.
Vice President Ellenberg?
Yes.
President Wasserman?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now that brings us back to item number 32, which I have to recuse myself because pharmacies were left in, which was the other part of my recusal, Walmart. So I have a financial conflict with my ownership in Walmart, so I need to get out of that.
Oh, okay.
I believe I can say, glad to see restaurants removed, and I won't say anymore.
Don't say a word.
Won't say a word. Thank you.
Off you go. James, did we give you enough time?
Yes, so the clerk's office is
Wow.
working to post a red line, and I'm going to go ahead and share my screen just so that in the interest of full transparency, can people see that?
Yep.
So the clerk's office is posting this on the website and distributing it. And I'm just going to walk through this just so everyone can see what the red lines are, and the public's well aware. This is obviously recorded. It's publicly being presented. So on the first page, we're striking restaurant from the title. Restaurants being struck from the summary. In the section 1, restaurants being struck from 1B, from 1C, 1D, 1E, along with a related reference in 1E. 1G is being struck in its entirety, as is 1I. Along with the associated footnote. Restaurants being struck as a reference from 1H. Or sorry, but what was 1J and what was 1K and what was 1L, again along with associated footnote. And once again, in these succeeding subsections, just the word restaurant being struck. And in section 3, definitions, striking restaurant from the definition of covered employee in 3B, as well as from covered employer, 3C. These are pretty straightforward, just deletions of references to restaurant. No edits in these provisions. So the definition of restaurant in subsection M is being struck in its entirety. The cross-reference to that definition in the subsequent later subsections being struck. And then I think that's it with the remainder of the ordinance. No further edits to the remaining provisions of the ordinance.
That is tremendous work, James.
Well, credit also to my excellent team.
And credit to your excellent team and to our excellent clerks.
And the clerk's office, I know has distributed it, is in the process of posting it, but now that I've walked it through publicly for the world to see, all the edits, I think we should be in good shape. And I think the clerk's office was going to let me know as soon as it had also posted to the website. And I believe you all have a copy of the red line.
Fantastic. Do we have any, I apologize.
Excuse me, Madam Chair. For the record, I did want to say the clerk did provide us with a copy of the red line document. I have had it and have the ability to review it in addition to the paragraph by paragraph walk that Mr. Williams was kind enough to provide us with. So all good.
Thank you very much. All right. Are there any additional comments from my colleagues? All right, then let's do a roll call vote on this, please, Joe.
Supervisor Lee,
Aye.
Supervisor Chavez,
Yes.
Supervisor Semidian,
Aye.
Vice President Ellenberg,
Yes.
and President Wasserman with a recusal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, Supervisor Wasserman.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. That concludes our meeting, and we are adjourning to our next meeting, which is not next week, as was referred to a few different times. It is March 9th at 9:30. See you all then. Have a good evening.
Good night, everyone.
Good night,
Thank
everyone.
you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you,
Thanks to the clerks and the staff.
Good night.
Night, John Boy.
And this concludes our meeting. The room will be closing.